All right, we are live at CollectCo Wednesday, July 3rd. Sorry for the delay. I figured it'd be okay to start a few minutes anyway, but I've been on the phone and I've been getting stuff ready to sell. And sorry we're late. First time I've been this late in a while. Sorry about that, but when you're on and watching, just be sure and let me know the sale has officially began, sort of. We're about to really begin in just a second. But like I said, sorry we're late. Boy, Steve Plaw, you're first. And guess what? I just remembered. I don't have any red line Hot Wheels for you. Oh boy, Paul's left too. I don't know if I can go back there and grab those or not. Oh boy, I hate forgetting about stuff like that. Sorry we were late though. We're live now. I figure it's okay for a few minutes to be delayed, but let's go ahead and get it shared. As soon as you're on, hit share link, hit group. Let's share it to a whole lot of records. Let's share it to here, and I'm going to share it over here. Welcome, everybody. So I've hit the like button. Please do the same. I think I did make a post about some of tonight's activities, so let me find that right quick. You're late. I know. Sorry. I was, well, two things. One, which I hadn't posted about yet. I'm actually going to post it right now. No, I'll wait. Boy, it's cold in this store. Let me go fight with the air right off the bat. It's already cold in here to me, even though it's 96 degrees outside. Holy moly, I'm cold. Nightly battle with the air conditioning. So let me go turn this up. Let's see here. What's next? Did I share the video? I don't think I did. Let me go ahead and post this here. All right, so first thing I did was my mom bought barbecue and then made homemade ice cream for everybody at the store here today. And that was absolutely detrimental to me because I've had 2.5 big bowls of ice cream, and I got here at like 4 o'clock, and I've been absolutely worthless for about the last 2.5 hours. Then we had a quick little meeting up here where I talked to everybody. And then I had to go get my energy drink. I'm hooked on these energy drinks. It's right down the road. So I had to leave here. My mom made homemade ice cream. I ate all that. I had a quick meeting. We went down here. I've been on the phone. So I just hung up with somebody, that's why I never take phone calls too often this close to the sale, but that's okay. I took a phone call. And then I had to go get an energy drink down the road. I was waited in line there, and then I finally showed up, and then guess what? Mr. Jerry Stone texted me, and he was like, Chad, how many crates of new vinyl do we have? I was like, oh my gosh, I don't have new vinyl ready. I knew Ed had unboxed it. Luckily, Ed goes ahead and prices a lot of the pre-orders, and then I had to mark 2 crates of new vinyl right quick, and I was still on the phone while I was doing that. Once again, why I never take phone calls. I hardly ever take phone calls anymore. I don't mind talking on the phone if I have to, but I think y'all know how it is. If you have a business out there, if you conduct business, I find that sometimes phone calls aren't the most effective means of communication. I hardly ever get too much done in a phone call. So what I do is I make them occasionally. Okay, I make phone calls occasionally. That's why one of the reasons I'm 23 minutes late. I'm one of those people, I'm very nice, and I don't like to hang up. Of course, this was an exception. But yeah. Homemade ice cream. Yes, that's what really held me back. That's what really held me back. Speaking of it, I have a couple different voicemails from today. I will listen to those, and I do that, but I also operate at night, so it's really hard for me to take calls, or call somebody back at 3 in the morning. And then I wake up, and I've never had a phone call just like, hey, how's it going? Okay, bye. Usually they turn into this long, drawn-out, extreme, crazy conversation. Because usually if I'm on the phone with somebody, they really want to discuss what's going on in the world or something. All right, live now. And I've almost got everything shared, and we're going to get started with this sale, and I'm going to stop yakking about my dislike of phone calls. So let's do this right here. Boom, and boom, boom, and do. Okay, so we're back and we're rolling. And let me close out all these tabs, and now I'm ready to go. All right, so first auction is going to be a Japanese pressing of Journey Escape. Don't stop believing, folks. The show is officially underway. A 1981 Japanese pressing with the original inner sleeve and insert. The vinyl is your typical very high quality EX, EX Plus, near mint minus vinyl. There's the insert. The inner sleeve has a little bit of that dehumidification or humidity, not dehumidification. What am I trying to say? I just invented a word. Some of that humidity spots on the cover. That's going to be a $20 start, and that's a Japanese pressing of Journey Escape. The vinyl and everything is extremely nice. So that's Journey, Japanese, $20 start. And then we have a promo copy. This is a stickered promo copy. The label's not a promo copy. 1974 U.S. Santa Maria of Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard. The vinyl on this one's also EX condition. It does have a promo sticker. The label's not promo. $25 start on that with a hop sticker. I Shot the Sheriff, and Mike Moore is already in on Journey. I hope you understand. Text me. I do. I feel like we've been getting a lot, but I think it's mostly pre-orders, which I've been posting more pre-orders, I feel like, than normal. So what happens is most of the new vinyl that comes in is already sold. And then most of the releases we post pre-orders of come in and they're gone by the time we even get to show them. The whole crate is gone and it's all over. Just like this first crate I'm going to start the show with. It's pretty remarkable how much already comes in and it's sold. Actually, according to our numbers, we had more new vinyl last week than we have in about the last 4 months. However, most of it comes in is already sold. It's pre-orders and stuff, and there's not a lot in stock as far as variety right now. They're really pushing a lot of new titles. So new vinyl production's up and sales are up. However, I will say that some of these are already pre-sold. All right, and we're going to start the show right now with new stuff. Welcome. It is July 3rd. Easy for me to say that tonight because tomorrow's the 4th. It's July 3rd. It is Wednesday, and tomorrow's July 4th. We have 2 auctions up. We have Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard. This has no bid. We're looking for a $25 start, and Journey has bids for $20 and now $25 with Jerry Conklin. $25 on that. All right, and then our first pre-order is right here, and it's the first record of the night. And this is $33.99. $33.99. This is Yes album. This is a new release. It's on sea blue vinyl, and there was a pre-order for this. They all haven't come in yet. I'm going to go ahead and let everybody know who got one, and if you want on a waiting list, let me know. Their 1971 album remixed by Steven Wilson. It says Steven Wilson remix on the jacket. You know that's going to be good. That is $33.99, and this is the Yes album. This is on sea blue vinyl, and we have Stephen A. Young on Yes, the Yes album. We have Mark Barbosa on Yes, the Yes album. We have Richard Yeager on Yes, the Yes album, and we have Clifford Umstead on Yes, the Yes album. Now, Melanie J. whoever rewatches this sale, also on the pre-order is Bill Sammis, also Michael Potts, Joe Valente, Fred Carnell, and Greg Rogers. And go ahead and write down those names. If anybody else wants one, let me know, because there's more on the way already, and then I got to order more to sell. And that's the Yes album. It's on colored vinyl, Sea Glass Blue, Rhino, and this is a new series. I actually just got a new email alert. They're adding additional titles to this. The Sounds of Summer. The first one is the Yes album, blue vinyl. That's one of my favorites. Yours is No Disgrace, Starship Trooper. I've seen All Good Peoples on there, and Perpetual Change. That is $33.99. I've got 4 sold. It looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people on a waiting list. And if anybody else wants one, they're $33.99. Eric Clapton has one bid with Mike Moore for $25. That is with Mike Moore, $25, and that's a final call. And that's a promo stickered copy of 461 Ocean Boulevard, Eric Clapton. And then Journey is a final call, and that's also with Jerry Conklin. Mike Moore, you've been outbid. Let me know if you want to bid again. I didn't see you say out. And that is a final call, Journey Escape. Here's another pre-order. Lots of people was on this one. This is Living Color. This one's called Stain. And this is the first time it's been back in stock in print in quite some time. And this is a music on vinyl press, $39.99. Music on vinyl press, Living Color, $39.99. Let's go ahead and do the pre-order for that. The first one was Troy Robinson. There's Troy Robinson on Living Color. And then also Scott Smith and Hector Morin. Scott Smith and Hector Morin on the Living Color and Living Color. William Lee Murray and Richard Davis. William Lee Murray and Richard Davis got one. And we have Michael Thrower and Fred Carnell. Michael Thrower and Fred Carnell got a Living Color Stain. And then the last two is Greg Rogers and Terry Myers. Greg Rogers and Terry Myers. And that's everybody who pre-ordered one. I'll read those again very quick. They're new and sealed. I got 3 extra copies of Living Color. So we got Troy Robinson, Scott Smith, Hector Morin, William Lee Murray, Richard Davis, Michael Thrower, Fred Carnell, Greg Rogers, and Terry Myers. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 copies. Michael McCullen also wants a copy. There's 2 copies left of Living Color. Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard, sold. $25, Mike Moore. Journey, Escape, Japanese pressing, sold. Jerry Conklin, $25. Let's get some new auctions going. If you haven't already, please make sure you've liked the post. Make sure you have liked the Facebook post and the YouTube post. I greatly appreciate it. We're already off to a big start because of all the pre-orders. And I don't recall ordering this. This must have been a Doug thing. Collective Soul, Here to Eternity, $38.99. Now, I know some people's asked. I don't think I have a waiting list, but if anybody wants one, there's Collective Soul, From Here to Eternity, $38.99. Let's go ahead and get a couple more auctions going. Let's do George Strait and let's do the Beach Boys. Doing some warm-up auctions here. Got some really good selections here. Thank you, Laura. Collective Soul, though, is $38.99. Jerry Stone wants one. There's one sold to Jerry Stone. I know some people's asked about it, but I don't think I've ever had it. Darren Wortman wants a Collective Soul. There's one left if anybody wants it. Our next auctions, we got George Strait number 7. This is an 86 U.S. Pinckneyville press, EX condition, and this is going to go up for a, we'll start this one at $25, and that's George Strait number 7. Thank you, Laura. We have George Strait number 7 in shrink wrap of hop sticker, $25 start. Jeffrey Dunlap also wants Collective Soul, and the only thing left in here right now is Living Color. So that 86 pressing of George Strait number 7 is a $25 start, and we have the Best of the Beach Boys, and I've never seen this before. They're in front of the U.S. Capitol, or at least it looks like they're in front of the U.S. Capitol. This is a 1966 Japanese pressing, that's why. And it's on translucent dark red vinyl, a Japanese press, overall VG Plus with insert, no obi, $25 start on that. $25 start on that. So Jeffrey Dunlap got Collective Soul, George Strait 25. Back on what's the Collective Soul? The Collective Soul is called Here to Eternity. It's a 2 LP, new and sealed, gatefold, $38.99. And we've got one person on a waiting list, Paul Brothers. Both auctions have bids for $25 and $25. Red vinyl Japanese Beach Boys and George Strait shrink wrap hop sticker. Next was a waiting list. This is $39.99. This is Eddie Money. This is limited numbered pink vinyl. These are actually supposed to be 34. Let me adjust that. Ed usually marks, or we usually mark MOV stuff all about the same price, but Eddie Money's actually a little bit cheaper. Eddie Money's only $34.99. Now, I don't have my laptop open, but I know from my memory that Tony Freeman was on a waiting list. And look, I'm marking them down $5. They're on sale. I'm marking them down. $34.99. And this is limited edition pink vinyl. Of course, this has Baby Hold On it, 2 tickets to Paradise. And these are $34.99. Music on vinyl, limited numbered pink vinyl, Eddie Money. I know Tony Freeman wants one. He was on a waiting list. Let me step over here and grab my laptop and pull up our spreadsheet officially to figure out who else may be on that one. I know he was, but I also need to go ahead and mark them off so we don't do that a second time. Also, final call on these auctions, but let me update and see where y'all were at. Tony Freeman, hey, there it is, first thing. He got one, so Tony, you got Eddie Money. I don't know if you're watching. But I've got you for one, sir, and there's 2 extra copies there. That's on pink vinyl, limited and numbered. All right, is the Collected Soul a new release? I don't know when. I don't know a lot about this. 2024. I guess it is a new album, but I just completely missed it. I think whenever it came out, I completely missed it. So I don't know when it came out. It must have been this year, but I missed that. And people's been asking for it. And I was like, man, I didn't get a solicitation. I don't remember anything about it. Same thing with this Creator album. I must have had this on back order. Creator, Violent Revolution, 2 LP, $36.99. $36.99 for Creator, Violent Revolution. It says limited edition, and I don't recall having that order. That must have been something on back order from a long time ago. $36.99 on Creator. Angela Lewis wants an Eddie Money, and then also add her to the Collective Soul waiting list. Paul Brothers also on that. George Strait. Now, I never did really tell y'all what was going on with these final calls. Dan Moran has this for just $25. Nobody in his right mind would have left her. EX, nice copy and shrink with hype sticker. And then this is a 1966 Japanese pressing on translucent dark red vinyl. And that is with James Goggin for $25. And we're about to sell both of those. Sean Druin wants a Creator. There's 2 copies of Creator left. And our next 2 records, and there's no waiting list. I had these on back order forever. Kraftwerk. I say Kraftwerk. John says Kraftwerk. He says it differently. $34.99. Hector Morin also wants Creator. John Young's in on Beach Boys. Beach Boys, $27. James Goggin, you're out. There's a new bid. Leslie Silvley also wants on the Collective Soul waiting list. Folks, here's what the Collective Soul album looks like. I've never had a new sealed copy of that Kraftwerk album to my knowledge. The one with the traffic cone there. It says import, originally came out in 1970. It's a gatefold, that's $34.99. Jeremiah Lewis wants one. There's 1 extra copy. I guess no other George Strait fans on. This is gone for a really good price. Dan Moran, you get that for $25. And James Goggin, let me know if you want back in on the Beach Boys. Never had that one before. James is back in at $30. So that was our first crate of new vinyl, and pretty much everything is sold. That's what I was saying about new vinyl. Usually if we get stuff in here recently, 1 or 2 things. It's all pre-sold, or it all sells out. The stuff that's here on the table, everything pretty much we have in new vinyl is right here on this table, and this is all from the last 2 weeks. It's amazing how much we've sold, especially since we put a lot of it on sale. However, we have Living Color Stain. Living Color is a music on vinyl pressing, $39.99. That's new. There was a big pre-order. Everybody got one. There's 2 Living Colors left. There's 1 Eddie Money left on pink vinyl, $34.99. Creator, Violent Revolution is $36.99. And Kraftwerk. Kraftwerk is $34.99. Last copy. I'm going to lay that maybe. That's a cool looking cover. I like that. Just that traffic cone on there. Susie Breedlove wants an Eddie Money. Last Eddie Money is sold. And the Beach Boys is at $35. James Goggin, you're out. Now, Paul and John, Laura and Paul were both here today. So, we've got stuff to go through. We've got, Laura got all of her auctions ready, and she's got 2 additional crates up here. And then Paul has priced us 4 crates. Wow. So we got 4 Paul crates to go through. We have 2 Laura crates to go through, and then she's got us some incredible auctions. All right. And we have Mark Fallon wants to put back all 4 Kiss solos. That is a $1 million restocking fee, which you should be able to pay in cash. We have up at the top, we have a David Allen Coe album. This is a 1980 US pressing, a white label promo, and this has got the original on her sleeve. It's in VG condition. I've got something to say, and that's in VG. It is a white label promo, DAC, $15 start. $15 start. James Goggins out on the Beach Boys. James is out. John Young has it for $35. Japanese, Best of the Beach Boys Volume 2. Sloop John B, In My Room, a Japanese press. John Young, red vinyl, final call, $35. Let's go through the first Paul crate. Thanks everybody for spinning. Hopefully everybody's ready to stay late. Give me 1 second here. Hope everybody's ready to stay late, because hopefully you don't have to work tomorrow and you have the day off. I texted everybody earlier today that works here. I woke up in a good mood, totally unexpected. I texted everybody in our group chat and I was like, I love our country. Everybody's off tomorrow. Paid vacation on me. Paid vacation day. Stores closed. Nobody show up for work. Enjoy the 4th of July. I will be here, though. Selling records tomorrow night. All right, so first record, we have Cage the Elephant, unpeeled. Cage the Elephant is sealed, $29.99. Cage the Elephant is $29.99. And we have Dashboard Confessional, the places you have come to fear the most. Orange colored, orange and clear vinyl, Paul says. Sealed, Dashboard Confessional. We have Cage the Elephant, we have Dashboard Confessional, and Dan Fogelberg's Greatest Hits. An RTI pressing. They did those on blue and black swirl. It's pressed at RTI from Friday Music. $24.99. The Beach Boys is sold to John Young for $35. That's sold. Bob Riger wants Cage the Elephant. There's some new sealed stuff in here, and there's some pre-owned. It's all pre-owned, but some of it is new and sealed, like Cage the Elephant, like Dashboard Confessional, etc., etc. Random Access Memories, Daft Punk. That is sealed, $36.99. Troy Robinson wants Dan Fogelberg's Greatest Hits. And we have Crosby, Stills, and Nash and Young, so far, clear, exclusive, Walmart vinyl, $24.99. All right, let's get a new auction going. We got some bootlegs. Our bootleg watchers on. We have some. But first, I'm going to put up Stevie Ray Vaughan. A 1984 U.S. Pittman Press, nice, $35 start. $35 start. This is a 1984 U.S. Pittman. Extremely nice vinyl. SRV, $35 start. $35 start. Just join to decide what you're going to sell the autographed albums for or whatnot. No, I hadn't thought about it. I was highly concerned when I realized I advertised those for the 4th of July night. Boy. Carol, I've got to take pictures of them either way tonight. Oh, boy. I don't know yet. I feel like if I'm going to sell them, the buyers will be on here to bid either way, but man, I really hate to put those kind of records up on tomorrow night, but we'll, that's a tough decision, Carol. I mean, that's something I'm going to have to sleep on. I may still go ahead and try them tomorrow. I mean, it's not like I'm going to start them for $1 anyways. They're going to be started fairly, but I'll probably go ahead and try to run them tomorrow, maybe just to see who's on. You know, we'll see if the Sears collectors are willing to join on the 4th of July feed. We might just do it that way. Troy Robinson on Dan Fogelberg, David Allen Coe 23, and then Angela Lewis on Dashboard Confessional. David Allen Coe 30, Lucas, we've already sold Dashboard. David Allen Coe 30, Stevie Ray Vaughan 35. And we have David Allen Coe. David Allen Coe is called I've Got Something to Say. It's a white label promo, VG condition. Robert Phillippe has it for $30. Stevie Ray Vaughan is called Couldn't Stand the Weather. It's near mint minus, $35 a bid, and that's with James Goggin and then Michael Peevler. So Michael Peevler, you're out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I won't say till tomorrow. You'll know if I'm selling them tomorrow if you see them in a hot post, because I got to take really good photographs of them anyway with our camera. If I'm going to post them either way, people are going to want to see Tom Petty's autograph and that kind of stuff. They're all authenticated, of course, but you get what I'm saying. Okay, back to the bin. We have Carole King in concert at the BBC, a 2021 Record Store Day, $19.99. We still got Daft Punk, we got Crosby, Stills, and Nash, we got Carole King, and we have Crosby, Stills, and Nash. This is $19.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, $19.99, the CSN album. We have Cadillac. Cadillac is a 1986 Japanese rock album, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Dream Around the Clock, Rockin' Ichio and the Boogie Woogie Swing Boys, a 2003 Japanese rockabilly album. EX, $12.99. I'm about to sell Stevie Ray Vaughan for $35 because Michael Peevler didn't want in for more than $35. That means James Goggin has it. That's a final call. Nobody else has set out on David Allen Coe, but Robert Phillippe has it for $30. We have the Teardrops, Slap Twang. That's an 88 Japanese rockabilly. Wow, 3 Japanese rockabilly albums in a row. What's the odds? VG condition, $9.99. Cadillac is sold to Jerry Conklin. That's sold. And Rockin' Ichio and the Boogie Woogie Swing Boys. There's another one. Number 1 Speed Blues. A 2001 Japanese rockabilly. VG Plus, $9.99. And Sgt. Pepper's is a 67 mono, Jacksonville. It is without NIMS, in quotes, VG condition, $19.99. It is in mono, or is that a minus? That might be VG minus, $19.99 on Sgt. Pepper's. It is a mono. Stevie Ray Vaughan. We have Can I See Daft Punk? Daft Punk info. What's the Daft Punk? This is Daft Punk Random Access Memories, $36.99, 2 LP, new and sealed. Michelle asked, and then Andrew Matthews. Stevie Ray Vaughan has a new bid. Robert Phillippe, you get David Allen Coe for $30. That is sold. We have, I don't know, it's VG Plus, $19.99. It is called Dogs Hits, or Dog, boy, I don't know which way they want that read. Dog, SHIT, or Dogs Hits. That's tough to say. VG Plus, $19.99. And Paul says this is a rare 1982 psychedelic Southern rock album. Wow, psychedelic Southern rock. I've never heard anything like that before. So that would be like Leonard Skinner on acid. VG Plus, $19.99. So Michelle gets the Daft Punk, Josh Tanner gets Dog Hits, and Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $38. And that means that James Goggin, you've been outbid. Let me know if you want back in. Brownsville Station, School Punks, VG Plus, $14.99. And the Association's Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $9.99. Southern psychedelic Southern rock. That is the most bizarre genre, even though I've heard some bizarre ones. That one is one I'd like to hear. I'd like to see, all right, I want to see Leonard Skinner make an album in their peak if they were to drop some acid. That would probably be some pretty good stuff, just to be honest. This is a 1980 pressing of the Bob Seger System, a.k.a. Bob Seger's debut album, Ramblin' Gamblin' Man. That's all you need to know. This is a 1980 reissue in shrink wrap. It's near mint minus, beautiful copy, $25 start. Bob Seger, Ramblin' Gamblin' Man. It's called the Bob Seger System self-titled. All right, next is SRVs at 40. We have Proteus. This is Infinite Change. That looks like prog. It's jazz rock, almost the same thing. Isn't jazz rock another way to say prog rock? EX edition, $27.99. Proteus, Infinite Change, EX, $27.99. And the Allman Brothers Band, Brothers and Sisters. VG Plus condition, $19.99. Brothers and Sisters. Incredible. Of course, I don't think, I'm very partial to the Allman Brothers, though. There is a Sgt. Pepper's. It's a 1967 mono, Jacksonville, without NIMS, VG minus condition, VG minus jacket, $19.99. James Bragg wants Proteus. By the way, Stevie Ray Vaughan still getting bids, and we're looking for a $25 start on Bob Seger. Alabama, VG Plus, $9.99. What was Proteus? It's already sold to James Bragg. The Lonely Bull, Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass, VG Plus, $9.99. We have Coldplay, Music of the Spheres. That's a 2021 pressing, EX condition, $17.99. It's on recycled colors, colored vinyl. 100% recycled materials. They got a new album coming out with that same. Nothing against recycling materials, but also that's actually a bad thing for quality of vinyl. I don't think, I saw somebody make a YouTube video on that. That's actually, if you're wanting really high quality vinyl, that's actually not a good sign if it says recycled materials. That's like the opposite of high fidelity vinyl, just FYI. But there's Coldplay if anybody wants it. We have up at the top, Chad, if the Journey Japanese is not Obi, let Mike M have it. Was that the, oh boy, you talking about the Escape? Yeah, there was no Obi on that one. Now, what's going on? Because I can't even remember who was the backup bidder or what price or what happened. Pepper, what is the condition? Brooke Padgett on Alabama. That is sold to Brooke Padgett at Jamie Diaz. James Goggin got Herb Albert. And Slicker Van Slyke on Coldplay. That's sold to Slicker Van Slyke. What's the Herb Albert? And does it have the insert inner sleeve? If so, I'll take Pepper and Soulful Brass. Oliver Nelson and Steve Allen. EX condition, $17.99. Okay, this is Sgt. Pepper's. And it does not have the insert. And it does not have the red, and I know what inner sleeve you're talking about. Neither one of those items are in there. Neither one of those items are in there. Also, we have Perth County Conspiracy Alive, a 71 Canadian folk album, 2 LP, VG Plus, $29.99, and Argonne Rebels Reflections, a rare military brass record, military brass, VG Plus, $14.99. Okay, here's what I got to do. First thing, timeout on everything. Timeout on everything. Bob Seger is a buy it now for $25. Bob Seger is a buy it now for $25. No bid, Bob Seger system. The Stevie Ray Vaughan currently has a high bid. The last bid that came in was Jason Jones at $42. James Goggin, you've been outbid for quite some time. Jason Jones has that for $42. Bill Stewart gets the Bob Seger for $25. Now, we have Jerry Conklin need to put back the Journey Escape. Jerry, I don't mind doing that, but just FYI, if we have to put back an auction, it really, I know there was somebody backup bidder, but they might not even be watching anymore. I don't know if he wants it. So what we got to do is just put Journey back up for auction. This is Journey Escape. Journey Escape is a Japanese pressing. No, it does not have an Obi. No Obi on this. The vinyl is EX Plus near minus. It has all the inserts and stuff. Let's put it back up for a $20 start. I know he was the backup bidder, but I don't know if he's watching. Sometimes they don't want it. So make sure if you bet on an auction, you absolutely want it. Journey is a $20 start, or it could really, because here's what could happen. If he's not watching, then he could get it on his invoice and say, I didn't want that. Somebody outbid me. And then a week, 2 weeks from now, we got to sell it again anyway. So $20 start on that. Mike Moore, if you're watching, it's back up for auction. Now, we have up at the top, somebody said they asked before Michelle on the Daft Punk. And 2 people have brought it to my attention, and he may have said something as well. Daft Punk, we have, Michelle says, can I see Daft Punk? And then Andrew says Daft Info. But before that, he says, if the Daft Punk like the drumless edition, if not price. And I didn't really know what that meant at the time. You were asking about this record. And Michelle, he was first. Andrew, you're first. If you want Daft Punk right now, just say sold, and you are first. Now, James Goggins said, let Jason have it. I'm assuming that means he's out. So James Goggin is out on the Stevie Ray Vaughan. He has it for $42. Bill Stewart got the Bob Seger. Chris Wood Sr. was second. And then we have Journey at 20 and 22. And then Andrew Matthews said he said sold. Okay. Well, what happened is I thought Michelle had asked for it before, but actually she was before. So, no worries on Journey. We got it figured out, though. Journey has new bidders anyway, 20 and now 22. Sorry for all the confusion. Jerry Conklin, didn't mean to call you out or anything. Not only saying it to you, but anybody else watching. If we have to resell an auction, it just gets really confusing because the other bidders are going to be like, wait a minute, is that the same record that I was bidding on earlier? What's going on? It just causes all kinds of confusion. Okay, and then Stevie Ray Vaughan, I'll go ahead and sell this to the Jason Jones for $42. I think we're back on track. The only thing Michelle needs to know is you didn't get the Daft Punk. Okay, now John Young, the Sgt. Pepper's. Since John Young's asked, there's been 3 other people ask. We'll go over this one with a fine-tooth comb. This is a 1967 mono Sgt. Pepper's. There's no original inner sleeve nor insert. The jacket, I said VG minus because it's definitely VG minus. It has a seam split up here. It has spine chipping and spine wear there. It has ring wear on the back, and it has some chipping at the bottom and maybe even a little bit split. All right. And the vinyl is also VG minus condition just because it's VG minus, and that's $19.99, and that's Sgt. Pepper. So VG minus cover, VG minus vinyl. It is a 67 mono, though. Also, Mike McGinnis, you bid 20 on Journey. Christopher Allen bid 22. No one's bid since then. So final call on Journey for $22. I had a feeling Mike Moore wasn't watching anymore because he hadn't bid, so he probably didn't want it to begin with for 20. He may did, but now he's not watching anymore. We have Brownsville Station, A Night on the Town. Brownsville Station's VG Plus $14.99. So John Young had the first dibs on the Pepper. If anybody else wants it, there was another John C. Curran Vive on YouTube or so on that. So that is still available. John C. John Young passed. Boy, there's a lot of Johns out there that are into Beatles records. Maybe because John Lennon was in the band. We have One Horse Blue. This is a 78 Canadian folk rock album, EX condition, $12.99. And we have Brian Allen, Ron Gatley, Ken King, and Gary Ladone on Rose, a rare Canadian prog. And this is VG Plus, $44.99. $44.99. And then Everybody Prefers Fun Go-Go 3, is that what that says? An 88 Japanese garage album, VG Plus, $19.99. And let me check the spine on this one. Go-Go 3, Everybody Prefers, and that's VG Plus, $19.99. Not sure if I'm good for Pepper. If so, I take it. Sgt. Pepper is sold to John, C-U-R-R-A-N-I-V, over on YouTube, and I'm pretty sure we've sold to him before. So we'll say that's sold to John C. over on YouTube. Sgt. Pepper's is gone. Now, Journey, I never did hear back from Mike McGinnis, so this is sold to Christopher Allen for $22. $22 on that. We have Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town. Rod Stewart's in VG Plus condition, $9.99, a.k.a. Noah Farrell. So the Sgt. Pepper's is sold to Noah Farrell. We got it. Chicago. This is Chicago. Technically, the first one that just called Chicago. The one before this was Chicago Transit Authority. This is VG Plus, $12.99. With the booklet, James Goggin on Rod Stewart. That's sold to James Goggin. And Dave Matthews Band, Remember Two Things. VG Plus condition, $39.99. A 2014 Deluxe numbered edition. VG Plus, $39.99. All right, so if you just joined us, we just sold 2 auctions. And I'm about to put up 2 more auctions. I'm going to put up a Jimmy Page and a Genesis record. Now, we're going through the first crate of new Paul stuff. We got 5 more crates of vintage pre-owned to go through, a whole crate of auctions, and 4 crates of new vinyl. We've already been through 1, so there's 3 more crates of new vinyl. So if you did a lot of pre-orders or whatever with us this week, and you're expecting new releases, a lot of them's already in. We've already done Living Color. We've already done the Yes album. We've done the Collective Soul. Here's Jimmy Page. This is a spring. This isn't a bootleg. This is actually, it's somewhat of a bootleg. Excuse me. This is Jimmy Page, Special Early Works, featuring Sonny Boy Williamson. It's Springboard, which is kind of like an off-label compilation. You'll see Jimi Hendrix records. You'll see Rolling Stones, I think, have Springboard stuff. This is a 72 US EX condition, Special Early Works with Sonny Boy Williamson. And as y'all know, before his big time with Led Zeppelin, Jimmy Page was a prolific session guitarist. So he has a lot of stuff out there. You'll see very obscure, weird bootlegs and compilations of stuff pre-Led Zeppelin. That's one of those. And then we have Genesis. Genesis, wow, a lot of Laura has wrote a book with this one. I like this. EX condition, $25 start on Genesis as well. Release year and country unspecified. It is a bootleg. It collects tracks from their Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania show at the Sierra Mosque, 1976, their Los Angeles, California show at Greek Theater, 1980, and their Milwaukee, Wisconsin show at the Mecca Arena in 1981. $25 start on that. So Genesis is a compilation of live tracks. They're both $25 starts, and the first one on Dave Matthews Band was Robert Tomic, then James Goggin. And we have another Coldplay album. This is EX 2299. There's some damage to these perforated records. Is the Dolly Patriotum, the Vinyl Me Please Pressing. Vinyl Me Please Pressing. Boy, that's a mouthful. This is not a Vinyl Me Please. Yes, it is. It's a Vinyl Me Please. I think that's the only way it was released. I'm pretty sure. I don't really know that for certain, but I'm pretty sure that's the way it is. Come on through. Sorry about that. Y'all heading out? All right. Thank y'all. Have a good one. All right, so we have Genesis at 25, Jimmy Page at 25, and we have Coldplay. And this is EX 2299. Is the Dolly Patriotum from the video, the Vinyl Me Please play? It is, and I'm pretty sure that was the only way it was pressed. However, I'll put it up in 1 second. Mickey Newberry, Looks Like Rain. This is EX condition, $32.99. Paul says a fantastic, underrated gem. Mickey Newberry, Looks Like Rain, EX $32.99. Paul Vaness in the world of Bad Baby Bones. Bab, I don't know where I got Babe there. Bab Bones. Baby, yeah, it does say Baby Bones. Baby Bones is here. A rare private press 1978 US rock album with the bonus 7-inch. Wow. VG Plus $49.99. And We have the best of Carly Simon. This is a Barnes & Noble exclusive on red vinyl, EX $36.99. The best of Carly Simon. That's a Barnes & Noble exclusive, red vinyl. I didn't know they reissued that, much less on red vinyl. $36.99. $36.99. All right, let's do something right over here. And these auctions only have one bid. It's $25. So Jimmy Page is at $25. That's a final call. And Genesis is at $25. That's a final call. Let's breeze through those one more time, because right there in the middle, we lost our flow. I'm going to hit those one more time. And then we got a whole crate over here. The next crate I'm going to go through is a whole crate of one new release. So, first thing we have here is Crosby, Stills & Nash So Far. That's a sealed Walmart exclusive, $24.99. Carole King in concert at the BBC, 1971, $19.99. BBC, I think James Taylor plays on that. Crosby, Stills & Nash is $19.99, CSN. Dream Around the Clock. We got some Japanese rockabilly in here. This one's EX $12.99. The Teardrops, that's Slap Twain, VG $9.99. Rockin' Itrio and the Boogie Woogie Swing Boys. This is VG Plus $9.99. And Brownsville Station School Punks. That's VG Plus $14.99. Association's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $9.99. Allman Brothers was VG Plus $19.99. Soulful Brass, Oliver Nelson and Steve Allen. That's EX $17.99. Perth County Conspiracy, Alive, a 71 Canadian folk, 2LP, VG Plus $29.99. Argonne Rebels is a rare military brass record, VG Plus $14.99, and Brownsville Station, A Night on the Town, VG Plus $14.99. Jimmy Page did get a new bid. Josh Tanner wants School Punks, and Genesis is sold. This vintage bootleg, only one bid for $25 to Robert Tomick. Genesis is gone. Is that Page playing with Sonny Boy Williamson? The title is called Jimmy Page Special Early Works featuring Sonny Boy Williamson. Now, a record like this, I think I've listened to it before. I know I have one, but I can't really vouch what's actually on that. You got to be careful of records like that, so I can't really say. We have One Horse Blue, and that was the Canadian folk album, EX Edition $12.99. This was the Canadian prog album, VG Plus $44.99. VG Plus $44.99. That's called Rose. That was Canadian prog. We had the Go-Go 3 and 88 Japanese Garage album, VG Plus $19.99. Chicago, 25 or 624, VG Plus $12.99. Coldplay is EX $22.99. Jim Davis, you're outbid on Jimmy Page. Let me know if you want back in. Mickey Newberry is EX $32.99. Paul Vaness was VG Plus $49.99. And Carly Simon, EX $36.99. Red vinyl. Red vinyl. Okay, and let's go ahead and bring over a new crate. Thanks for spending your Wednesday with us. Hope everybody's ready for just a fantastic sale, because it is what? What day is this? It's July 3rd, of course. It's July 3rd. Now, tomorrow we will also be doing a stream. I'll be here tomorrow. Store's closed. Everybody's got the day off. So after the sale tonight, I've got to really get to work, because that means no John here tomorrow, no Paul here tomorrow, no Laura here tomorrow. Nobody's here tomorrow. So I'm going to try to either stay up late or come in tomorrow so I can get some new fresh stuff marked. And then I got to get auctions ready. I got to get a complete sale ready for y'all tomorrow if I'm going to do this. I have a feeling we'll be doing a lot of discount stuff. I have a feeling we'll be doing a ton of discount stuff. So with vintage. So get ready tomorrow night probably for a lot of vintage discount stuff. Hope everybody's ready for that. All right, and they're still bidding on Jimmy Page. Jim Davis has it for $32. Rachel, you got Coldplay. We have, first, Rat Rarities. Yes, they're in. Rat Rarities. And this is a new pre-order, comes out Friday. And this is Rat Rarities, red marble vinyl. This is 20. I was actually going to pull up because we don't have them marked. To save time earlier, I didn't sticker them. This is $29.99. Rat Rarities, $29.99. Red marble vinyl, only 400 copies pressed, it says. It is what it says it is. It is Rat Rarities, $29.99. Let me read off everybody that got one. There's several people. If you know for sure you didn't pre-order it, I would claim one right now. I could see this title selling out. Sean Druin got one. David Campbell got two of them. There's two for David Campbell. And let me stop right there and go ahead and get a new auction going. Jimmy Page is at $35, and that means that we have a new bid, and that means somebody else is out. Let's go ahead and do the Dolly Parton. This is a 2023 limited 2000 on red, white, and bluegrass colored vinyl. This is numbered 530 out of 2000. It's sealed. Dolly, $45 start. Vinyl me please for God and Country. $45 start on that. All right, so David Campbell, Mike Massey got one, and Jamie Diaz. Mike Massey and Jamie Diaz on Rat and Rat. There's one for Mike, there's one for Jamie, one for Brian Jones, and one for David Eberly. There's one for Brian Jones, and there's one for David Eberly. Those are sold and sold. Troy Chirac and Mike Torres. Troy Chirac and Mike Torres, those are sold and sold. And then we got Billy Humphrey and Scott Marchheim. Billy Humphrey and Scott Marchheim, those are sold and sold. Hector Morin and Dave Kavanaugh. There's Hector Morin and there's Dave Kavanaugh's. And let me stop there because this crate here is officially full. Dolly has a new bid, and I need a new empty crate. We have filled that one up fast. Whenever new vinyl comes in with these pre-orders, I can fill up a lot of sold record crates fast. All right, last thing I said was Dave Kavanaugh. Then we have Kevin Jordan, Matt Algram, and Fred Cardinale. Kevin Jordan, Matt Algram, and Fred Cardinale. Also, Jen Cast and Paul Brothers. There's Jen Cast and Paul Brothers. And then we have Kevin Moore and Alonzo Brinsnow Jr. There's Kevin Moore and Alonzo Brinsnow. Kristen Seen gets one. And then Mike Lott gets one. And then Chris Gardner gets one. And then Randy Scarborough gets one. And then Dwayne St. John gets one. And James Ludwig gets one. And George Greenseller gets one. And then Greg Rogers gets one. Those are all sold. If anybody else wants one, make sure whoever's watching the video, those all get marked at $29.99. You might just want to get a pricing gun and just go ahead and sticker them all. Those are all sold. Now, I know I saw some claims come in. That's what we have left with Rat Rarities. They're $29.99. Sean Druin wants one. Also, Adventure wants one. Mike LeBady gets one. The Record Guy gets one. Also, Adventure wants another one. Angela Lewis wants one. Jerry Conklin wants one. Sean Holford wants one. Jim Davis wants one. Michelle Phillips gets one. Christopher Nagy gets one. And after Christopher Nagy, the next comment will be the last person to get one, if there is another comment. Those are all gone. Rat Rarities. You can count on one thing. If there's something with the word R-A-T-T on it, we're going to be able to sell it. The fan base, I had no idea until I really started doing this, the amount of Rat fans out there. We have Jimmy Page, Special Early Works. Did anybody say out on this? Jim Davis went out. This sold to Bill Samus for $35. That sold to Bill Samus. Sean Druin says put his back because he already got called out for a pre-order. There's one going back in the bin. And then Jamie McCord gets one, so this one goes to Jamie McCord. That means there's one left. We're back to one again. And then Robert Philippi has Dolly for $57. Josie Sinkbell gets the last one. Now we're sold out. If anybody else wants one, a waiting list. Jerry Conklin, I think I've already said your name. I did. I already said your name, Jerry Conklin, so you got one just a moment ago. Dolly's at $60, and Robert Philippi, I don't think I've said your name unless y'all were on the pre-order. Now we'll officially start a waiting list with Robert Philippi at the top. This next record will, two things. I have a feeling we'll sell them, no problem. Second thing, there's a very interesting faux pas on the cover. I don't know how this happened or if they meant for it to happen, but Brian pointed it out. He's a huge Metallica fan. He's a huge Megadeth fan. This is a new bootleg I got in, Megadeth, Hammersmith Odeon 87. But look at the back cover. Look who's on the back cover. Nobody in Megadeth. That's Kirk Hammett and that's Kirk Hammett and gosh, well, I've forgot his name. Kirk Hammett and somebody help me out. Anyway, they're $29.99. They messed up that. They messed up that. No, it's not James Hetfield. It's or is it? Is that Jay? No, I don't. I think that was. Yeah, that's James Hetfield. Okay, that's not who I thought it was. It's James Hetfield. Yes, y'all are right. I knew his name. I'm thinking about the bassist after I was thinking about the bassist after Cliff Burton. But that's not who that is. That is James, isn't it? Yeah, that's James and Kurt. Unusual. They messed that up big time. Grateful Dead. Check this out. Grateful Dead. Jason Newstead. Thank you. Jason Newstead. But it's Kurt Hammond and James Hatfield. Yes. Okay. This is a 1975 U.S. Santa Maria press with the insert. It's a EX condition record. The Grateful Dead. A $35 start. There's already been 3 fire trucks dispatched since 7 o'clock. I know we didn't start till 7:20. There must be stuff on fire all over Lebanon with these fireworks, probably tonight and tomorrow. Either way, the Grateful Dead is a $35 start. A 1975 U.S. Santa Maria. It does have the insert with it. It has a clip corner, and it's a $35 start. So I've only got 4 of these Grateful Deads. We'll definitely take a waiting list, but man, how do you mess up something like that? What were they thinking? I mean, that's not even the same band on the back cover. Hopefully it's actually Megadeth. We'll find out whenever one of y'all open them up and listen to it. So first on the Rat waiting list was Robert Phillippe. Dolly got bids for 58 and 60. And then Dolly got bids for 62 and 70. Sean Holford first on Megadeth. Robert Phillippe first on Megadeth. And then Jen Cass first on Megadeth. And then Chris Wood Sr. on Megadeth. Now, let's start a waiting list. If you don't want on a waiting list, let me know. Mitchell McDevitt, Sam Squatch, Sean Druin, and I got 3 people. If anybody else actually wants one. They're $29.99. And Brian says that was the only time that concert's been officially released was on the CD Deluxe edition of Peace Sales. So that's never been officially released on vinyl. This is a bootleg unofficial. It's $29.99. I got 3 people on a waiting list. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Now, during all that, we had somebody go out on Dolly, which was Brian, and that means Pete Weisgarber, you got Dolly for $70. That's a final call. And the Grateful Dead is now at $39 with Robert Tomick. Robert Tomick on $39 on that. All right, and Tim Zornoda also on the Megadeth list. If anybody else wants on the Megadeth list, let me know. All right, let's go through a bin of new stuff here from Paul. He said he marked a lot of sealed stuff he found in the back, both new and possibly some OG stuff in here. So a lot of these records are new and sealed. They're technically pre-owned, but a lot of the stuff in here is new and sealed. Christopher Nagy for sure also wants on the Megadeth wait list. And if anybody missed that, this is Megadeth Hammersmith Odeon 1987, and it's a bootleg live show. 12 tracks, and it's got a mess up on the back. There's James Hetfield and Kurt Hammond of Metallica on the back. So nice eyes, Brian. Brian caught that earlier. Okay, so Grateful Dead's at 40, and we're about to sell Dolly for 70. Let's go through this bin. Like I said, a lot of pre-owned sealed stuff. I know that's contradicting words, but that essentially means it's a lot of new records that are sealed, but we bought them from somebody's collection. I have a lot of people. We have a lot of customers that collect and buy new sealed records. I have a lot of them myself. It always pains me to open. I'm like, oh man, should I open this? That's why I just go ahead and get 2 of them. We have the Moody Blues, John Lodge, the Royal Affair, and After. This is unopened, $49.99. It's on blue vinyl, and John Lodge signed it. That's pretty cool. It looks like they cut the shrink wrap where he signed it. I bet I know what happened. I went to this tour, this Royal Affair tour, and Carl Palmer was in the lobby signing autographs. Now, they wasn't selling records from the tour. He was selling Emerson, Lake and Palmer records, and I opened one. I bought one at the merch tent for like $40. I ripped open the shrink wrap and had Carl Palmer sign it. So that's pretty cool. John Lodge of the Moody Blues, $49.99. It's sealed and it's signed. Also, we have John Legend, Love in the Future. This is a sealed Walmart exclusive. Red vinyl, John Legend, $24.99. And Keith Urban's Greatest Hits. This is $22.99. Chad, can you give the title of the Megadeth? It is called Megadeth Hammersmith Odeon 87. Hammersmith Odeon 87. Okay, Dolly is sold to Pete Weisgarber for $70. Grateful Dead's a final call to James Goggin for $40. And then put J.D. Conklin on the Megadeth waiting list. So we have Dave Matthews Band, Walk Around the Moon, red vinyl, Target exclusive, $24.99. Jamie Diaz on Keith Urban. That's sold to Jamie Diaz. Chicago, hey, there's a new one. A blue vinyl Friday music pressing, sealed, $74.99. $74.99. That is a... I never did post the pre-orders when they were redoing the Chicago albums because they were pricey, but they're very good sounding records, and it looks like they're still trading. You can always check Discogs after an audiophile record like that or a higher priced record comes out. If it's still selling for high or what seems high for a new record, that means it must be a really good sounding record. $74.99. So that's the second Chicago album, white vinyl from Friday Music. Carrie Underwood's Greatest Decade #1. Carrie Underwood is sealed, $22.99. And this looks so familiar. Bon Jovi? Bon Jovi, yeah, I thought that was Bon Jovi. Bon Jovi is sealed, $39.99 of 2016, and this is called Have a Nice Day. Have a Nice Day. And Bob Dylan, Rough and Rowdy Ways. Bob Dylan's on gold vinyl, $24.99. All right, the Grateful Dead is sold for $40 to James Goggin. Roll Away the Dew, $40. Franklin's Towers on there. That is sold to James Goggin for $40. Can you show the Dave Matthews? Dave Matthews was called Walk Around the Moon. That's on red vinyl, sealed, $24.99. Carpenters, Close to You, a 2017 remaster, sealed, $24.99. And the Cars, The Best of the Cars, Moving in Stereo, a sealed remaster, $34.99. Moving in Stereo. All right, let's go ahead and put up some new auctions. So here's some of the stuff I have in the auction bin. If you didn't take a minute to watch the video, we have The Doors. Some of these are vintage bootlegs. The Doors, Frank Zappa, Pink Floyd. We have a Beatles #5, Japanese, Ozzy, Beatles, Hendrix, Three Doors Down, Zappa, Dolly, Captain Beyond, Eagles, Miles Davis, Stanley Turrentine, Training Day, more Beatles, Fleetwood Mac, McCoy Tyner, Bruce Springsteen, Cheap Trick, Genesis, and that's only about a third of the bin. I'm going to do two from the front. I'm going to do The Doors. I'm going to do The Doors and Frank Zappa. All right, so let's go back to the top. Is Dylan sealed? Everything in here so far is sealed. We have Dylan is sealed. There's a tear in the shrink wrap. There's a split. There's a seam split up at the top. It has never been opened. It's on gold vinyl, $24.99. James Goggin wants Dave Matthews Band. That is sold to James Goggin. So our next two auctions are Frank Zappa, Incognito. Zappa is in EX condition, $35 start, and this is a 1982 US pressing, an unofficial release, a bootleg. Side 1 is taken from Zappa's Royal Albert Hall concert in England, and side number 2 is from Zappa's Fillmore West in San Francisco, of course, 1970, $35 start on Zappa Incognito. And then we have The Doors, Mr. Mojo Rising. The Doors is a 1970. And all these are from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. A lot of these, if you're wondering where did all these come from, these are still bootlegs from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. These are ones I believe they've been trying to flatten. I think they've been flattening some with our flattening machine that maybe had light warps. Just FYI, but now they're good to go. This is now up for bid, a $35 start. This is various TV performances. Ed Sullivan, Danish TV, 67 and 68, The Doors. So it's live recordings, vintage bootleg, Mr. Mojo Rising, of course, from one of their songs. What song is that? It's not The End. Is it The End? He says that. This is The End. We have The Best of the Carter Family, American Epic, $19.99. The Best of the Carter Family, $19.99. Casting Crowns, that is sealed, $24.99. Casting Crowns. Also, Cat Stevens, Greatest Hits, sealed, $24.99. Is it L.A. Woman? L.A. Woman, then. The End. Boy, what a weird song. This is The End. If you ever listen to that. This is Keith Urban's #1's Volume 1. Keith Urban, sealed, $24.99. And played by Dave Grohl. That's sealed, $29.99. 23-minute composition of nothing but Dave Grohl. It's awesome. It's actually where you can watch it on YouTube. He starts out playing the drums. Really cool. $29.99. And Chicago, Born for This Moment. Chicago is sealed on gold vinyl, $29.99. $34.99. So the Doors is at $35. Zappa's at $40. So $35 and $40. And then Greg Brown wants CF. CF was for the Carter family. Best of Carter Family, American Epic. That should be Third Man Records, right? Yeah, Third Man Records. All those, anything that says American Epic was a series that Third Man Records did. For King and Country, What Are We Waiting For? That is sealed, $22.99. Jim Davis on DG, Dave Grohl. By the way, the Doors have new bids. It's now at $40. And Zappa is the final call for $40 with Paul Oakley, Jerry Johnson, and Robert Warner. If y'all are back in, just let me know. Foo Fighters, Medicine at Midnight. I don't remember that cover. That's definitely an alternate cover. Foo Fighters is $19.99. That one is open. Foreigner, Ancient Provocateur, or as I used to say, Ancient Provocator. This is a limited edition 1500 on silver vinyl, numbered. I Want to Know What Love Is. $34.99, $34.99. And this is Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline, white vinyl, sealed, $29.99. Nashville Skyline, sealed, $29.99. Doors, $40.41. And we have Bon Jovi, New Jersey. That is sealed, $36.99, which that's not a bad price because when we order these new from a distributor, the MSRP on them are $46.99. So that's $36.99. Grant Peltzer says For King, and that was For King and Country. That's sold to Grant Peltzer. The Target cover is exclusive for Foo Fighters. Exclusive Target exclusive cover on the Foo Fighters. Thank you. $19.99. Now, I lost a couple people on the Zappa. I got to go ahead and sell it to Paul Oakley for $40. However, they're still bidding on the Doors at $45. The Doors is at $45 of Homeland Conspiracy. Hey, there it is. Boston. Blue vinyl, a Walmart exclusive. $24.99. Blue vinyl, Walmart exclusive. All right, let me pull something. Those were from the front. I'm going to pull something from the back. Oh, there's a Led Zeppelin bootleg in here. Oh, my gosh. We'll do that in a minute. Everybody buckle up for that. Neil Young. Ooh, I like this one. This is a iconic, historic, well-known bootleg. Michael Peavler gets Boston. Blue vinyl, self-titled. There it is. It's gone. And Chicago Transit Authority is a 2022 red vinyl remaster, $49.99. One of the most modern records that blows my mind that brings the most money, other than Taylor Swift records, I think it's the Avett Brothers. The Avett Brothers have an album that has come out in the last 5 years, maybe in the last 10 years, and it sells for minimum of like $500, I think. We had one before. It's been a couple years ago, but there's an Avett Brothers album that just, within the last decade, new vinyl, but they've only made it once. They never really repressed it. I think it's the Avett Brothers, and it sells for crazy money. But, of course, all the new stuff with some of those variants of Taylor Swift records, huge. This is a well-known Neil Young bootleg. This is the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. This is 1971, February 1st. It's a bootleg. It's in VG condition. Let's go ahead and start it for just $25. Great track listing, great sounding record. This was so good, and it was such a well-known cover. The covers always have ring wear, right? You see how this has ring wear? The reissue they did of it, you can buy a new copy of this from Neil Young, official label, and the cover looks just like this with the ring wear and everything. It's like they took one of these vintage bootlegs, and of course Neil Young was known for, if y'all have ever seen that video, he literally goes in a record store, and I think it's one of these bootlegs, and he pulls it off the shelf, and he tries leaving with it. He's like, this is my music. This is mine. I'm leaving it. I don't know if y'all have ever seen that video. It's really cool. He's out in a record store, I think somewhere out in California probably. So, and it looks like, I've tried pausing it, and it looks like it's that record, and then there's a Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young bootleg in there as well. So this one was well known for being bootlegged. Very good sounding record. James Goggin has it for $25. And the Doors, there's a new bid with Homeland Conspiracy. The other bidder was Jerry Johnson. That's now a final call for $45. Okay, we have Bonnie Tyler, Total Eclipse from the Heart. Bonnie Tyler is sealed, $29.99, gold vinyl. We have Boys to Men, Legacy, their greatest hits collection, purple vinyl. I was about to say, this is $69.99. Somebody asked me the other night, could we get Boys to Men? And I was like, I don't think there's much in print. Out of print. Boys to Men, the Legacy, greatest hits, purple vinyl. That was a Target exclusive, $69.99. Bruce Springsteen, that's Born in the USA. That's an OG copy, $24.99. And Bruno Mars, Unorthodox Jukebox, that's on red vinyl, and that's sealed $24.99. That has his big hit song, Locked Out of Heaven, on it. That's $24.99 for Bruno Mars. And Buckingham, hey, somebody's been asking for this. Buckingham Nicks, Never Going Back Again, sealed $39.99. And that is the only other, besides that live Buckingham Nicks album we had, this is the only other thing really ever pressed on vinyl relating to Buckingham Nicks. And this is not live. This is, I think, some of the demos and, or some of this live. Hold on a second. Some of this may be studio stuff, but it also may be live. There's a lot of information. I'm not for sure. It may be live as well. It may be both. Never Going Back Again. That's Buckingham Nicks, $39.99. And Bush, live in Tampa. Bush is a 2020 pressing on red vinyl, sealed, $36.99 on Bush. And Carole King and James Taylor, live at the Troubadour, Barnes & Noble exclusive. That is sealed, $49.99. And we have Chicago, that's their greatest hits on yellow vinyl, sealed, $24.99. And Cake Fashion Nugget is a sealed remaster, $26.99. All right, here's what I got to do. I got to sell the Doors to Homeland Conspiracy for $45. That's gone. And now, Neil Young, we've hit a stall. James Goggin, You've Been Outbid. Andrew Isaacsmith has had that for $30. Angela Lewis first on Bonnie Tyler, and then Robert Phillippe first on Buckingham Nicks. Angela Lewis, you were second. Most of the stuff in here is all new and sealed stuff. I'm just very quickly going to read the artists and titles. If you need a price, let me know. If not, I'm going to go ahead and go on to either the next vintage bin, or I'll go ahead and knock out another new vinyl bin. There are 4 crates of new vinyl, lots of pre-orders. One of my main distributors made sure we got all of our pre-orders tonight. As y'all know, tomorrow's a holiday, so there won't be any new vinyl deliveries. And then there should be a lot show up Friday, because it's kind of like a 2-day backlog there. So we have Neil Young with a new bid of $32. We have John Lodge of the Moody Blues, signed and sealed on blue vinyl. We got John Legend, Chicago, Carrie Underwood's Greatest Hits, Bon Jovi. We have Carpenter's Close to You, The Best of the Cars, Bob Dylan, Rough and Rowdy Ways, Casting Crowns, Cat Stevens' Greatest Hits, Keith Urban, Chicago, Foo Fighters, Foreigner, Bob Dylan, Bon Jovi, Info on New Jersey. It's a sealed copy, 180-gram 2LP, $36.99. It's actually live from Tuscaloosa. We had that one. We've sold a bunch of those. All of a sudden, randomly, my distributor popped up one day with a Buckingham Nicks record in stock, and I was like, whoa, what is this? And I think there is a live concert that was a soundboard from Tuscaloosa, University of Alabama, and it's being bootlegged here recently. It must have been recently surfaced or discovered or something. I really don't know, but I've been seeing a lot of them pressed all of a sudden, bootlegged, which I don't think there's any vintage bootlegs of. It's just something that's maybe recently surfaced, possibly. This is Genesis, a 1978 Australian vintage bootleg. It is a live recording from the Uptown Theater in Chicago, 1978. 1978 Genesis, vintage bootleg, EX condition, $35 start on Genesis. That's now up for bid. By the way, James Goggin, You've Been Outbid again on Neil Young. Andrew has it for $35. Sean Druin said sold on New Jersey. And Ron Duffield wants Foo Fighters, Medicine at Midnight. That's sold to Ron Duffield. Last few records was Chicago again, Boys to Men, Bruce Springsteen, Bruno Mars, Bush, Carole King, James Taylor, Cake, and Chicago. Boy, there's a lot of great titles in there. All sealed stuff, too. A lot of great titles in there. Fantastic titles in there. Really good titles in there. If anybody else wants anything else, just let me know. Let's go ahead and knock out a bin of check condition stuff here from Laura right quick. We can go through these. It's about a half of a crate, and then we'll do another crate of the new stuff. By the way, Neil Young's at $37, and Genesis is a $35 star. If you haven't already, be sure you've liked the post on Facebook. Just do me a quick favor and do that. I mean, why can't you? Right? Ask yourself, why can't I like this post for Chad? Other than, I just don't want to, which is understandable. But just go ahead and hit the like. If you're watching on YouTube, definitely hit it over there. They sent me a notification, an email today with this little cool flyer to post on social media where we've hit 15,000 subscribers over on YouTube. I was like, that's good, but I'm looking for more like 1.5 million. We'll do that next. Zappa and Beefheart. Let's see what Laura has for us here. It has a damaged cover. The vinyl's in VG condition, $17.99. Bongo Fury. This thing has experienced some water damage. Always a desirable album, though. It's VG vinyl, $17.99. And the Immortal Django Reinhardt guitar, VG condition, $14.99. VG condition, $14.99. And we have Larry Gatlin. That is a promo record. VG condition, $9.99 for Larry Gatlin. VG $9.99. And the Allman Brothers, Eat a Peach, 2LP, VG condition, $24.99. All right, James Goggin, you've been outbid again. Here's how things been going. As soon as you bid, you get outbid. It's been that way for a while. Andrew has it for $40. Genesis has one bid for $35 with Paul Oakley. Final call. Noah Farrell gets the Frank Zappa. That's sold to Noah Farrell. We still got Django. We got Larry Gatlin. We have the Allman Brothers and the Rolling Stones. Let It Bleed. There is a spine split. There's some cover damage. The vinyl's in VG condition. $24.99. $24.99. Chris Kirkley. I will probably go back through everything tonight, at least one more time later tonight. I know you'll be watching, but don't let me forget to go through the Chicago bin again. Journey, Evolution. Journey's in VG condition. $21.99 on Journey. And Steppenwolf, Born to Be Wild. That album's actually called Steppenwolf. It's Steppenwolf by Steppenwolf. VG vinyl, original on her sleeve, $11.99. Neil Young gets sold to Andrew Eisensmith for $40. Paul Oakley gets the Genesis for $35. Those are sold and sold. And we have Bill Haley in the comments. Rock This Joint. Boy, that's cool. A flip back cover, London Records. That's definitely an older record. VG condition, $19.99. Let's go ahead and put up Pink Floyd and the Beatles. I mean, how can you go wrong there? Pink Floyd and the Beatles. This is definitely an older record here. Bill Haley, this heavy vinyl. Look at that London label. I don't know what year that is, but I feel like I've seen pictures of this record like in old record price guides, like featured on the cover and stuff. Flip back UK cover. Bill Haley, Rock This Joint. VG condition, $14.99. And Hank Williams, that is I Saw the Light. That is in VG condition, $11.99. James Goggin does want Bill Haley. That's sold to James Goggin. And FM is in VG condition, $14.99 for FM. And the Eagles Live, VG $24.99. How much is Steppenwolf? VG condition, $11.99. Nick Orlando wants the Rolling Stones. The Allman Brothers are still in there. Neil Young, Live Russ. Neil Young is in VG $24.99. Michael Bohannon on the FM soundtrack, that's sold. And CCR, Willie and the Poor Boys, VG $24.99. Jane, you were second to FM. Pink Floyd, Tongue Tied and Twisted. This is a 1988 U.S. bootleg. It's a live recording from Pink Floyd's Los Angeles Sports Arena in 1987. It's a complete, uncut Pink Floyd concert, which of course has never been officially released. It's called Pink Floyd, Tongue, Tied, and Twisted. Los Angeles, 1987, a complete, uncut concert on 3 LPs. Now, why don't they already have this in production? I don't know. If a great bootleg exists, why don't go ahead and just make an official release of it, Pink Floyd? Probably Gilmore and Waters are arguing over something, I'm sure. $65 start, triple LP, Pink Floyd, now up for bid. Complete uncut concert. And we have the Beatles 65. This is a 73 Japanese reissue. So obviously Beatles, or this is the Beatles number 5. This is a 1973 Japanese reissue. It does have the insert. No Obi. It does have the insert. $30 start. It has one scuff keeping it from being near mint minus. If I can grab a hold of it. See this scuff going across it? A non-feeler. That's like it's a very visual imperfection, but it's basically the only thing keeping it from being near mint minus and pristine. That's a $30 start on the Beatles. And that's a 73 Japanese press. James Goggin on NY, that was Neil Young. And then Pink Floyd has bids for 65, 70, 75, 75, and now 80. I knew that would be popular. And we got a Led Zeppelin bootleg to do tonight as well. Mott the Hoople, Mott, VG Plus $11.99. The Rolling Stones, Beggar's Banquet. That is VG Plus $21.99. The spine does have a split. There is some writing on the cover. VG Plus, $21.99. Beggar's Banquet. Big Brother and the Holding Company, a.k.a. Janis Joplin. VG Plus, $24.99. Original label. There is some writing on the label. $24.99 on Cheap Thrills. And Aaron Hamilton, Dreamweaver, DJ Limited Edition. VG Plus condition, $9.99. Stephen Steele's Illegal Steals. Stephen Steele's is VG Plus, $9.99. James Goggin on Rolling Stones. And we have Car Wash, Original Motion Picture Soundtrack. Car Wash is VG Plus, $17.99. And James Goggin on JJ, Janis Joplin. That's Cheap Thrills, Big Brother and the Holding Company. The Undisputed Truth, Face to Face with the Truth. Undisputed Truth is VG Plus, $14.99. And Sir Julian, Organ in Orbit. Sir Julian, Organ in Orbit, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Nobody bid on the Beatles. I'll go ahead and just make that a quick buy it now for $30 so we can go ahead and put up something else new. The Beatles is a buy it now for $30. $30. I'm getting tongue twisted already. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. That sold the Beatles for $30. I told Paul, I was like, if you want to see an entertaining sale tonight, unless I get a lot of caffeine, I've only had a couple hours sleep, and I was like, I'm very prone tonight to make some mistakes. With that being said, I'll step over here to the refrigerator and get an ice-cold Monster energy drink. Nothing but pure octane. Give me fuel, give me fire. Give me this Monster that I desire. I have to send Metallica $3 now for using that line. Okay. Mike Torrey second on that. We have Pink Floyd at $85. Wow. Pure Prairie League, Home on the Range, a 2-record compilation. EX condition, $9.99. We have Happy Trails, Quicksilver. That's EX $17.99. Got some cowboy covers going on there. There's some cowboy covers for you. And we have John Bishop, Bishop Whirl. John Bishop is EX condition, $9.99. Cool guitar there, John. And the Jaguars, Get It. The Jaguars, that is EX condition, $17.99. So quick update on Pink Floyd. William Simmons has it for $85. Final call. Let's go ahead and grab the next auction. Ozzy, Flying High Again. 1986 U.S. Carrollton. 86 U.S. Carrollton. This blue CBS label will be a reissue from 86. This was originally on Jet Records, so this is technically a reissue. However, beautiful vinyl, still a vintage copy, still has the inner sleeve. There's Randy Rhoads, there's Ozzy, and let's get it for a $40 start. I love side one of that record, especially You Can't Kill Rock and Roll, Flying High Again. 3 people on Pure Prairie League. The first was Michael Peevler, then Tommy Flowers, then Slicker Van Slyke. The Winks, Too Hot to Be This Cool, EX $14.99. Now, I'm sure William Simmons would love for me to sell Pink Floyd to him for $85. There's 3 problems. Derek Thomas hadn't set out, Robert Warner hadn't set out, and I'm pretty sure there was at least one other bidder. I was going to make sure they were done. Actually, Derek Thomas did set out, so I'm going to give it like 10 more seconds. And then, William, I think you're going to end up with that. Joe's Garage, Frank Zappa, EX condition, $29.99. Ozzy has bids for $40 and $40. That was a pretty solid check condition bin there that Laura has prepared for us. We have another one like that. I'm going to run through these titles one more time. And if you didn't hear what I said earlier, we've got 3 more crates of vintage or pre-owned records to go through, 2 more crates of new vinyl, and we've got plenty later tonight of on sale. And we will be doing a stream tomorrow night. I'll be here. I'm thinking about maybe starting a little bit late, but I was late anyways tonight, 7:20. Sorry I was late. Long story. And then Pink Floyd is sold to William Simmons. And that's sold for $85. Nice pickup there. Complete uncut Pink Floyd concert. We had that already from Dale's collection. I listened to it. It sounds great if you've never heard it before, William. And Ozzy has a high bid of $50. Here's what's left in this bin. So after you get done eating your hot dogs and shoving hamburgers in your mouth and scooping out ice cream, hop on tomorrow night. I'll be here discounting vintage OG records. The Django Reinhardt. If you want a price, let me know. Larry Gatlin, the Allman Brothers, you got to have that. Journey is still there. Steppenwolf is still there. Hank Williams, the Eagles, CCR, Mott the Hoople, Aaron Hamilton, Stephen Steele, Car Wash, Undisputed Truth, Sir Julian, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Quicksilver, John Bishop, the Jaguars, the Winks, and Frank Zappa. Aussies at $50. Any Van Morrison. Now, are you looking for new stuff, sealed stuff, vintage stuff, autographed, promo? What exactly do you mean by any Van Morrison? And I will try my best to answer your question. That's a very, I kind of get what you're saying, but maybe if you could narrow it down for me. Here is our next pre-order. Van Morrison. Now playing. See, you just never know what's going to pop up. That's what I tell everybody. You just got to wait and see what happens. Van Morrison now playing Rhino, Sounds of the Summer on blue vinyl. This is Van Morrison. This is called Now Playing, a.k.a. a Greatest Hits, or at least a compilation. Van Morrison, this is one of those new releases. Blue vinyl. This is out July 5th, 2024. They're only $26.99. And James Goggin wants one. $26.99. Van Morrison. There's a lot of pre-orders, though. If you for sure want one, I'd go ahead and comment right now. This is Van Morrison Now Playing. And let me read off everybody who got one. This was a big pre-order. They come out to Friday. First was Fred Carnell. There's one for Fred. Also Thomas Baumhart and Michael Bohannon. Thomas Baumhart and Michael Bohannon. Now wait for your name. And if you hear me call off your name for a pre-order and you claim one, let me know, or you'll end up with two on your invoice. Sherry Darnell and Jerry Stone. Jerry Stone and Sherry Darnell. Those are sold and sold. And let's give one to Lisa Stanton. And I'm going to go ahead and get a new empty crate because this one's quite full with the Rats and the Van Morrison. Rats and Van Morrison there. But yeah, Rhino's doing this new series. You know, there's Start Your Ear Off Right. They do Start Your Ear Off Right. They do Rocktober. Now they're starting to do this thing called Sounds of the Summer, where they put out a whole series of exclusives, really cool comps, and unique releases, all for the summer months. And then the next comment was Dennis Jackson. He said, "Were we ever that young?" I don't know what that means. So I'll skip over him for right now, and I'll give one to Larry Drish, and I'll give one to George Jones. So Larry Drish and George Jones. And then we got Leslie Silvley and Andrea Wilson. Leslie Silvley and Andrea Wilson. There's two more. Kara Bauer and Stephanie Wildwoman. There's one for Kara Bauer. There's one for Stephanie Wildwoman. And let me pause there and go ahead and get a new auction going because I've got several more Van Morrison names to read off. And let's put up Captain Beyond. This is a 1972 Japanese pressing. It does have the insert, but no obi. Japanese Captain Beyond. Self-titled, $35 start. All right, next was Rick Haney and George Buchanan on Van Morrison. So there's Rick Haney and there's George Buchanan. And then we have three more. Bill Sammis, Richard Yeager, and Jennifer Schrader. Bill Sammis, Richard Yeager, and Jennifer Schrader. Now, Jennifer Schrader and George Jones both bought one. I wonder if that means they only need one. That happens a lot, too. Husbands and wives on different accounts buy the same record, and we always have to put them back. It happens all the time. So there's only 3 Van Morrisons left. I think we're going to have a waiting list. Great track listing on this, too. 20 Into the Mystics on here. Moondance Caravan, Domino, Blue Money, $26.99. $26.99. I've only got 3, but we can start a waiting list. The first person to claim one was James Goggin. I didn't even time that. He literally said any Van Morrison, and this was the next record. James Goggin gets one. Christopher Allen gets one. And Michael Ober gets one. Let's officially start a waiting list. If you don't want on a waiting list, let me know. If not, I'm going to put you on there. Angela Leckington, Daniel Cody, Jane Fink, and Jerry Johnson. 4 people were officially sold out. Now, sorry, I got to get back up here to Ozzy. Ozzy is an 86 U.S. reissue and shrink wrap. Pete Weisgarber has it for $55, final call. He's the high bidder. Everybody else is out. And then Captain Beyond has one bid with Nick Orlando for $35. Angela is for sure on the Van Morrison waiting list. Those will be here Monday. I'll tell you why. Typically, I would say here they would be here tomorrow. I don't think they're shipping tomorrow. So, yeah, it'll probably be Monday on these because it's a holiday. The new vinyls, we'll have new stuff delivered on Friday, but it's pretty much done as far as waiting lists because it's a holiday. Hey, I forgot. I didn't even know these came in. Miles Davis Tutu. Great. Let's read off the pre-order for this. This is the new Rhino High Fidelity release. A lot of people were excited to see that we had these. Miles Davis Tutu, 180-gram vinyl, cut from the original master tape by Kevin Gray, pressed at optimal, heavy, gatefold jacket, includes liner notes, and they've done 5,000 of them. These are 39 AAA, all analog recording. We have 8 comments on the pre-orders, $39.99. And let me read off everybody who got one. Peter Mazzolino was first, and then Zachary P, Zachary Pabalipiki. That's why I say Zachary P. And so there's Peter's, there's Zachary, there's Chris Kirkley, there's 2 more sold. So Zachary P and Chris Kirkley. Scott Smith, somebody commented, I have the original. I guess that means they didn't want one. And then Richard Yeager, Cynthia Herdron, and Daniel Cody. So those are the last 3 there. Richard Yeager, Cynthia Herdron, and Daniel Cody. All right, and those are all gone. So the pre-order for Miles Davis was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Peter Mazzolino, Zachary P, Chris Kirkley, Scott Smith, Richard Yeager, Cynthia Herdron, and Daniel Cody. $39.99. All right, nobody else bid against Pete on Ozzy, right? Nope. Pete, I'm going to go ahead and sell this to you for $55. Did anybody else bid on Captain Beyond? There was a new bid. So the Nick Orlando bid $35. Kill for Peace bid $40. Jerry Johnson, you're on the waiting list for Van Morrison. You're on the waiting list for Van Morrison, and there's 3 Miles Davis tutus left. Michael Obrick wants one. Now, I'll tell you, and Scott Smith will tell you, because he's been collecting these, if you're remotely interested, I would grab one right now. These are limited edition. You're talking about an audiophile jazz record for just $39.99. That's not a bad price for something like this. It's in a gatefold jacket. If you're on the fence, I would say now. I doubt if I were to order those again, I could get any more. Not a sales pitch. Just saying, I doubt I can get any more of those because I don't know if we're even going to get all the John Coltrane's we ordered. And I ordered like 5 extras. I'm going to take a drink of Monster. I usually say I'm confident in being able to get anything else again on new vinyl. These here have been quite desirable. For example, they did a Cars. I couldn't even get the Cars, and it's sold out through Rhino's website. It's gone. They're not going to make any more. 5,000 and done. The other one was Black Sabbath. And same thing. They just did that through their website. I think they did 5,000 and done. So Christopher Allen gets one, Patrick Smith. Now, James Bragg, hopefully I get more. You'll be first on the waiting list if that's okay. I'm definitely going to try to get more because it's a very desirable record, being all analog. So James Bragg first on the waiting list. If anybody else wants one, let me know. All right. And Captain Beyond's at 60. Next, this is just a random restock, Megadeth Dystopia. I got 2 copies, Megadeth Dystopia, $29.99. Let's get a third auction going. I have going up for auction right now, without further ado, at this moment. I'm saying all that because I don't know. We'll try this Jimi Hendrix record. This is a 1979 German pressing. It's called Jimi Hendrix, My Best Friend. It is actually Jimi Hendrix, and it's a $25 start. Jimi Hendrix. It's a vintage bootleg. Actually, Laura didn't put unofficial. Some of these may be official. They're just like borderline official, if that makes sense. Jimi Hendrix, $25 start. 2 copies of Megadeth. That's the only thing left in there. Dystopia. And whatever this next record is, we got a bunch of them. Genesis. The new Genesis. Another start or Sounds of Summer. Genesis Sounds of Summer. And I actually almost didn't. This is why I try to post as many pre-orders as possible. I almost didn't post this because the OGs come through quite often. And we sell them, but we just get them so often. I was like, does somebody really want a new copy of this? Because we get OGs quite often. And then I post it, and I think we pre-sold like 15 of them. So Genesis is on sea blue colored vinyl. It has a great song on it, Follow You, Follow Me. It's a gatefold. It's one of those new Rhino exclusives on blue vinyl. Here's the pre-order. They're $29.99. Peter Mazzolino got one, Larry Drish got one, and Scott Beebe got one. But what I've come to realize is a lot of people don't want OGs. They want brand new sealed copies of even these classic, well-in-print records. It's just like when I posted Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits that time. I was like, I'm going to post this to see if anybody actually wants a new sealed Linda Ronstadt Greatest Hits. And we pre-sold like 22 of them that time. I was like, man, that's because, you know, the OGs, we get them all the time. But a lot of people want new sealed stuff, like Jerry Stone. He was next on the list. Jerry prefers new and sealed. That's Jerry Stone's. And then Joe Valentine got one, and then Richard Yeager. So there's one for Joe Valentine. There's one for Richard Yeager. We have Katie Gomez, and we have Paul Brothers. So I've got 2, 4, 5 Genesis left, and then there were 3. Gatefold, clear vinyl, $29.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. The pre-order was Peter Mazzolino, Larry Drish, Jerry Stone, Joe Valentine, Richard Yeager, Katie Gomez, and Paul Brothers. That should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah. And that is, I got messed up because Toed Tomlin commented, got an OG. So he doesn't need one then. All right, so there's 5 extras of those. Genesis. All right, Captain Beyond's at $75. Kill for Peace, you're outbid. Let me know if you want back in. This is a Japanese pressing. No Obi, but very nice. Final call for $75. Nobody bid on Jimi Hendrix. I'm going to make that a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now on that. So the only thing left in there is Genesis, and then there were 3 sea blue colored vinyl. To my knowledge, the only time it's ever been pressed on colored vinyl. Very, very cool. $29.99. 2 copies of Megadeth, and then from the very first bin, here's some other new vinyl that was left over, just in case you didn't see it. I'm going to go ahead and put it all in the same bin so I can go back through it later again tonight. Living Color, we got 2 extra copies. The pre-order did come through, $39.99. Creator, Violent Revolution, last copy, $36.99, and only 1 Kraftwerk, $34.99 on that. William Simmons does get the Jimi Hendrix for $25. Nice. So that's all the new vinyl. And then over here next to me is the most recent new vinyl from end of last week on that. So Paul Brothers, I got you down for Genesis. Thank you. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I have a lot of OG records, but man, whenever a new one comes out, I'm kind of always curious how they sound. How well have they remastered it? Because for me, I'm here for the highs and lows. How good can they make it sound? Especially if it's an album I like. I don't mind having 5 different ones to experiment with. You can eventually sell them. Just because you have 5 doesn't mean you got to keep 5. You can sell them. You can sell them to us. You can sell them any way you want to. You can give them to a friend. Here's a Genesis album. This will change your life, friend. All right. So, new crate here from Paul. Let's see what Paul has for us. Give me 1 second. Let's see. First, we have The Animals Retrospective, a Target exclusive, sealed. Awesome. 2 LP, sealed Animals, essentially greatest hits, $29.99. Charlie Musselwhite, Going Back Down South. Charlie Musselwhite on our Hulu, that's $19.99. Alice in Chains Facelift, $32.99 for Alice in Chains. And Sun Seals Live and Burning. Sun Seals is $19.99. Captain Beyond is sold to Nick Orlando for $90. Nick Orlando for $90. Next is the Beatles Hard Day's Night. And we've got Dolly Parton, both going up for auction. The Beatles, A Hard Day's Night. I'm going to get Led Zeppelin going after this. This is the Beatles, A Hard Day's Night. A 69 Japanese pressing with insert. No Obi, $30 start. It's been a hard day's night, and I've been working like a dog. The Beatles. Cool cover. Check that out. You won't see that on any U.S. releases. That cover is kind of unique to Japan. And then Dolly was a Record Store Day edition. It's called the Monument Singles Collection, which the first major label she was ever on was Monument. Dolly actually has a 45 she did when she was a kid. It's called Puppy Love. It's on a very obscure label. It's about a $2,000 record in really high-grade condition. It's about a $500 record in really low-grade condition. But her first major label was Monument. She actually has some singles on Monument. She has a song that's borderline like a psychedelic rock song. If I can find it, if I can recognize it, Don't Drop Out. I had it one time on a single, and we sold it on eBay for like $170 about 5 years ago. But she experimented genres there for a couple singles. She recorded or cut a couple things that are borderline like not country. It's really cool. She could have been in a rock, she could have been a female, some of those really cool female rock groups of the 60s. She could have been a vocalist in one of those. She had a very cool voice for some of that stuff. She just went country. Probably she wouldn't be where she was if she hadn't have. Who knows? Only a time machine could tell us. Michael Nath on Sun Seals. The Beatles has a bid for 30. And we have Adele. Adele is on clear vinyl. 2 LP, $19.99 for Adele. Coldplay, A Rush of Blood to the Head. Coldplay is sealed. Paul says he's unsure which pressing it is because it's sealed. Coldplay is $34.99. The Byrds, Time Between, a tribute to the Byrds. Tribute to the Byrds, a 1989 US, $14.99. And Kim Foley and Ben Vaughn, Kings of Saturday Night, a 1995 pressing, only time on vinyl, $29.99. Only time on vinyl. I wish I could remember the name of that Dolly single. Let me search my phone right quick. $29.99. Billy Joel, 52nd Street. Billy Joel is sealed, $26.99. J.D. Conklin on Coldplay. That's sold to J.D. Conklin. And Alice in Chains, We Die Young. Record Store Day, $24.99. I usually auction that. Record Store Day, $24.99. Alice in Chains, We Die Young. I'm going to search for a keyword. You can search your photos for a keyword. I searched Dolly on my camera roll, and I have 349 pictures with the word Dolly in it. I've taken a lot of pictures of Dolly on my phone. There it is. Yeah, Don't Drop Out. That's what I thought it was. There it is. Dolly, Don't Drop Out. Yep, that's the 45. That's a really cool song. I think that's the one that it's on that compilation too. Don't Drop Out. Let me look it up right quick. Let me see if this is it. Okay, sorry for the distraction. Something like that gets on my mind. I have to figure out what's going on. J.D. Conklin got Coldplay. Dolly got bids for $35.40. Josh Tanner first to Alice in Chains. Then Travis Wade. Then Chris Frazier. Then Leslie Sibley. Then Jim Davis. Dolly has a bid for $42. Then Beatles has a bid for $45. Then Angela on Alice in Chains. Let me see if this is the song. Yeah, it's almost like a pop rock single. That was it. Just making sure. Stone Temple Pilots. This is $24.99. Stone Temple Pilots, $24.99. Sounds nothing like country. That's a Stone Temple Pilots greatest hits. First time ever on vinyl. The Beatles, Let It Be, is a sealed half-speed master. The Beatles, Let It Be, $27.99. That's sealed. And Generation Radio, $19.99. Generation Radio. Keith Urban's Number Ones Volume 2, that's sealed $24.99. Greg Brown on STP, that's sold to Greg Brown, Stone Temple Pilots, then Leslie Sibley. And Chris Stapleton, Starting Over. Chris Stapleton is sealed $29.99. We have, is this Coheed and Cambria? What is this here? Boy, there's no writing on it. $79.99. There's nothing on the spine. I think it's Coheed and Cambria, isn't it? Well, there's another one in here. Hold on a second. Nope, that's a different pressing. Yeah, here we go. Coheed and Cambria, Vaxxis 2, A Window of the Waking Mind. So there's 3 versions Paul has out for us. This one is sealed on transparent blue vinyl for $29.99. This one's opened on orange with pink swirls, no extras, for $69.99. And then this one is a tour exclusive on cloudy orange colored vinyl. So 3 different variants, all different prices. It's all the same album, Coheed and Cambria. So $29 sealed, $69 and $79. Tour exclusive, orange and pink, and then transparent blue is sealed, if anybody wants that right there. All right, Tommy Flowers on GR. That was Generation Radio. Mark Lent wants Coheed and Cambria orange. So just to confirm, you want the orange with pink swirls, $69.99. Angela Lewis wants Coheed Blue. That is sold, and that just leaves the tour exclusive, which was probably sold at a merch tent, $79.99. I'm going to mute my mic right quick, take a drink of Monster. All right, and then the blue was $29.99. I got to update our auctions, but let me show this. $19.99. Paul sent me a picture. He said, "You have this, right?" And I said, "Yes." It's Count Basie playing James Bond music. Very cool cover. It's in shrink wrap. $19.99. That Dolly song sounds like the Shirelles. That's a great way to describe it. A girl group. Sounds like a 60s girl group song. That was what I was looking for. Girl group. The Beatles is a Japanese pressing. Mike Torrey's just went out. D.K. Evans has that for $65. And then the Dolly sealed. Robert Philippi bid $45. And that means Robert Warner, you're out. Everybody else is out. Robert Philippi has that for a final call, $45. Angela, I've already got yours pulled. So there's one Coheed and Cambria left. Coldplay, Parachutes. This has their hit song Yellow on it. Coldplay is sealed, $29.99. A lot of people's been asking for Coldplay. I hadn't ordered any. Luckily, there's some in this pre-owned bin. This is the Cranberries' greatest hits. It's called Dreams, $29.99. And Crash Test Dummies. I need to reorder that record. I forgot about that too. God Shuffled His Feet. That's sealed, $32.99. Paul says MMM, which is a song. Is that I've never listened to that. I think I listened to that first song, but I don't think I've listened to that. That must be something prolific. Sealed, $29.99. And No One Sings Like You Anymore, which is from the song Black Hole Sun, which is Chris Cornell. This is Chris Cornell, sealed, $29.99. First, we have Angela Lewis sold. We have Robert Warner out on Dolly. And then we have Angela Lewis first on Cranberries. And then Paul Oakley on Crash Test Dummies. Mike Torrey's wants the Beatles Let It Be. That's sold to Mike Torrey's, the half-speed master of that. J.D. Conklin wants Coldplay. And Angela Lewis, you were second. You were second on the Crash Test Dummies. John Franz wants Chris Cornell. That's sold to John Franz. And that means we can sell these auctions. That means D.K. Evans, you get the Beatles for $65. And that means Dolly Parton is sold to Robert Philippi for $45. And Robert, that has that song I was talking about. Dumb Blonde was one of her first big singles. That's on her very first debut. Yeah, Don't Drop Out's on there. I got to listen to it again. I really don't remember it. I just remember I was going to look it up on Discogs, see if it's still as expensive as it was. What is it? It's 45-92. I'll try to look that up right quick. 45-92 is the catalog number. The Chipmunks, I didn't know they repressed any of these. That's truly a Walmart exclusive. That's one of those that's truly not just a color, but that's not in print through any of my other distributors. The Chipmunks' greatest hits, $24.99. When I say sometimes it's truly a Walmart exclusive, that means it's a title that only Walmart has done. The jacket, the artist, the music, because I've never seen that available to order. Let's go ahead and do the Led Zeppelin. Oh boy. Let's see what this is. I get starting to get nervous. I'm holding a Led Zeppelin record. If nobody else knew what I was doing right now, they'd think there was something seriously wrong with me. All right, so we have Led Zeppelin Platinum. Led Zeppelin Platinum is a 1985 U.S. pressing, an unofficial. It collects the show Led Zeppelin played at Vast National in Belgium, 1980. EX condition. It's a 2 LP, trademark of quality, $45 start. Wow, how'd you like to be at that? I wish. That's probably, that's correct. Some of these bootlegs have completely incorrect photos, but that looks like the Nebworth photos. Same kind of outfits and everything. So that's probably pretty correct looking. That's how Jimmy Page looked. That's how his hair looked. That's how he looked. That's probably actual photos. $45 start. I'm not saying from that concert, but definitely from the right era. And It's a 2 LP. It's just the first part of the show, though. So it's a lot of music on here, as you can see, but it's only the first part of the show. So nothing's missing. This is how it came. 2 LPs. However, it's not the complete concert, just an asterisk next to that. However, it's not like it's missing records or anything. That's how the bootleg was done. All right, and then we have Steamin' with the Miles Davis Quintet. This is a 2015 mono reissue, $25 start. Miles Davis, Steamin', 2015 mono, $25 start. All right, I left off by Nobody on the Chipmunks. I'm surprised. Dave Matthews Band, Under the Table and Dreamin'. Dave Matthews Band is $34.99. And we have Journey, Live in Houston, Escape Tour. I remember when this came out. Very popular. Houston, white, and red. Interesting. Sealed, $29.99. Target exclusive. That's colored vinyl. Journey. Keith Urban, The Speed of Now, Part 1. Keith Urban is on red and yellow colored vinyl, $19.99. And we have The Best of the Judds, Love Can Build a Bridge. The Judds is sealed, $24.99. And then there is a regular Journey Escape, just the studio album, a Walmart exclusive remaster. That's sealed $24.99. Pete was first on Journey. He definitely wants this one. That is sold to Pete. And this crate over here next to me is completely full. So let me go ahead. I didn't even realize I had filled this thing up. By the way, we're on a crate of new vintage or technically pre-owned records right now. And what we're going to do is we're going to go through these, and then we're going to go through more, and then we're going to go through even more. So if you're just joining us, welcome. I'd say we're about, I don't think we're even halfway through vinyl right now. We're probably we're almost at the halfway point for LPs tonight, as far as new stuff, and then we'll be doing vintage for a good solid couple hours, just FYI. All right, and we have, Patty says the pick is from the Arms concert. Patty would know. Big Led Zeppelin buff. Led Zeppelin 55. Pete got the first Journey, and then Romelu wants the Judds. Miles Davis is near mint minus. Paul had no conditional, or Laura had no conditional. So near mint minus. Leslie, you were second on the Judds. There's another Journey, and Led Zeppelin's at $60. A Target exclusive of American Beauty. Grateful Dead, Truckin', Limeade colored vinyl, sealed, $29.99. Led Zeppelin's now at $60, but Bill Samus is already at $60. Now playing Gordon Lightfoot, and that's on green vinyl. Gord's green vinyl, sealed. That's a colored vinyl, now playing, $24.99. The Goo Goo Dolls Greatest Hits, Coca-Cola bottle clear vinyl. That's also sealed for $24.99. Cat Stevens, Teaser and the Fire Cat, 50th anniversary remaster. That is also sealed, $24.99. Rick Berrien wants the Grateful Dead. That is sold to Rick. Thank you, Rick. And we have Celine Dion, Let's Talk About Love. 2 LP Opaque Orange limited edition. Celine Dion is sealed for $39.99. And Cheap Trick Authorized Greatest Hits, a 2 LP clear vinyl, $34.99. $34.99 on that. All right. So Led Zeppelin 60, Rick on Dead, Jeff Dedman on Goo Goos, Paul Brothers put GG also for Goo Goos, and Romelu wants Celine Dion. All right. So Miles Davis did not get a bid. It's a $25 buy it now. A 2015, obviously a reissue. This album came out in like the late 50s, early 60s probably. $25 buy it now. Miles Davis and Romelu gets that. Still lots of biddings on Led Zeppelin's at 65. Romelu first, then Matt Barnhill, and then Angela on Cheap Trick. All righty. So I'm still trying to figure out this Dolly record. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, there's none for sale. It's a rare one. Yeah, this Dolly record here, that one I was talking about. Yeah, so right now, the last sold $227 back in May, none for sale. And then the other version of the promo, there's none for sale. And the last one sold for $75, and it was in G+ condition. So very low grade for $75. So Dolly's got some rare stuff out there. Have you ever seen anything with Dolly Parton written on it? You might want to take a look at it because there's some rare, expensive Dolly stuff out there. I know we see a lot of the same albums over and over, but 78s or 45s and some of the promo stuff on albums, quite pricey. There's some stuff out there I've sold for some crazy prices. All right. I don't know what this is, but it looks very interesting. Fleetwood Mac, a special radio sampler from the Tusk album. At first, I thought it was a bootleg. This is actually an official promo item from Warner Brothers Records. It is a special radio sampler from Fleetwood Mac Tusk. 6 songs on here. A white label promo, $25 start. No condition notes. No condition notes on that. That is Fleetwood Mac, $25 start. Led Zeppelin's at $75, and Fleetwood Mac already has a bid for $25. I'm going to read these titles in here one more time very quickly. If you needing questions, just let me know. I'm just probably going to read the titles. The Animals retrospective is still available. That's on orange vinyl. It's a 2 LP greatest hits like House of the Rising Sun and Don't Let Me Be Misunderstood and It's My Life and We Got to Get Out of This Place and CC Rider and Don't Make Me... That's some great stuff by the Animals. Orange vinyl, sealed, $29.99. Charlie Musselwhite, Alice in Chains Facelift. These are normally $36.99. Anytime Paul gets a record in like this in a collection that's still sealed, he usually comes up here and sees what they are in the bins, and then he'll go $5, sometimes $10 cheaper. So we have these over here for $36.99. That one's $32.99, so it's a little bit cheaper than what we normally sell them for. David Campbell gets Alice in Chains. Justin Cleveland gets the Animals. I love the Animals music, especially those songs. That's so to Justin. Fleetwood Mac, I think, has a bid of 50 with K-Star. Is that right? And then Led Zeppelin, just for clarification, the most highest bidder right now on Led Zeppelin is Brian Jones at $80. Brian Jones at $80. Price on Billy Joel. Billy Joel, Dennis Daly, is blue vinyl from Walmart, sealed, $26.99. We have Adele on clear vinyl for $19.99. The Byrds, Time Between, tribute to the Byrds. The Byrds is $14.99. Kim Foley and Ben Vaughn is a 95 press, only time ever on vinyl, $29.99. Keith Urban's Number Ones Volume 2, grape colored vinyl, Walmart exclusive, sealed, $24.99. $24.99. Keith Urban, Volume 2 on that one. So Fleetwood Mac, K-Star does have a bid of $50. Dennis Daly does want the Billy Joel. And now Led Zeppelin has a new bid for $85. We have Chris Stapleton, Starting Over, sealed. Chris Stapleton, $29.99. And then we sold 2 of these. They were different. Here's the last one. It's the tour exclusive of Coheed and Cambria, $79.99. Basie meets Bond, which is Count Basie doing James Bond stuff like the 007 theme, Goldfinger, Thunderball from Russia with Love, and then the classic James Bond theme, $19.99. Mike Torres wants the Keith Urban Volume 2. That's so to Mike Torres. We have the Chipmunks Greatest Hits. That's on bubblegum pink vinyl, sealed, $24.99. Dave Matthews Band, Under the Table and Dreamin', remastered, analog, $34.99. Keith Urban, The Speed of Now, Part 1, red and yellow colored vinyl, $19.99. Journey is sealed. Escape, Don't Stop Believin', Stone in Love, Who's Crying Now, $24.99. Open Arms is also on that album. Clear vinyl, and the last 2 was Cat Stevens. Teaser and the Firecat has some great songs on it. This was originally $26.99 new. Now it's $24.99. Peace Train's on here. Moon Shadow, $24.99. And then Gord Dunn Lightfoot, now playing, also known as Greatest Hits. Green vinyl, sealed, $24.99. If You Could Read My Mind, The Summer Side of Life, Sundown, Carefree Highway, Rainy Day People, The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, Daylight Katie, Come On. Those are all great songs. $24.99. Legendary. Paul Brothers Wants the Chipmunk. That is sold to Paul Brothers. Yeah, when I first showed that, I was like, oh, there'll be 5-7 people on that one. Paul was first and Susie. Chris Frazier wants Gordon Lightfoot. So did Chris Frazier. Been selling a lot of Lightfoot lately. Now, I think everybody's done on this. Fleetwood Mac, K-Star has it for $50. Final call. And then Bill Samus came in on the Zeppelin at $85. Final call. This is, I think, one of the first Zeppelin boots we've sold for less than $100 if Bill Samus ends up with it. $85. It's a live concert from 1980. The last year Led Zeppelin was touring before John Bottom died June 5th. That was getting close. That's got to be one of their last concerts there. Final call for $85. All right, I'm going to put these over here and empty this bin. And we have another crate of new releases to go through. A lot of the stuff that was delivered today was new releases, a lot of new releases. And, of course, tomorrow we won't be getting mail. And then Friday, the rest of the stuff, I always get new releases, of course. And then we get a lot of, I go through my distributor's catalogs and I order random stuff. I'm like, oh, okay, we need some Modest Mouse. Click, click, click. I'll order 2 or 3 different ones. Oh, we need, I don't know, we need some Lucero. Click, click, click. I'll order a couple of different ones. That kind of stuff should be here Friday. A lot of new releases came in today. Clifford Umstead is in on Led Zeppelin at 90. Bill Samus, you've been outbid. K-Star, you get this for $50. Now, K-Star, I know you've bought from us before. I'm almost positive. I'm pretty sure you bought this before or bought from us before, but remind me if you're new, and I apologize, but I'm pretty sure you have bought from us before. That's so due for $50. All right. Led Zeppelin's final concert was July 7th. I thought so. Yeah, I thought that was close because I knew he died not too long after that, or right in the middle of that tour, perhaps. I can't really remember how that went. Led Zeppelin, $100. Bill Samus. Okay, so here's another new release, and this is the Eagles, which, when I seen this, once again, they actually bill this as an indie exclusive, and a couple people asked, including Paul Brothers, I believe, like, what is this different? Is this any different than the one that comes in the box set? This is technically an indie exclusive, and I think the only thing that's really unique about this is it's never been released as like a standalone title reissued. It's never been reissued as like a standalone title. This has always been, it's never been in print as a standalone title, and then they put it in that box set. But I think what's indie exclusive about this is it's the first time it's been released as a standalone LP, which Volume 2 came out with the Hotel California songs on it. So this was also a big seller, Volume 2. Hotel California's on here, Heartache Tonight, Seven Bridges, Victim of Love, Sad Cafe, Life in the Fast Lane, I Can't Tell You Why, New Kid in Town. I mean, everything on there is a hit. Amazing, their catalog, the Eagles. $29.99, so new and sealed. Really cool hype sticker on there. And let me read off everybody who pre-ordered it. This is $29.99. Comes out Friday. And this is $29.99. Kara Bauer was the first one to claim one. K-Star has bought from us before. Okay, thank you and welcome back. You got the Fleetwood Mac for $50. So we got your information. You're good to go. Bill Samus, you get the Led Zeppelin for $100. Before I go too deep here on the Eagles, let me go ahead and call that sold. If you know for sure you want one, go ahead and claim it. And let's get 3 Doors Down up for auction. And let's go ahead and put, I got some more cool bootlegs in here, but let me go to the back and see what's up with this. We had a lot of people interested in Van Halen last night. And then here's a 3 Doors Down record. So let's see what's going on with this. We have 3 Doors Down, Away from the Sun, a 2023. The barcode matches the 20th anniversary edition on orange vinyl, but it's sealed, so we can't verify it. But Laura says when you scan the barcode, it comes up as the colored vinyl 20th anniversary edition. 3 Doors Down is a $25 start, Away from the Sun. And then Van Halen is a 78 U.S. Jacksonville repress. VG Plus condition, $20 start on that. Van Halen, a 78 U.S. Jacksonville repress. Now, the Eagles. First was Kara Bauer. I've already pulled her copy. And then we had Greg Rogers and Chris Kirkley. Catherine Lutz and Marsha French. Also Tony Freeman and Scott Beebe. And next was Fred Cardinale. And then next was Paul Brothers, about it being any different than the double pack. And Paul, I'm sorry I didn't answer you because I really didn't know. They told me it was an indie exclusive, but that's the only details they really told me. I was curious what the hype sticker would say. So, Paul, if you want one, let me know. And then we got Stacy Brown, we got Douglas Sirocco, and we have Dave Kavanaugh. And those are all sold and sold. And about the only thing exclusive I can think about it is this the first time it's been reissued as a standalone LP, Volume 2. a modern reissue of it. Of course, y'all know Volume 1. We have 3 copies of that every night. It's one of the best-selling albums of all time. This one sold a lot too. Okay, but I didn't really know what this was till I was looking at them right now. And then we have Clifford Umstead, Romelu C, and Bubba 77775. We're definitely going to have a waiting list. I only had 3 extras. So Clifford, Romelu, and Bubba. Let's put Jane Fink on a waiting list. Jeff Debin bid 30. Angela Lewis on a waiting list. 3 Doors Down 35. 3 Doors Down 40. So there's 3 people on a waiting list. 2 people. Jane Fink and Angela Lewis on the Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2. I think Paul or Doug might have special ordered this for somebody. I'll go ahead and show it, but I'm going to set it aside. This is the very best of the Beach Boys. 60th anniversary, 30 remastered tracks, $49.99. I need to ask Doug right quick if he ordered that for somebody. I believe he did. And then as of right now, I know they're already going to ship me 2 more. This was an allocated pre-order. The soundtrack to Fallout. Maybe I have enough, but once again, another pre-order. I was like, you know what? I'll throw that up for pre-order. And we sold a lot more than I expected. There's 6 comments. Let me see how many people actually wanted one. Right now, I've only got 3 copies, and this is Fallout, the original Amazon series soundtrack, limited edition blue vinyl, $38.99. It's supposed to be $38.99. I mispriced these. These need to be $2 more. Sorry, I accidentally wrote 36. They're $38.99. Fallout. And this is 2 LP gatefold, printed inner sleeves, 1 yellow, 1 blue. Fallout. And I have a feeling I'm getting more, but right now I've only got 3. Logan Gunter was first, and then Allison Clemens. Allison Clemens was next. Allison Clemens from the pre-order. This is 5 weeks ago. And then Chris Kirkley. Chris Kirkley. So Chris Kirkley. And let me get that off there. And Chris Kirkley was third. So right now, still on the pre-order, if whoever's watching the sale don't care to jot this down, Jeremy Vite, Paul Brothers, and Kenny Heathcock. So 3 people still from the pre-order. And then if anybody else wants one right now, hopefully they send more. If not, I'll try with another distributor. The original Amazon series soundtrack, Fallout. And we've got 3 people, and then Greg Brown also added to that list. 3 Doors Down, by the way, has a high bid with Michael Nath at $45. Van Halen, to my knowledge, doesn't have a bid yet. No bid on Van Halen. A 78 US Jacksonville repress, $20 start on that. And here's a random 3 Days Grace, 1X. 3 Days Grace is $28.99. 3 Days Grace is $28.99. That crate is empty. Let's go ahead and go through this other crate that Laura has got marked for us. And we got more vintage stuff to go through. Lots of great new releases for this Friday. And, of course, some other stuff from a different distributor should be here on Friday. Some stuff they hold. Sometimes they have, like, these strict release dates where they actually schedule these deliveries to where we don't get stuff on Friday, especially if it's new music. David Campbell waitlist. That might be it. I hadn't went to my laptop all night. Well, I did for that first thing. 3 Days Grace. Let me look right over here. David 3, or I might abbreviated 3 DG Grace. I must have misspelled something. John Grace, 3 Days Grace. David Campbell. David Campbell, I got you taken care of. Thank you for the reminder. All right, that's what that was. So, Michael Nath, you have 3 Doors Down. That was 3 Days Grace. 3 Doors Down. Jeff's out. Michael Nath has that for $50. And James Vasquez has Van Halen for $27. All right, that's where we're at. I'm going to ask Doug. Let me text in the group right quick about this. Let me send them a picture of this right quick. Boop. And special order. Texting everybody in our group chat right now. Whose is this? Sometimes Doug replies to messages for people, and he'll go ahead and just order something, and then by the time it gets here, I forget whose it is. He probably tells me, and I forget, and then it's my fault. Because he always tells me, but I forget who the stuff's for. I don't write it down. I don't get a sticky note across my desk, and then it's over. 3 Days Grace is $28.99. Now, if I'm watching the sale when we have a waiting list, it's usually pretty accurate. Van Halen's at 30, and Three Doors Down Details. This is called Three Doors Down, Away from the Sun. It's most likely the 20th anniversary pressing on colored vinyl. The high bid is $50 of Michael Nath, and it's a final call. We're about to sell it. Now, this is a crate of new vintage stuff. We have check condition records. Laura says check condition records, and then this little pocket up front is non-check condition records. So the first ones we're about to go through are check condition. And thanks everybody for joining us on this July 3rd. Welcome. And if you are here for records, you have found the right place. We still got about a half a crate of auctions to go through. Technically 2 more bins, counting this one and the next one from Paul, of new stuff to go through. Excuse me. And then guess what? We're going to be doing half off stuff. We're going to be doing buy it now best offer stuff. And then later tonight, we got to go through posters. But I will say this, poster people, is I gave everybody the day off today. I texted earlier in our group chat and I said, you know what? The store's closed. We're not opening. Nobody show up for work. Paid vacation day. Enjoy your day off. Enjoy the 4th of July. Spend time with your family. Whatever you want to do. But that means I still got to be here to get everything done for the sale. I got to price records, get auctions ready. So I'm going to have a long night ahead of me since I just told everybody they can have the day off. Barry White, dedicated. Barry White is an EX edition, $17.99. Barry White, dedicated. We have Joan Armour Trading, To the Limit. Joan Armour Trading is EX edition, $9.99. Sly and the Family Stone, fresh. Sly and the Family Stone is EX condition, $29.99 for Sly. Mr. T, Conway Twitty, EX edition, $9.99. There is some writing on the cover, EX $9.99, and Zager and Evans in the year 2525, EX $14.99. Three Doors Down is sold to Michael Nath for $50, and Van Halen is Rick Peabody, you're out. So it's between you and James Vasquez. James Vasquez has it for $30. Scott Oman wants Conway Twitty. That's sold to Scott Oman. And Ginger Baker at his best. Ginger Baker is EX condition, $24.99. The top right corner is cut. There's some writing on the cover, $24.99. How much is $25.25? It is EX condition, $14.99. Bobby Humphrey, Blacks and Blues. Bobby Humphrey is EX condition, $29.99. And Jim Croce's Photographs and Memories, his greatest hits, EX $21.99. These are check condition. What condition is Van Halen? VG Plus condition is the condition of Van Halen. And our next auction is Frank Zappa, Good Grief. Frank Zappa is a bootleg, and this is live performances from 78 to 82. A vintage bootleg, $35 start. Frank Zappa, Good Grief, vintage bootleg. Live tracks from 78 to 82. Vintage bootleg, probably from the 80s. Tony Lewis says, I'll take it. And he asked about the year 2525. Will man still be alive? Frank Zappa has a bid of 35. Van Halen has a new bid of 31. Rock of Ages, the band in concert. EX edition, $29.99. Carpenters, Now and Then, EX edition, $9.99. Foghat, that's their first album. EX condition, there is a letter D written up in the top right corner. EX condition, $37.99. And music of Zari. And this is what? EX condition, $29.99. Some African music here recorded by Jacques Django. Interesting. That's folkways. That's probably peoples of the Nigeria River. Interesting. Bill Samus on Sly and the Family Stone. That's sold to Bill Samus. Frank Zappa has open bids for $35 and $35. Paul Oakley's came in first. So Robert, you're out. Now Robert's back in at $37. And Rick's out on Van Halen. James has it for $33. Bill Samus got Sly. He also wants the band. Nice pickups there. Those are sold to Bill and Bill. And we have Not Moving, Land of Nothing. That is $14.99. Not Moving, Land of Nothing. Now the rest of the crate is non-check condition. Dusty Springfield Cameo. There's some water damage down here at the bottom. $14.99 for Dusty Springfield Cameo. The Grand Old Gospel. Porter Wagner and the Blackwood Brothers Quartet. $14.99. Also, we have Ray Charles' Greatest Hits. $34.99. ABC Paramount original label. Boy, that's beautiful vinyl. $34.99 for Mr. Charles, Ray Charles. And for Moorism, Mashiko Sato, featuring Eddie Gomez and Steve Gadd. Gold stamp promo, $14.99. So Van Halen is officially sold to James Vasquez for $33. They're still bidding on the vintage Zappa bootleg. And let's go ahead and pull something else for auction. There's an Eagle in here, a Stanley Turrentine. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's do some more jazz. And this is a Tone Poet. 2020 US. It's part of the Blue Note Tone Poet audiophile reissue series. And that's where it's at. Stanley Turrentine with Les McCann, Herbie Lewis, and Otis Finch. Remastered, recorded by Rudy Van Gelder, mastered by Kevin Gray, 180 gram, pressed at RTI, $30 start on that. Kenny Heathcock wants Foghat. That's their first album. That's sold to Kenny and Michael Peevler on BW. And BW was Barry White. Is that right, Michael? If so, sold to you. I was like, no one's texting me back, and that's because I had my phone on Do Not Disturb. Ed says ordered an extra one. Okay, so he did that was a special order, and then this is an extra one. So this is for sale, the very best of the Beach Boys, if anybody wants those. Those are very great sounding records, just FYI. All right. Give me 1 second. Okay, so Frank Zappa 4145. We have Tony Booth working at the Car Wash Blues, $9.99. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, The Big Beat, $29.99. Now, I haven't listened to every jazz record ever recorded. That would take a lifetime. However, what classic jazz I have listened to, the good jazz as I call it, I enjoy listening to all the anything with Art Blakey the most. Excellent jazz drummer, one of the best of all time. And hey, it's the Velvet Underground. The Velvet Underground is a 2012 press, sealed, $44.99. Velvet Underground and Nico. And yeah, you can actually peel off the banana if you want to. You can actually peel off the banana. That's $44.99. Gatefold sealed, iconic, $44.99. All right, so Frank Zappa's at $45. Final call to get a starting bid on Stanley Turrentine for $30. Let me read these titles in here one more time. Chris Kirkley wants Art Blakey. Let me read off these titles one more time, and then I've got another crate here from Paul. All righty, some cool stuff here. I see lots of the bins. I think we might right off the bat go ahead and go through some like blowout half-off bins just to get everybody warmed up, then probably some buy it now best offer, then maybe some other half-off bins, then more buy it now best offer. I think y'all get the trend I'm sitting here. All right, so we have Joan Armour Trading. If you need a price, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and go to the new bin. Ginger Baker at his best, which is Ginger Baker from Cream, essentially a Cream comp. Bobby Humphrey. We have Jim Croce. We have the Carpenters. This is that African music here. Not Moving. We have Dusty Springfield, Porter Wagner, Early Porter, Ray Charles, and for Morism, that's Eddie Gomez, Steve Gadd, Tony Booth working the Car Wash Blues, and sealed Velvet Underground. So Zappa. Robert Warner, you're out. Paul Oakley has that for $45. Nobody bid on Turrentine. $30 bid on ST, Stanley Turrentine. $30 buy it now on that if anybody is interested. I'm going to go ahead and move these records over here. We've now got 3 empty bins to fill up. That's our goal tonight. We've already filled up 3. We can do 3 more. That would be great. And where's this next crate from Paul? Right here it is. Usually the first crate he brings up is the most first records he priced of the day, which may be these right here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing the next auctions. And I've got to sell the Frank Zappa pretty soon whenever I come back. I'm assuming Robert's done bidding. And I've got what? I've got a Stones record, and I thought there was a Kinks bootleg in here. Or is this another Beatles? It's Beatles. Let's do the Beatles and the Stones. I love putting those up at the same time. The Battle of the 60s. Eagles' greatest hits if available. It's not available, but let me know if you want on a waiting list, Susie, and I can put you on a waiting list. All right, Zappa. Paul Oakley, you get that for $45. That's so do you. Thank you. Our next record is the Stones. The Rolling Stones, Out of Our Heads in mono. It's a 1965 U.S. press in mono. A 65 U.S. press in mono. EX vinyl, $30 start, and that's the Stones. Not a bad copy. I mean, Laura usually grades pretty conservative. As you can see, these records are usually trashed. EX, not so bad whatsoever on that. $30 start. And then the Beatles. That's a cool cover. That's an outtake, or not really an outtake, but a different angle perspective there of Sgt. Pepper's. This is the Beatles on stage in Japan. And this is a 1978 bootleg. Of course, the last tour the Beatles did, 1966, they played in Japan, Budokan Hall. And this is a vintage bootleg of that, $35 start. Chad, who was the art jazz guy? Art Blakey. Art Blakey. His best album is called Moanin'. Art Blakey Moanin'. I mean, there's some drum parts in there that sounds like, it sounds like John Bonham's drumming. And you wouldn't expect that most likely on a jazz album, right? So, all right. Let's keep going here and see what's going on. First thing we have from this Paul crate, Blue Angel, Sexy Beat. Blue Angel is a 2008 Japanese rockabilly album, $19.99 on Blue Angel. Green Day, Greatest Hits, God's Favorite Band. Green Day is sealed. That's on blue vinyl. That's Green Day's Greatest Hits, $24.99. Never Mind, and this is a 2004 Japanese psychobilly punk album, $34.99 on Never Mind. Nate Smith. Nate Smith is a 2003 Nashville country album. It's been autographed, $19.99. The Stones is at $30 of Peter Mazzolino, and the Beatles has a bid for $35. So both auctions do have bids. Both auctions do have bids, just FYI. Next is Billy Joe Piano Man, Play Me a Song. This is on Tan Swirl vinyl. Billy Joe is sealed, $29.99. Dennis Daly on Green Day. That's sold to Dennis Daly. Final Call on the Stones in mono, $30. Final Call on the Beatles, $35. Michael Obrick. Amos Lee, Dreamland. Amos Lee is sealed, $24.99. Also, Coldplay, Kaleidoscope EP. This is sealed, $24.99. Coldplay, Kaleidoscope EP, sealed, $24.99. Jerry Johnson said scratch his name off the Van Morrison waiting list. The Beatles have a new bid for $38. J.D. Brennan and Gold Fever. This is a 1984 U.S. private press blues rock psych album, sealed, $69.99. And this is Radio Paranoid. This is an 88 Japanese punk surf rockabilly comp, $24.99. All right, so only one bid on the Stones. That's sold to Peter Mazzolino for $30. And the Beatles now have bids for $35, $38, and now Michael Obrick's at $40. Our next auction. Let's see what's going on with this, Kinks bootleg. Also, I accidentally grabbed a Los Lobos picture disc, which I didn't even know that was in here. So this is Los Lobos. It's an 85 Italian, unofficial. 85 Italian, unofficial. It's a picture disc. Radio station, Westwood One, Sunday night concert. So Westwood One, Los Lobos picture disc. It's from 1984 at Buddy Mulligan's Club in Chicago, Illinois. EX edition, $15 start. Los Lobos, $15 start. That is now up for bid. All right. Beatles at $38.42. We have the Bee Gees, Timeless, all-time greatest hits. The Bee Gees is a clear and blue transparent vinyl, limited edition, Target exclusive. Bee Gees greatest hits, $26.99. Sealed. Also, the Allman Brothers Band, The Road Goes On Forever, $21.99. There is some cover damage. It looks like some of the back cover has been torn, but that is essentially an Allman Brothers greatest hits. I hadn't seen one of those in a while. $21.99. There's three people bidding on the Beatles right now. Michael Obrick, you're out, and Jim Conan, you're out. So I believe Jim's a new bidder or new buyer. I haven't said anything about new buyers yet tonight, so let me go ahead and pull the Bee Gees, and that's so to Ricky Owen, which, hey, great timing. I believe Ricky's a first-time buyer, and then Peter Mazzolino, you were second. So let me give first-time buyer instructions to anybody watching new, anybody watching for the first time. Thank you and welcome. This is called Collectco, and we do this 6 nights a week. We buy record collections, we buy collectibles, and we sell them live here every night. Mostly records is what you're going to see, pretty much 6 nights a week. We do $7 in limited shipping. $7 in limited shipping. That's as much as you want to buy. That's if you buy one record. That's if you buy 100 records, all in 1 week, and then those ship for $7. And we will invoice you on Monday. So if you make a first-time buy, I will most likely recognize your name as a first-time buyer, and then I'll give you these instructions. First-time buyers, please do me a favor and message our page. We need your email address and your mailing address. Send that in the form of a Facebook message. So if you're watching over on Facebook, very easy, just click on the Collect Code page. There should be a button that I've got set, and that button will say send message, and then send us your email address, and then send us your mailing address. We send invoices on Monday through email, through Square. Square is our payment processor. They're the best in the world, in my opinion. If there was somebody better, we would have them. I think Square's the best with invoicing and security and reliability. I've never liked PayPal ever since I've had to deal with eBay. So that's the way we do it. Welcome first-time buyers. So we sold Ricky Owen. And Ricky, if you are a first-time buyer, thank you. You got the BGs. Peter Mazzolino, you were second. Los Lobos got a new bid for 16. Michael Nath on the Allman Brothers. Los Lobos got a new bid for 17. Los Lobos 19. And then Los Lobos 20. And then 21. And then 25. And then 27. Boy, Tommy and Robert are throwing punches right now. And then the Beatles is a final call. I already said that once. Mike Torres has it for $42. I said Jen Conan was outbid, and Michael Obrick was outbid, and they haven't bid again, so I'm about to sell that for $42. 25, 27, 28. Billy Joe and Innocent Man, custard colored vinyl, a Walmart exclusive, sealed, $26.99. And Counting Crows, August and everything after, 2 LP, $29.99, which is a great price. If I have to order those new, they're like $49.99. That's why I don't keep them in stock as often. That one's only $29.99. That has the hit song Mr. Jones on it. Ricky is a first-time buyer. Thank you, Ricky. If you're a record collector, a music lover, you have found the right page. We've been doing this on Facebook now for like 5 years. We do it every night. I'm a collector. I love music. I actually sent out my top 10 favorite bands of all time. Me and my friends were doing a list. I sent out my favorite top 10 bands. Now I told them it's tough because there's some that goes up and down in rotation depending on what mood I'm in for that month. Not only my favorite bands, but what I think are some of the greatest bands. I've been doing a couple different lists. Monster. Give me 1 second. All right. If I didn't love music, then this would be a very tough job. If I didn't listen to music and didn't adore it and study it and research it, then I don't know if I could do this every night. But I can do it every night because I love music. I can't play anything. I tried playing the guitar once. That didn't work. I don't have the time. And then I would love to know how to play the drums, but once again, no time. Dennis Daly, I don't have time to make. Dennis Daly gets Counting Crows. Maybe in retirement I can pick up the drums. Counting Crows, Corey Lawson, you're second. Los Lobos, 31. And we have more Japanese rockabilly, $19.99. This is Rockin' Itrio and the Boogie Woogie Swing Boys, $19.99. Counting Crows was $29.99. Dennis, that's sold to you. Coldplay, Viva La Vida. Coldplay is sealed, $34.99. And we have Billy Joel, The Stranger, sealed, $39.99. Billy Joel, The Stranger. Billy Joel, The Stranger. The Beatles' 20 Greatest Hits. This is a 1982 US, $39.99. $39.99. The Beatles' 20 Greatest Hits. Also, speaking of the Beatles, we got to sell this. I never did hear back from Michael Obrick. I never did hear back from the other new bidders. So this sold to Mike Torres for $42. That's sold to Mike Torres for $42. And Los Lobos, Tommy's out. That's sold to Robert Warner for $31. Do you have turnstiles? Well, we've shown every Billy Joel album, I think. So, Michael, if it's in here, I would be on standby ready to claim it. Uncle, Up Against the Wall, a rare 1979 private press Texas blues rock album, sealed, $99.99. Chris Stapleton from Room A Volume 1, $21.99. And we have Billy the Caps. Billy the Caps is an 89 Japanese rockabilly album, $14.99. Let me grab 2 new auctions. Yeah, of course, I love Rush, and in the last couple years, I've really got into Tool. So obviously, I'm definitely into drums, being a Rush and a Tool fan with Neil Peart and Danny Carey. However, You know, you sit down like, all right, I want to learn how to play Tom Sawyer on the drums, or you know, I go in, I want to do like the most complex stuff ever written. Like, hey, I want to learn how to play Numa on the drums. And I'm like, okay, first of all, I got to buy a $50,000 drum kit to have all these bells and whistles, because I'm like, I see these like beginner kits and I'm like, I want something like Neil Peart has. And I started looking at prices. I'm like, oh, this is the price of a new car if you want a drum set like his. Of course, I know about guitars. I've bought and sold guitars, but I never had really looked into drums. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is like $80,000 for all this stuff, $100,000. Some of that stuff they play with is like rare. Chris Stapleton, Greg Preston, that's sold to Greg Preston. And then we have the Kinks. And then I realized I'm just not gifted enough. So there's just no way. I had a beginner set here I sold to Pete Weisgarber. And I sat down behind it and was trying to play like two different things with both my hands, and my brain just wasn't having it work. So this is a 1971 US. This is a vintage Kinks bootleg. This is the Kinks. It's several singles and B-sides that were not released on albums. I bet what this is a lot of the UK and British stuff that never made it on US albums. EX condition, $25 start. It's called the Kinks Rare, and that's singles and unreleased tracks. $25 start on that. And we have Wham Fantastic. Wham Fantastic is a 1983 Japanese pressing with the book and the Obi. Nice. $35 start on Wham Fantastic. Shrink wrap, Obi, insert book, $35 start. Let's go ahead and finish going through this bin. We have Guns N' Roses Greatest Hits. That's on splatter vinyl. Just $29.99. Just $29.99. Stanley Turrentine is still available. Yes, Leslie. $30 on that. And we have the Morticians. She's Like Heroin. The Morticians is an 88 UK Garage Psych album, sealed $29.99. All right. And then we have Coldplay, A Head Full of Dreams. Coldplay is sealed $34.99. $34.99. As this one has the Adventure of a Lifetime. I remember that song. $34.99. Stinger, For Real. Stinger is a rare 1977 private press rock album. $39.99. Angela Lewis on GR, which was Guns N' Roses. Kenny Heathcock on the Morticians. That's sold to Kenny Heathcock. And Billy Joe Glass Houses. Blue vinyl. There's another Billy Joe. We're chipping away at them. Sealed, $26.99. Great White, Great Zeppelin Tribute. Great White, $34.99. J.D. Conklin on Coldplay. That's sold to J.D. Conklin. I think Viva La Vida still in here. It is. Viva La Vida still in here. Wow, it's the Walmart exclusive on red vinyl. Alice in Chains Dirt. Here Comes the Rooster. $29.99. Leslie Sibley wants the Stanley Turrentine for a $30 buy it now. That's sold to Leslie. Update on the Kinks. Jim Conan has this for $28. Paul Oakley, you're out. Charlie DeFrank, you're out. Jim has that for $28. Final call to get a bid in on Wham for $35 before it's a buy it now. Stanley Turrentine's already sold. David Campbell wants Alice in Chains Dirt. That's sold. And we have 2 copies. Hey, we got another one. So I only have one. I've got 2. So if anybody else wants an Alice in Chains, let me know. And Billie Eilish, Happier Than Ever, Target exclusive, light blue vinyl. That's sealed, $24.99. J.D. Conklin on Viva. Coldplay, Viva La Vida is sold to J.D. Conklin as well. Thank you. That's sold to you. And this crate is officially full here. So let me move this over here. Oh my gosh. We've already sold a lot of vinyl tonight. We hadn't even got into the discount bins yet. So here we go. Let's start filling up another bin. I plan on doing some half off. And then tomorrow, if you didn't hear what I said earlier, tomorrow we're probably going to get into a lot of vintage discount stuff. Now, the problem I have for tomorrow is I've gave everybody the day off, so usually there's 2, sometimes 3 people here helping me get all this stuff ready for the shows every night, getting the auctions ready, taking pictures of them, doing videos, cleaning them, researching them, and then all the records. They got to pick stuff out of the back from these tubs. They look them up, they clean them, they price them, they sleeve them. So tomorrow, we're definitely going to have a show. However, we're probably going to be doing a lot of vintage. I'm going to make what I call flip crates tonight. So tomorrow night, my plan is, if I can make time for it, we're going to be going through a lot of bins, and I'm going to be like, all right, everything in here is $9.99. It's been a long time since I've done that, but it's really effective. It helps y'all out. It helps me out because I can say, all right, everything in here is the same price. It's all discounted, and I usually hand pick really good titles. Like there might be stuff that didn't sell for $19.99. I'll go ahead and put it in there for $14.99 or $9.99. And that's what we'll do. So, and then I'm going to try my best as soon as the sale's over tonight. I'll go ahead and start pulling some metal auctions. That way we do have stuff to auction. But I kind of messed up. I said we're having a sale, but then I also gave everybody the day off. So, you know, I kind of have to have people here to get all the stuff ready for me. So that's the problem. And I'll also try to get to the back and mark stuff. So that's what's going. I'll definitely try to pull some metal and possibly some marquee stuff, as we call it. All right, so the Kings was at 35. David said price on Allison Chains. David, that was $29.99. Wham was 35. Lisa Davidson on Billy. And then Alice Kane put Stinger. Was that something in this bin? Alice Kane, Stinger. That's sold to Alice Kane. Thank you. Then James Rayner said price on Great White. Great White, James Rayner, is sealed, $34.99. It's on colored vinyl. Kinks is at 40. Kinks is at 45. And Green Day, International Super Hits, magenta pink vinyl, sealed, $26.99 on Green Day. The Black Crowes, Shake Your Moneymaker on money green vinyl from Walmart, sealed, $29.99. BM Bob and the Defects, Bad Women. It looks like a 96 US Garage, $14.99. Interesting cover there. Coldplay, X and Y. Coldplay, sealed, $39.99. Art Garfunkel, $9.99. Robbing Pulling Teeth, Link 13. That I can't read what it says at the bottom. $19.99. It says Far East Evils, and that's Japanese psychobilly. Wow. A comp, $19.99. And there's Billy Joe Stormfront. We didn't start the fire. We had one of those the other night. $26.99. All right, so the Kinks got new bids, right? No, those are the same bids. 45. Charlie DeFrank, you're out on the Kinks. Wham just has that one bid with J.D. Conklin for $35. That sold Wham, and J.D. also gets Coldplay. He gets Wham and Coldplay. Wham sold to him for $35, and he gets Coldplay out of the bin. Next auction, very quickly, before I do a quick recap on this bin, is Psychic Meditation Music. Ooh, what do we have here? This is something Laura's pulled for auction. It's Master Wilburn Burchett's Psychic Mediation or Meditation. I guess that's meditation music. Yeah, not mediation. Nobody's negotiating here. We have a 1974 U.S. press, and she says the cheapest copy right now on Discogs is $65. There is some damage to the top scene, $35. Psychic Meditation Music. Interesting. I wonder what that's probably some very trippy sounding stuff there. $35 start on that. And then Ron Duffield wants BC, and BC was the Black Crowes. Now, Charlie DeFrank, if you're still with me, let me know if you want to bid on the Kinks. I didn't want to sell it without you being done. However, I've lost contact with you there. I'm going to read these titles one more time and prices. He's out. Thank you for letting me know. That's sold to Paul Oakley for $45. The Psychic album is $35 start. The cheapest one for sale right now is $65 over on Discogs. And we have MC5 also going up for auction. MC5 is a 1970 U.S. Presswell copy. A U.S. Presswell. It has the company inner sleeve, which is Atlantic, a correct company inner sleeve. This is a VG Plus copy, $25 start. And Laura says other VG copies sell as much as $50. That's a very desirable album. Anything MC5, and that is OG MC5, back in the USA. Perfect time for Independence Day. MC5, kick out the jams. It's not on that album, though, but you know what I mean. Here's what's left in this bin. Blue Angel, Sexy Beat. Blue Angels, $19.99. More Japanese rockabilly. Nevermind Robin, a 2004 psychobilly punk album from Japan, $34.99. We have Nate Smith, also had Billy Joe Piano Man sealed. Amos Lee, Dreamland. Coldplay, Kaleidoscope, sealed. I didn't even remember that one. I don't remember showing that. I don't remember showing Amos Lee, too. I might have skipped some stuff. Amos Lee was sealed $24.99, and Coldplay is $24.99. J.D. Brennan and Gold Fever. We also have This Is Radio Paranoid. That's a compilation. Billy Joe Innocent Man. Rockin' Itrio, Japanese Rockabilly, Billy Joel the Stranger, The Beatles' 20 Greatest Hits, Uncle, Billy the Caps, Billy Joe Glass Houses, Alice in Chains Dirt, Red Vinyl, Great White, Green Day, B.M. Bob and the Defects, Art Garfunkel, Robin Pulling Teeth, and we have Billy Joel. Lisa Davidson wants Al or AL, and that's Amos Lee. That's so to Lisa Davidson. All right, no bids on those auctions. Final call if you want to lock anything in. I'm going to set this crate right here behind me, so if anybody decides they do want anything, it will be very accessible. Now, we're about to get straight into some discount and possibly half off stuff. And give me 1 second on that. All right. I'm doing some nightly stretching. A little early for it, but better now than never. Let me go through this bin here. And yeah, this crate here has some really good titles in it. Let's go ahead and make them buy it now, best offer. And don't hesitate to make offers. Literally. Don't hesitate. Or we might just go ahead and, let me see here. We need a good just blowout, warm up, nonsense bin. Which this may be a good one. I mean, I actually see 3 records in here that people have asked about in the last 2 sales, like did we have it? And of course, here they are. And there's some new sealed stuff in here too. So this bin should sell very well if I do it half off, okay? So let's do this bin half off and get the discount part of this segment going strong, okay? Which means I'm here to sell records. Hopefully you're here to buy them. Let's do this bin, which is some relatively recent titles at half off sticker, which is something I shouldn't be doing. Somebody stop me. Kenny Heathcock said bid. And then Leslie Silva says BM Bob ? Money. Now, I don't know what either one of those are. No, Kenny Heathcock said MC5 bid. And then what is DM Bob? Bob. I'm not for sure what that is. So MC5 is a no bid right now, Kenny. Final call. It's a $25 start. VG plus copy. MC5. $25 start. And then I'm going to go ahead and make this a buy it now. I don't think anybody was going to bid. And this is it's a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on the Psychic Mediation music. $35 buy it now. All right, let's do some half off stuff. First, should be an instant seller. Queen Jazz, a pink vinyl pressing, half-speed master, now just $17.50. Say what? And we have Silly Wizard, live in America. $5 for Silly Wizard. Also, Luke the Drifter. That's Hank Williams Sr. $10 on Luke the Drifter. Zevon, Warren Zevon, Wanted, Dead or Alive. Not the Bon Jovi song. $15. Marshall Tucker Band, A New Life, a gatefold, an original. Very clean copy. $12.50. This has a great song on it called 24 Hours of Time. That's really good. All right, Garrett Cypher gets Queen. That's so to Garrett Cypher. And Quincy Jones, the Duke, a sealed copy, $15. Leslie said previous bin. The problem is I didn't know what DM Bob is, but I'll try to figure that out. Give me 1 second. Let me know what that is, and I'll be able to find it a lot faster. Nobody bid on MC5. It's a $25 buy it now. Danny Thomason on LTD. I bet he meant, I don't know what he meant. Marshall Tucker, maybe MTB. And then we have Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. This is sealed, $17.50. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits, $17.50. And Smashing Pumpkins is sealed, and that's Gish, $17.50. Okay, I got to figure out what's going on here. A lot of activity over here in the comments. So let me figure out what's going on here. Okay, so we have... and sometimes I don't know if these conversations or questions, sometimes if there's conversations, I don't know if they're, that's how I miss stuff sometimes. I don't know if they're questions or statements or if people's talking to me, and Kenny Heathcott gets MC5 for $25. Not that I don't mind conversations, but sometimes I'm like, oh, I missed something because somebody was actually asking me a question, but I thought they were talking to somebody else. So Kenny Heathcott got MC5 for $25. Ryan Eaton got Smashing Pumpkins. Hattori Hanzo second. Greg Brown third. Travis Wade fourth. And then we have Chris Knapp next. And then LTD was Luke the Drifter. That's so to Danny Thomason, Luke the Drifter, and then John Miller. So Smashing Pumpkins went to Ryan Eaton at that half-off price. Hattori was next, then Greg Brown, then Travis Wade, then Chris Knapp, then John Miller. And as of right now, Simon & Garfunkel, Quincy Jones, Marshall Tucker, Warren Zevon, and Silly Wizard are all unclaimed. Now, the record Leslie was trying to ask about, I wasn't for sure what DM Bob was, but that is this right here. DM Bob is a 96 US Garage, $14.99. This is $14.99. Somebody asked how much the price was. $14.99 on that. Back to the half-off stuff. Rage Against the Machine, only $20, a 2012 US. Fairlane Rockets. This is a 92 Holland Rockabilly, $10 on Fairlane Rockets. Also, $10 on something here. Wild Animals, Ecstasy. Wild Animals is $10. And Michael Nath on Rage. Hattori Hanzo second. Then Matt Lawson. Then Greg Brown. Ricky Van Shelton, Loving Proof. Ricky Van Shelton is $10. Carlos Santana. John McLaughlin, Love, Devotion, Surrender. $10 on that. And John Prine is now just $30. That's $30 off. And that's a 1978 specialty pressing. 1970 specialty pressing on that, $30. John Prine, that's in shrink. And what was the Quincy Jones? The Quincy Jones was called The Dude. Foil cover. It's got a foil cover. It's a gatefold. And it's a 2021 reissue remaster. $15 on that. Garrett gets this really nice John Prine for just $30. And we have Love and Kisses. Love and Kisses is a 78 disco record, $12.50. And New Riders of the Purple Sage, Feeling All Right. New Riders is in shrink, no condition notes, $10 on that. Leslie said sold, and that was DM Bob and the Defects. And, of course, that was sticker price. Right now, we're going through a half-off bin. She got that from the previous bin. Right now, we're going through a bin where everything's half sticker. We have Belinda Carlisle, $12.50. Ricky Owen wants the Love and Kisses. That's so to Ricky Owen. And the Dawn of Correction, the Spokesman. The Dawn of Correction is in shrink wrap, $10. Okay, our next auction is going to be what? I've got a Hotel California that's been in the front of the bin the whole night. And then I think this is a single, a song that was on the film Training Day. So first, though, we got Jane Fink on BC for Belinda Carlisle, then Lisa Davidson, then Jim Davis. We have Guthrie Thomas. This one's for Sarah. Guthrie Thomas is $7.50. And we have Lost Intimidators. That's a 2012 Spain press, a beat album, $10. Robert Warner on New Riders of the Purple Sage. That's so to Robert Warner. So here's our next auctions very quickly while we're going through this half-off bin. This is the Eagles. I bet it's a Japanese. It is. It's a Japanese press. A 1976 Japanese pressing of the Eagles, Hotel California. The vinyl is what you would expect, near mint minus and pristine. It does have the poster. It does have the insert, and it has a gatefold jacket. Very nice. A little bit of humidity spots on the front. $35 start. That is the Eagles, Hotel California. And then we have Training Day. Training Day, the soundtrack. That is by Faro Monk. Got You. A 2001 U.S. press. There is some cover damage. $10 start. I've never seen that film in its entirety, but I've seen enough of it to know that I probably need to watch it again. There is some cover damage. It looks like it got dropped on its corner at one point. But that's a 12-inch single, a song from that film. $10 start on that. Give me 1 second. All right, and then Leslie Wickline on Silly Wizard. Leslie Wickline on Silly Wizard. That's gone. So, going through a half-off bin. I'm going to really roll through these because I want to go through a bunch of these tonight if we can. Stanley Brothers, Banjo and the Heels. Stanley Brothers is $6. That's called Banjo and the Heels. The Romantics, that's now $12.50. That has their hit song, What I Like About You, on it. $12.50 on the Romantics. We have Farmer John Live, $7.50 for Farmer John Live. Hugh and the Hilltops, I'll Follow You. Hugh and the Hilltops is $10. Danny Thomason on SB for the Stanley Brothers. Jim Davis on RO for the Romantics. Those are sold and sold. The Many Faces of Leo Sayer, Volume 1, $5 on Leo Sayer. And Don't Be Concerned, Bob Lind. That's a 66 UK, $10. Don't Be Concerned, Bob Lind. Beautiful vinyl, $10 start on that. And Barrel House, Every Night in the Week. Barrel House is $10. If anybody wants the Japanese pressing of the Eagles, I'll go ahead and do it for a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on the Eagles Hotel California. And the Training Day single, we'll do that for just 10 doll hairs. Eagles, though, Hotel Cali, $35 buy it now. Hotel California, Dark Desert Highway. Jane Fink on LS, that was Leo Sayer. Robert Warner on SB, and SB was, did I already pull that? Robert, Silly Wizard, that was Stanley Brothers, so you were second. Ricky Owen gets the Japanese Beatles for $35. Ricky, that's going to sound amazing. And then this single from Training Day is $10. We have Tailgaters. Tailgaters Tore Up, $7.50, and King Automatic, Automatic Ray. A 2005 Garage, a Switzerland press, $7.50, and Pete Seeger, Folk Music. Pete Seeger is $5. Also, Star Trek, Inside Star Trek, $10. Inside Star Trek. And I am stepping over here to grab McCoy Tyner and Bruce Springsteen. Two more auctions to put up right here, right now. Oh, ooh. I think my body does know it's time for the 10 o'clock stretch. I don't know if y'all just heard that movement in my neck, but it's definitely time for it. There's Star Trek. We have Track On. This is the best of Mark Farner, Terry Knight, and Donnie Brewer, which are members of Grand Funk. That's $15. Still got Star Trek. And the Long Riders, Two-Fisted Tales, the Long Riders is $10. We have McCoy Tyner, Blue Note reissue series, Cosmos. McCoy Tyner. This is a 1976 US EX condition, $30 start. McCoy Tyner Cosmos. 2LP Blue Note. Kenny Heathcock wants TO. That's Track On. That's sold to Kenny Heathcock. And then a vintage Bruce Springsteen bootleg. And this is called Electric Collection. Bruce Springsteen. And this is a 1984 US press. It is a bootleg. And this collects various studio outtakes. Studio outtakes from 77 to 79. The Boss, Bruce, EX, $35 start on that. Matt Barnhill is in a McCoy for $30. Going once, going twice. The Who, the best of The Who, now just $10. My Generation, I Can See for Miles, Summertime Blues, Magic Bus, The Acid Queen, some great tracks on that. Sold to Michael Nath, Tommy Is Gone. This is $17.50. Anytime I say the word McCoy's, there's one question. Does it have the song Sloopy Hang On Sloopy? It does. $17.50. Original label, original record, no condition notes. Santana. Santana is $13.50. That's their first album. It's on the second label. No barcode, still a vintage press. McCoy's is Soda Blade Singletary. It's gone. And Escher Morrow, Sister Woman. That's a record store day, a record store day from Kraft from 2022. Paul says there's a fantastic lineup on that. $12.50. Was Star Trek spoken word? That's a great question. I think it is. I have it myself, and I don't know if I've ever listened to it. I believe Inside Star Trek theme, William Shatner meets Captain Kirk, the origin of Spock, Sarek's son Spock, the Quester Affair, The Enterprise runs aground. McCoy's RX for Life, Letter, and Star Trek Dream Ballad. So I think it's both. It's definitely got the theme on there. That's worth it just for that. So yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's music and then probably maybe some spoken word. Paul Brothers just confirmed it. That's what I thought that was. I know I have one. I don't know if I've ever put it on and listened to it. I've listened to the Leonard Nimoy stuff before. I've always, because I was curious. I was like, what exactly? I was trying to imagine that guy singing. Okay, so Blade got the McCoys. McCoy Tyner was at 30, which is now a final call unless somebody else has bid. And then Robert bid 35 on Bruce Springsteen. Okay, William Meadows, you were second on McCoys. Garrett Seifert got Santana. Michael Nath got Esther. That's sold to Michael Nath. Leslie, you were second on The Who. Michael Nath gets Star Trek. And we have, we're about to get into some cool stuff here. These are discounted, which they shouldn't be. Okay, here's the first one. $18.50. Ella Fitzgerald, A Swingin' Christmas. It was $36.99. Acoustic sound series from Verve. Audiophile vinyl reissues. Pressed at QRP, 180 gram. Sold to Michael Nath. Before I go into these crazy jazz reissues at half off, Matt Barnhill, nice pickup with McCoy Tyner for $30. And Robert Warner on Bruce for $35. Leslie, you were second on Santana. And Lisa, you were second on Ella Fitzgerald. So, let me go ahead and put up two more records because this next bin is probably going to be some fast action. With that being said, we've got a classic live concert. Wow, this is a white label promo. This is Cheap Trick at Budokan. And this is a 79 US original white label promo, a promo copy of Cheap Trick at Budokan. Very, very cool. White label promo, $30 start on that. It also has the promo timing strip on the front from Epic Records. And then we have Nielsen. Nielsen is a 71 US, technically a repress. It does have the poster in shrink wrap of Hop sticker, $20 start on that. This is a half off bin. So the half off bins are half off, no more, no less. But yes, this is a half off bin. So for anybody new that's watching a half off bin, the price I'm telling you is the half off price. That's the price. Pay no more, pay no less. John Conley, Friday Night Blues. That's an original sealed record, $7.50. Nielsen has an open bid of $20. Cheap Trick is a $30 start. Next record, Prayer Meeting, Jimmy Smith. A Tone Poet, just $17.50. $17.50 on that. And the Fabulous Thunderbirds, What's the Word? $10 on the Fabulous Thunderbirds. $10 on that. I'm going to step over here and grab a bottle of water. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. Before I go any further in this bin, I am desperately needed for a bottle of water. All right, so here we go. Nielsen, 20. Nielsen, 30. Cheap Trick, 30. And then William Meadows on JC. JC was for the sealed John Conley. Jared Ing first on Jimmy Smith. Then Matt Barnhill. Then Henry's Choice. Michael Nath on Fabulous Thunderbirds. And we have Tina Brooks, The Waiting Game. $17.50 with Kenny Drew, Johnny Coles, Wilbert Ware, and Philly Joe Jones. $17.50 on that. By the way, Cheap Trick has one bid, the white label promo with Michael Wood, and that's at $30. Next Play Records gets Tina Brooks, then Jared Inc. All right. We have Crown of Creation, Jefferson Airplane, an original beautiful pressing, a beautiful original pressing with insert, $17.50 on that. Black RCA label, the original Jefferson Airplane lineup on that one. Harold Vick, Stepping Out, a Tone Poet, $17.50. And I already feel like these $35 prices were fair, and now they're half off. $17.50 on Harold Vick. We also have Long Gone with Leadfoot and Fernando. That is sealed, $11, a 2015 Garage Rockabilly Punk album. And this last record is big savings. Now $40 off. Music from the Miramax motion picture, Cold Mountain, sealed, now $40, was $79.99, pressed at Palace in Germany. Okay, so this is Nielsen. This is Nielsen, as in Schmielsen. The high bid is $35. Okay, then Jared Inc. put H for Harold Vick, then Matt Barnhill, then Thomas Hujar, then Garrett Cypriot. Thomas Hujar got Long Gone. Lisa Davidson, 38 on Nielsen. Cheap Trick, 40. Daniel Cody, CM for Cold Mountain. So did Daniel Cody. And then Pete's also in on Nielsen at 40. So, Nielsen 40, Cheap Trick 40. Michael Wood, you're out on the white label promo of that. Paul Oakley gets Jefferson Airplane. I feel like that crate is worthy of a recap. Thomas Hujar says he needs to put back Long Gone. This is being put back by Thomas Hujar. It's still available if anybody wants it. Michael Wood, if you're still there, let me know if you want to bid again on the Cheap Trick before I sell it to Alex Kane. Lisa's out on Nielsen. Both of those auctions are at $40. Final call. Here's what's left in this half-off bin. Now, it looks like we got some jazz people on. So this next crate I'm going to do, we went through it the other night, and it was pretty much nothing but audiophile jazz records. And I'm here to sell them, and we'll go through them. Buy it now, best offer. We need to. I want to, and we need to sell a bunch of them. So if we don't do it in the next bin, then we'll do it in the next one, and we'll make them buy it now, best offer. Half off would be insane, okay? It'd be like dropping a concrete block on my foot. But I will take offers. Nielsen is sold to Pete Weisgarber for $40. I mean, these probably shouldn't already be discounted, but I will take offers on them. We'll show them in just a second. I think I've got another half-off bin, and then we'll do that one. These are half-off sticker. We still got Warren Zevon for $15. Marshall Tucker Band, A New Life. Marshall Tucker Band, $12.50. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. That's on white vinyl, $17.50. And then Fairlane Rockets. There's a couple right there I'm surprised still available. That's obviously a rockabilly album, $10. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits on white vinyl. A very clean Marshall Tucker, one of their classic early albums. And then Warren Zevon, so did Chris Beachek. That's gone. Michael Wood's out on Cheap Trick, so let's go ahead and sell that to Alex Kane for $45. That's gone. And we have, this is $10. This was White Animals, Ecstasy. White Animals is $10. And Ricky Van Shelton, Loving Proof. Ricky Van Shelton is $10. And we have Carlos Santana with John McLaughlin, Love, Devotion, Surrender, $10. Let me go ahead and put up a couple more auctions. That line I said, drop a concrete block on my foot, that is a line from my late father. It reminded me because right now, I'm from Smith County, Gordonsville, for anybody that's local. Right now, the Smith County Fair is going on. And my dad never did like going to it, ever. And I remember one night, I didn't even really want to go, but I think my mom wanted to. And he said, I would rather drop a concrete block on my foot than go to that fair. And we just thought that was hilarious. And that's always stuck with me. So anytime something like that, I'll use that analogy. I'd rather drop a concrete block on my foot than go to the fair, which he probably would have rather. So not a big fair guy, not a big walking around in heat, not a big let's go walk around in heat to buy greasy food, which if you kind of think about it, that's kind of what you're doing. You're going out in sticky, hot humidity to eat very unhealthy food. So it's not really sometimes the best thing. Leslie, but it is fun, I guess. Leslie Silverly on Marshall Tucker, and then Robert Warner on Ricky Van Shelton. Those are sold and sold. All right, and let's go ahead and do John Prine. John Prine. My dad would have rather been home watching Uh, he would rather been home watching Seinfeld, reclined in the couch. This is a 1973 U.S. Monarch repress. Hey, we just sold one of a half-off bin. This is a 73 OG Monarch. It has the company inner sleeve. It has the insert. It is EX edition, $35 start. John Prine, $35 start. And that's a 73 U.S. Monarch with insert. There's a little bit of wear to the cover, a little bit of wear to the spine, but that is the debut album by John Prine. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Hot, humid, greasy foods. Yeah, it's... I used to work for a local TV company in high school. That was my high school job. I was a videographer and I had to go to the fair. So I got in free. I got a lot of free food, and I got to go to the fair for free. And that's what I did in high school. I was a videographer for our local, and I was there, and I'd see all these people. I'd be like, what is going on here? Everybody's hot. They're sweaty. They're in line for all this very mediocre, fast, greasy food. So that's just the way my brain. I'm like, why isn't everybody at home listening to records and buying stuff from Coletco? This is a 1980 Japanese pressing of Otis Rush, Moaning or Groaning the Blues. Which one? He's groaning. He's groaning the blues. Otis Rush, a Japanese pressing, $25 start. So John Prine, $35, Otis Rush, $25, and Michael Nass already in at $40. There we have it. Let's finish up this half-off bin so we can go through another one. Quincy Jones, sealed, $15. The Dawn of Correction, the Spokesman. The Dawn of Correction is $10. Guthrie Thomas, this one's for Sarah. Guthrie Thomas is $7.50. We have Lost Intimidators. That is $10. Lost Intimidators. Alan Smith on CS, which was Carlos Santana. That's sold to Alan Smith. We have Farmer John Live. Farmer John is $7.50. Hugh and the Hilltops is $10. I'll Follow You. Don't Be Concerned, Bob Lind. Bob Lind is $10. Barrel House, Every Night in the Week. Barrel House is $10. Blade Singletary on WA, and that was something that's possibly already sold. WA, I don't see that in here anymore. Blade, and then we have Tailgaters, $7.50. Final Call on Otis Rush for $40. We have King Automatic Ray, a garage album, $7.50. Travis Wade wants The Dawn of Correction, the Spokesman. That's sold to Travis Wade. We have Pete Seeger Folk Music, $5 on Pete Seeger. The Long Riders is $10. Okay, that's the first. I was about to say, I think it must have been something further back. Blade Singletary on White Animals, and then Long Gone with Leadfoot and Fernando. That's sealed, $11. Michael Nath gets Pete Seeger, and Otis Rush is sold to Michael Nath for $40. And if anybody wants John Prine, he's a $35 buy now. Back in 2020 when he passed away, this would have been auctioned for like $390 or something crazy. $35 buy it now, John Prine. Everybody was wanting that album as soon as he passed away because he flew under the radar for so long and he was underappreciated, unfortunately, until he passed away. A lot of people that was into the music already knew about him, but after he passed away, unfortunately, there were so many people. John Prine, all of his albums were out of print. They got really, really crazy pricey. That's sold to Robert Phillippe for $35. And then Blade Singletary wants Long Gone. That's sold to Blade. The only two albums that have not sold is Training Day, $10. It's a single from the movie. And Psychic Meditation Music, Master Wilburn Burchett. That's a $35 buy now. There's only one for sale, $65. All right, that was our first half off bin, and that's all that's left. Right there. And let me grab another one. So I think I've got another like crazy just nonsense bin. Yep, this one right here. Wow, yeah, there's some great titles in here. And then I want to do that jazz crate. So yeah, this has some, I mean, just great big titles. Yeah, some of it's check condition, some of it's not. But let's go ahead and go through these, get a bunch of these sold. And I'm going to put up, there's not many auctions left. And I don't know what's going on in Japan, but we haven't had any deliveries in a while, so I'm getting kind of concerned. We haven't had a delivery since almost a week ago on Japanese vinyl. Tomorrow we'll make 1 week, I think. So, and let me look back here. My mom said nothing else showed up today. They can't get anything tomorrow, so if we do get something, it's Friday, and I could really use them for tomorrow night's sale. We're about to go through another half-off bin. However, we have a bootleg, Elvis Costello. Elvis Goes to Washington, and Dave Edmunds' Rock Pile Don't. Elvis Costello, Warren Theater, 78. Dave Edmunds, Syracuse, 78. VG Condition, $15 start. $15 start. And we have New Order, Murder. Wow. So I didn't know what this was. I've been looking at it. I had no idea. It's New Order. It's a 12-inch single from New Order, an 84 Belgian pressing, EX Condition, $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Okay, so half off bin. Y'all are going to like these as well. Doing some New Year's Eve, some Independence Eve discounting. These are going to be half off per sticker. And then I think I've got some really recent, really great crates to do buy it now best offer. We're going to go ahead and clean out a bunch of these right now. Elvis Costello, 15. New Order's a $15 start. Charlie Daniels, a VG copy, $6.50. I love, like I said in the post I made today, I love our country. Might as well put records on sale. Charlie Daniels, he loved our country too. VG Condition, $6.50 on Mr. Daniels. Ben E. King, Don't Play That Song. A mono copy from 1962, VG Condition, $17.50. This is a 62 mono original of Ben E. King. Michael Peveler on Charlie Daniels. That's sold to Michael Peveler. Then Robert Warner. John Anderson. Country John Anderson. EX Condition. Now just $14. Not prog rock. Country John. The Stones. Nice. Let It Bleed. EX Condition. Just $16.50. Blue London label. Original inner sleeve. EX Condition. $16.50. Gimme Shelter. Vocals. Jagger, Richards, and Mary Clayton. Whoa, Children. Very, very cool. Thomas Hujar on the Stones, then Henry Paredes, then Larry Drish. So, New Order has one bid with Jim Davis for $15. Preston Rose has the Costello for $20. Michael Obrick, you're out. Paul Oakley, you're out. So, Stones is sold to Henry, Larry, Paul, and Bob. Thomas was first. Thomas Hujar first on the Stones. The Beach Boys, 15 big ones. The Beach Boys is VG Plus, $7.50 on the Beach Boys, and Johnny Burnett's Hits and Other Favorites. VG Condition, it's a white label promo, $6.50. White label promo on that. Yeah, the Stones goes to Thomas Hujar. And then Henry, Larry, Paul, and Bob was next. I misread. That's why I said that again. Thomas Hujar got the Stones. Ike and Tina Turner working together. First thing I noticed, the covers in shrink. The vinyls in VG Plus, now $9. Ike and Tina on Liberty. VG Plus, $9. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks. Bob Dylan, Tangled Up in Blue. That has that cover on the back that I don't see as often. EX Condition, just $15. Wow, a very nice looking copy of that. $15 on that. And the Beach Boys, Friends. The Beach Boys is in VG Condition, now only $7.50. New Order is sold to Jim Davis for $15. Felix Salas gets the Ike and Tina Turner. That's sold to Felix Salas. And we have Joe Tex from The Roots Came the Rapper. Joe Tex is in VG Plus, $8.50. Pete Weisgarber on the Bob Dylan. You'll notice you won't see that back cover as often on that variation. That's sold to Pete. And then Costello has bids for $24. And then Jim Conan, I think that's how you say it. It looks like Conahan? Or is it Conan? And then we have Tell It Like You Give It, Aretha Franklin. Boy, I think that night I said I don't recall seeing this album too much. VG Plus, $14 on Aretha Franklin. Michael Nath was fast to that. That was the fastest AF comment I've ever seen come in. Elephant's Memory. Elephant's Memory is in VG Condition. $9 on Elephant's Memory. That is in VG Condition. Yes, we had to cover up some nudity on that one. And Foreigner, their self-titled debut, VG Condition, $7.50. So Jim Conan has the Costello bootleg at $35. Everybody's out except him. If y'all want to bid again, now's the time. If you don't want to bid again, go ahead and say out, and I'll go ahead and sell it to him. And I think he's a first-time buyer. So – The Life of Bobo Jenkins, The Life of Bobo Jenkins. And Laura said this is a 1972 U.S. press. There's some sleeve reaction, some acidic sleeve reaction on the disc. It's in G condition. It's in G condition, which is less than VG minus. A $15 start. None are currently available for sale on Discogs. The last sold copy was near mint and went for $130 in October of 2023. So obviously a scarce album. Also a desirable album if it's selling for $130, and there hadn't been that many listed. Also scarce and desirable. It's low grade. It's got some condition problems. $15 start. The last sold was pretty much near mint minus unplayed for $130. We'll do about 10% of that and start that one at $15. Elvis Costello did get a new bid with Preston for $40. And we have Jason Jones on Foreigner. That is sold to Jason Jones. And then we have Mama Cass, Bubblegum Lemonade and Something for Mama, VG $5. What's all the background noise? There shouldn't be any background noise. Somebody hear background noise? I am about to mute my mic because I am very excited to crack open this bottle of water, because I went over there and got it about 10 minutes ago and I hadn't drank any yet. Drunk any? Why am I questioning my grammar right now? I got to mute my mic. Okay. Sorry, I still cut on my mic and y'all probably could hear me drinking. EC out, no noise, price of Mama, Elvis Costello 41, and Mama Cass is VG condition $5. VG condition $5. Killer Joe's International Discotheque, VG condition $5. Bobo Jenkins is a $15 start. Hank Boy, all kinds of problems. Okay, so Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits, VG Plus condition, $12. VG Plus condition, $12 on that. Sorry, I'm muting my mic, then my mic died. Okay, so Michael Obrick's at 41 on the Elvis Costello. Jim's out. I think everybody else is out. This is the final call to Michael Obrick for $41. Mike out. Sound, Mike, no sound. Sound, no Mike. Hey, Mike, and Leslie Silva got Joe Cocker. And then George C. Serger wants Beach Boys Time 2 and Joe Cocker. Well, somebody just beat you to the Joe Cocker Serger, but both Beach Boys are sold to you. And then Chris Baycheck on Joe Cocker, and then William Meadows. Let's go ahead and sell this since the comments are very buried now. Michael Obrick, you get the Costello for $41, and the Bobo Jenkins is a $15 buy it now. If anybody wants Bobo Jenkins, $15 buy it now. Yes, Jane, you got the Cass. Hank Williams Jr., 11 Roses. That's a white label promo. Hank Williams Jr., that's a white label promo, $15. And Charlie Daniels, Full Moon. No condition notes. I think we're about to go into no condition note stuff for the rest of the bin. Charlie Daniels is $12.50. Bobo Jenkins is sold to Jim Davis for $15. And the Stones, the Rolling Stones, Metamorphosis, $17.50 on the Rolling Stones. And this crate here is officially full. So let me set this one off to the side and let's start trying to fill up another one. And I'll use the empty auction crate because we have sold every auction except the two over here next to me. Stones is $17.50. Bob Dylan, Knocked Out Loaded, $17.50 on that one. And the Revelios, Revved Up, a 1980 UK New Wave, $15 on the Revlios. Okay, so next is Big Joe Turner with Naki Parker, 1985 press, now $20. It's on Southland Records. Big Joe Turner, that's $20 off, makes it $20. Suitcase, Frank Salomon and Jim Steigmeyer. That's a 1977 blues album, $10 on that. Michael Peveler on CD, and that was for Charlie Daniels. Thomas Udrar and Big Joe Turner. These are half-off sticker, by the way. Those are sold and sold. And we have, this is a 2016 garage album, sealed. Get Hip Records. It's the Maggie's Marshmallows. The Maggie's Marshmallows. Larry Drish says he'll take blues. That was this album right here, Suitcase. That's sold to Larry Drish. And then we have the Cute Lepers. The Cute Lepers is a 2008 pressing on green vinyl, and that's a punk album. The Cute Lepers, that is $10 on Cute Lepers. Also, the Johnny Cash Children's album, now $20. A deep album in Johnny Cash's discography we don't see as often. The Johnny Cash Children's album, it was $39.99. Now it's $20. We have Unlock the Funk, Locksmith. Locksmith is $10. Unlock the Funk. We have the Human Instinct, Kiwi Psychehead singles from 1966 to 1971. That's a 2011 garage. Now, keep in mind, whenever I say the year, anytime I say the year, that's when it's pressed. This music is from 66 to 71. Just FYI. That's $20. It's $17.50. It's sealed. Pam Murray wants Cute, and that's for Cute Lepers. J.D. Conklin wants CL, and CL was for Cute Lepers, so you were second. Danny first on Johnny Cash, and then Susie Breedlove. We have the incredible Shrinking Dickies, and that is on yellow vinyl from 1979. The half-off price is $20. Human Instincts. Chris Knapp, that is $17.50. We have Don Williams Country Boy. We're in a half-off bin. Don Williams is $5. Half-off bins are pay no more, pay no less. The half-off price is the price. All right, now, all the auctions that was in the bins are sold, so I'm going to start grabbing some random stuff out of random bins and putting them up for auctions, like Jimi Hendrix Rainbow Bridge. It's a gatefold copy. I think this was in some of the new arrivals from the other night. It has the original inner sleeve, and the vinyl is nice. No condition notes. This is a $15 start on Jimi Hendrix Rainbow Bridge. And Danny Thomason wants Don Williams. Yeah, the price I'm saying is the half-off price. So if you want the Human Instincts, it was $34.99. Now it's $17.50. Give me 1 second. Okay, we have Merle Haggard, Hag. Merle Haggard is $10. Chris Knapp wants the Instincts. And Jimi Hendrix is a $15 start. Graham Galores. Graham Galores is a 2007 UK garage album. $10 on Graham Galores. Also, Marshall Tucker Band, 10th. Marshall Tucker is $7.50. $7.50, Marshall Tucker. Charlie Daniels Nightmare is $12.50. And we have John Denver, Some Days Are Diamonds, $5. Rita Coolidge, Never Let You Go. Rita Coolidge is $5. And Hank Williams Jr., Bocephus, One Night Stands, $12.50 for that. Final call on that. If you're watching for the first time and you're relatively new and you hadn't got to buy anything yet, I'm sure an opportunity will come up at any time. We do we'll be doing records for at least probably another hour. So anytime you see something, everything in the bin is a buy it now, first come, first serve, and in the back there's auction. Now, we will be doing this again tomorrow. We'll also be doing it Friday, and we'll be doing it Saturday. Final call to lock in a bid on the Jimi Hendrix. And then this is a beautiful copy of the Marshall Tucker Band's first album. Very clean. No condition notes. Can't You See is on there. Take the Highway. $15 start on that. Robert Warner first on JD. That's John Denver. Susie Breedlove on Hank, which was Hank Williams Jr., and then Danny Thomason, and then Danny Thomason. We still got Marshall Tucker in here. We still got Charlie Daniels, and we have Emmylou Harris, Bluebird. Emmylou Harris is $10. Emmylou Harris is $10. Robert, was there another JD You put JD twice. So I got you down for 1 John Denver. Marshall Tucker, 15 and 15. Rita Coolidge, Inside the Fire. $5 on Rita Coolidge. And Making Time, Time, Trouble, and Money, which is a 2000 UK mod record. That's $12.50. Making Time. And Chick Corea, The Leprechaun. Chick Corea, $7.50. Wow, no bids on Hendrix. Only a $15 buy it now. Rainbow Bridge soundtrack. Very clean copy, too. $15 buy it now on Hendrix. Over here, we have Carl and the Passions. Wow. Half off of $74.99. That's $37.50. $37.50 on that. We have Leslie getting the Jimi Hendrix, then Jim Davis, and then DJ Dodge was third. Hattori Hanzo fourth. Marshall Tucker's at 20. Bob fifth on Hendrix. Blade sixth. I wish everybody would just bid. However, Leslie got a great deal at $15. And then David Honeyboy Edwards, I've Been Around, a 1978 press, half off of $49.99, makes that $25. Okay, so, wow. Marshall Tucker, 21. Lots of people on Jimi Hendrix. Jim Davis was next in line, and then DJ Dodge, Hattori Hanzo, Bob Riger, Blade Singletary, C. Scherzer, J.D. Conklin. 7 backup people after that. Marshall Tucker had a new bid for 21. Thomas Ujar wants PDHE, and that was, I'm not for sure, DHE, David Honey Edwards. That sold to Thomas Ujar. Michael Knapp second. Marshall Tucker's at 25. And this, I forgot the exact information on this. So for just the reason this is so pricey, this is, I don't know the exact details, but I know this. This is a desirable version of the Beach Boys' Pet Sounds. So the Beach Boys' Pet Sounds, I forgot exactly the details on it. So tough, and then of course you get Pet Sounds. I forgot the exact what makes it desirable, but a lot of people look for this because of this cut, this version of the Pet Sounds album that's on here. Maybe somebody knows, maybe somebody can tell us right quick, but that's why that was already $75. Now it's just $37.50. Just FYI. All right, Marshall Tucker's at 28. So that crate's definitely worthy of a recap. And I'm doing some stretching. Hoping nobody has to work tomorrow. Who here is off tomorrow? That'll give me a good indicator of how late we can go. I know how late we're probably going to go anyway because y'all will get sleepy regardless. Y'all going to be getting sleepy regardless. However, let me read what's left in here. There's some stuff in here like I Can't Believe It Didn't Sell. This is the first one, Benny King, Don't Play That Song. And this is a mono 62 press, VG condition, 1750. We have John Anderson. John Anderson, that's, after all the demand lately for John Anderson, that is EX condition, $14 on John Anderson. We have Johnny Burnett's Hits, a white label promo, VG 650. Joe Tex, From the Roots Came the Rapper. Joe Tex is VG plus 850. Elephant's Memory, VG condition, $9. Killer Joe's International Discotheque, VG condition, $5. Hank Williams, Wandering Around, VG condition, $9. Furmax, Here to There, VG plus $6. Recapping a half off bin. Hank Williams Jr., 11 Roses, a white label promo. $15 on that. We have the Stones, Metamorphosis, $17.50. All right, so final call. Henry Paredes has Marshall Tucker for $28. William Meadows, you're out. All right, and we have, do you buy records? We buy a lot of records. If you have records for sale, send us a message. We buy, as you can see, records. Thousands of them all over the country. That's how we obtained everything on this table. we buy records. And then Danny Thomason says, John Anderson, question mark. John Anderson is John Anderson. EX condition, $14. And we have Bob Dylan, knocked out loaded. Bob Dylan is in shrink wrap, original on her sleeve, $17.50. What John Anderson titles that? It's called John Anderson. It's self-titled. Marshall Tucker's at $30. And Carl and the Passion, So Tough, is a stereo release. Pet Sounds marked stereo label, but includes this recording is pressed in monophonic sound the way Brian cut it. Yeah, so this is a mono cut. This is a mono cut of Pet Sounds. Where is that? That's why that is sells for as much as it does. This is Carl and the Passions. And then you get Pet Sounds, the entire album, and it's in mono. It says cut. What's that say? Cut is the way Brian wanted. Yeah. Brian Wilson was deaf in one ear, and that's why a lot of the Beach Boys recordings are actually, some of those even later ones were done in mono. Does it say that on here? It doesn't say that on the, or does it say it in the dead wax? No, it may say it in the, may say it in here. Let's see. Yeah, this recording is pressed in monophonic sound the way Brian cut it. Yeah, that's why everybody's always wanting mono copies of that. That's why everybody's wanting mono copies of that. Which pressing, that looks like, that has that artesian symbol. That is, that one, that mark right there. It has the circle with the two lines. But yeah, that's why that was supposed to be $75. Now it's just $37.50. Okay, so Danny already passed on John Anderson, Paul Oakley, $35. Yeah, the price is $37.50, Paul. You have dibs, and then Bob Riger on Benny King. Then Next Play Records asked about it, and then Marshall Tucker, $33. And we have the Revlios, revved up. Revlios is $15. We have Maggie's Marshmallows, $10. We have Unlock the Funk Locksmith, $10. The Incredible Shrinking Dickies, yellow vinyl, $20 on that. Merle Haggard is $10. Also, Graham Galore's is $10. Marshall Tucker is $7.50. Paul Oakley does want Carl and the Passions. That's $17.50. We have Chris Knapp on the Revlios. That's so to Chris Knapp right here. Tim Turner on MH for Merle Haggard. I was waiting for some of these to sell. He's out on Marshall Tucker. So, Henry, you get that for $33. I had a feeling that would do really good. Can't You See What That Woman's Doing to Me? That's a classic. Jim Davis on Lock, and that's Unlock the Funk. We still got the Dickies there on yellow vinyl. Charlie Daniels, a clean copy of Knight Rider, gatefold. And it's on the original label, Karma Sutra, with the original company sleeve, $12.50. Rita Coolidge, $5. Emmylou Harris in shrink wrap and hype sticker, $10. One of her later albums, Bluebird, or later, that we don't see as often. I did say later the first time. Not too late, but not too early, if you know what I mean. Rita Coolidge, it's also $5. Couple Rita albums that I don't see as often, Never Let You Go and Inside the Fire. And then we still got Chick Corea. Chick usually sells. He's only $7.50. And then Making Time, Time, Trouble, and Money, a 2000 UK mod record, $12.50 on that. Garrett Cypert says he will take Harris. And Harris was Harris. That must be something still in here. Is there a Harris album still in here? Chick Corea, Rita Coolidge. Must be something I just passed. I don't see that in here. I might be mistaken, though. And then Jared McLaughlin wants both Rita Coolidge. Emmylou Harris. Oh, my gosh. That's so to Garrett Cypert. Right. That was wild. And then we have Rita Coolidge, so to Jared McLaughlin. Time for a Monster. And then we have GRCNC wants Tucker. Marshall Tucker, and then Alan Smith on CC for Chick Corea. All right. So, I'm going to move the, I can't believe these didn't sell up front. Charlie Daniels, the Dickies, mostly just because it's the yellow vinyl. The John Anderson and Bob Dylan for sure, because that's shrink-wrapped, one we don't get as often, original sleeve. Definitely the Stones. Hank Williams Jr. was a lot label promo. Earlier, Hank Williams Sr. there. And then that's probably it. Right there is probably my 1, 2, 3, 4, top 5 or so albums that I can't believe didn't sell in that bin. All right, I'm going to condense those with the other ones. We've went through two fully packed half-off bins, and there's only about a third of a crate left. Now, this next crate I'm going to go through is going to be buy it now or best offer. Don't hesitate to throw out offers. The half-off bins are a lot easier because y'all don't have to type unless you're claiming. I've learned that because there's a lot of times when I'm doing buy it now, best offer, a lot of people will want me to tell the price, and it's a lot easier to sell them if I have to get y'all to price those. If I have to get y'all to throw out the prices, it's a little bit more quieter. But yeah, this is a great bin. And then up here's some of that jazz stuff. This is a lot of pre-owned, check condition, and then up here's a lot of those jazz records. So let's do this. We're on pace to sell a lot of records tonight. Plus, we had a lot of great vinyl, new vinyl come in. And I'm about to go through some of that. And then also, we'll go at least through the very first couple bins from tonight. Buy it now, best offer, because there was so much like new sealed stuff from tonight that did not get sold, and it was some great titles. And I think all the new vinyl is pretty much in one. It's all like in one bin over here. Let me go ahead and do some condensing. No, I guess it's all up already on the table. There's that crate. That's the leftover half-off stuff, and then yeah. So all the stuff Paul and lower price tonight is only left into 2 crates. And we started with 7. So let me go ahead and do some condensing. Sorry, it's time for me to play cleanup, otherwise I'll lose track of where I'm at. All right. Also, Adventure says take BB. Now, if that's for Beach Boys, it's long gone. If it's for something else, let me know. Okay. We have Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace. VG condition, $9.99. Steppenwolf, VG, $9.99. Rest in peace. These are all buy it now, OBO. Okay? So, we have Eagles Live, VG condition, $24.99. Gatefold 2LP, $24.99. The Eagles Live, VG, Gatefold 2LP inner sleeves and poster. Hall & Oates Private Eyes, EX condition, $21.99. Original inner sleeve, Hall & Oates Private Eyes. And Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2, EX condition, $29.99. The yellow vinyl Susie was $20. $20 on that. Sorry. Okay. Trying to get some stuff figured out for tomorrow. I'm trying to make sure John's not actually going to be here tomorrow because he don't like taking days off. I've told him he can have off, and he's like, oh, you know what? I actually might be there anyway. John Lennon, EX condition, $14. Or excuse me, EX condition. Oh, these aren't half off. These are buy it now, best offer. John Lennon's EX condition, $27.99. I don't like this bin because they won't stand up correctly because there's so much stuff still in here. I need somebody to go ahead and buy the first 5 records. They won't stand up correctly. Julian Lennon, Now You're in Heaven. Julian Lennon is $9.99. Julian Lennon, $9.99. Jesse Dixon and the Dixon Singers, These Heavy Burdens Won't Last Always, $29.99. We also have Aretha Franklin with Everything I Feel in Me. Aretha Franklin is $24.99. Aretha Franklin, $24.99. These are BINBO. This is, I remember showing this the other night. It was some kind of hip-hop. I forgot the exact details already. Prio 2, a film written by JID. I forgot the details on that already. Somebody had looked it up for me and explained it. Hey, the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's. This is a 2017 U.S. reissue, $39.99 on the Beatles, and Robert Plant, The Principle of Moments. Robert Plant is in EX condition, $17.99. Robert Plant, The Principle of Moments, and the Mothers of Invention, absolutely free, a 1967 mono, $29.99. The Mothers of Invention. Test 1, 2. I'm not going to do anything until I at least see a test comment, or I think the feed's crashed. Is anybody still out there? I'm going to take this moment to drink a bottle of water. I gotta send an electric shock to everybody. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Got to get everybody woke back up. Make sure everybody's still alive out there. Okay. There we go. Is this thing on? I was like, man, can we at least get an offer on one of the first 10 records? Like anything. Just throw something against the wall. And the first person to do it was Jim Davis. He said, Robert Plant, $12. He's in the mood for a melody. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to him. That's sold to Jim Davis for $12. And then we have Paul Oakley said 20 for Mothers. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Paul Oakley for $20. And then we have price on Hall & Oates. Hall & Oates is EX edition, $21.99 for Hall & Oates Private Eyes. EX edition, $21.99 on that. And we've already sold that. And Leslie said, how much was the Eagles? The Eagles is in VG condition, $24.99. The Eagles Live, both inner sleeves and poster. Chicago, VG Plus condition, $16.99. Chicago, VG Plus, $16.99. Also, Cactus, Ott and Sweaty. Cactus is VG condition, $12.99. We have Mothers. We have that. Chris, we've already sold Mothers for $20. C. Scherzer offered $16 on Eagles. Leslie offered $15. And Greg Preston offered $15 for Hall & Oates. Now, Leslie asked first about the Eagles. So C. Scherzer, she's first. Leslie, I'll do $17 on it. If you want it for $17, it's yours. If not, then C. Scherzer will take it for $17. Greg Preston said Hall & Oates $15. That's sold to Greg Preston for $15. Lisa Davidson wants Chicago for sticker. That's sold to Lisa Davidson. And then MFSB. Love is the message. MFSB is VG condition $9.99. Grand Funk Railroad, Caught in the Act. VG condition $11.99. Leslie does take the Eagles for $17. That's sold to Leslie. Boz Scaggs is in VG Plus condition $14.99. Boz Scaggs, that is his debut album. I always mention this. The legendary Dwayne Allman plays on that. VG Plus $14.99. We have Carlos Santana and Buddy Miles live. VG minus condition $9.99. Zephyr. This is going back to Colorado. Zephyr is in VG minus condition, $9.99, and It's a Beautiful Day. It's a Beautiful Day. Marion Maiden is VG Plus $9.99. Rodney Crowell is VG Plus $14.99. And the Manhattan Transfer, Mecca for Moderns, EX Edition $12.99. Leon Redbone, VG Plus $14.99. And Tribute to Jimi Hendrix, EX Edition $17.99. Sand for $5. Santana and Buddy Miles. Leslie, I'll do $7 on that. And we have Dr. Buzzard's Original Savannah Band. That's EX Edition, $12.99. All right, I'm going to try to find a couple more auctions. I hadn't done anything since that Jimi Hendrix and Marshall Tucker. So let me go ahead and find, here we go. Here's some stuff from the other night. I will cut the price, and we'll put these up for auction, just in case you missed it. First, Leslie wants the Buddy Miles for $7, and Santana Buddy Miles. That's sold to Leslie for $7. And Isaac Hayes' Moment. Isaac Hayes' Movement. Isaac Hayes' Movement is VG Plus $14.99. James Rutledge, Hooray for Good Times, a 1976 U.S. rock album, VG Plus $9.99. And King Crimson in the Court of the Crimson King is a 1984 Mexican import, EX edition, $36.99. Matt Lawson offered $10 for Bob Skaggs. Sold. Justin Chase offered $10 for Rodney Crowell. Justin Chase, $10, Rodney Crowell. That's sold to Justin Chase. Now, we have Santana, Abraxas. This is an early 80s press. It's a gatefold. Very, very nice vinyl. Pristine. Near mint minus. It does have a barcode on the back. Vintage 80s reissue of that. $15 start on Santana. And then Tom Petty, Long After Dark. No condition notes. Original inner sleeve. $25 start on Tom Petty. Long After Dark. You got lucky. $25 start on Tom Petty. KC Price. King Crimson. King Crimson is a 1984 Mexican import, EX condition, $36.99. Savoy Brown, Street Corner Talking. Savoy Brown is VG, $9.99, and then Groundhogs split. Groundhogs is EX condition, $42.99, a 1971 US. That is $42.99. Groundhogs. Now it looks like we're about to get into some of the jazz stuff. So just be on standby for that. All right. So Groundhogs, Chris Knapp said 30. I'll go ahead and sell it to you. That's sold to Chris for 30. Tom Petty 25. Santana has a bid for 15. Okay, this is Esterly Wins, Jack Wilson, Lee Morgan, Garnet Brown, and this is a Tone Poet, EX condition, $32.99. Easterly. Did I just say Esterly? Easterly Wins. I was about to say Esterly. Easterly Wins. Blue Note, Tone Poet, EX condition, $32.99. Esterly. Easterly. A Caddy for Daddy, Hank Mobley, a Tone Poet reissue, $34.99. So Easterly Wins. Hank Mobley, Lee Morgan, Infinity. Lee Morgan, $39.99. Another Tone Poet. Of course, these Tone Poets, beautiful jacket, beautiful vinyl, $39.99. Okay, and then final call on these two auctions. Tom Petty has one bid for 25. Santana has one bid for 15. This is a mouthful. This is Mankunuku Quartet, Yakal Inkomo. Como. And that is a 2022 press, $29.99. Leon Redbone has an offer for $9 of Brent. Sell that to Brent Robley for $9. We have Abluba Abarim, another mouthful. And this is Water from Ancient Well. That's an 86 US, $34.99. Felix, you were second on Leon Redbone. I've already sold it to Brent. The Prophetic Herbie Nichols, Blue Note 5068, Volume 1. That's a 2021, $24.99 on that. Out of the Afternoon, Roy Haynes Quartet, another Tone Poet, $34.99. And this is Ronnie Jones, Don't Turn Around. Ronnie Jones is $9.99. And Bill Evans, You Must Believe in Spring. Bill Evans, featuring Eddie Gomez and Elliot Ziegman. That's a 2LP, 45 RPM, $49.99. $49.99. So Santana just got that one bid with Leslie for $15. That sold for $15. And then Tom Petty, Also Adventure, one bid, $25. That sold to Also Adventure for $25. So those are gone and gone. Sold and sold. Finished and finished. And then we have Jim Davis said HN $20. That was Herbie Nichols. Go ahead and sell that to Jim Davis for $20. Jim Davis on that for $20. Figure out what's going on over here. Okay. We've already shown that one. We've already shown that one. We've already shown that one. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. This is $29.99. Dylan's Greatest Hits, $29.99. Second label, very clean vinyl though. Jackie McLean, Demons Dance. Jackie McLean, Demons Dance. And that's a tone poet, $34.99. And Lee Morgan, The Rajah. That's also a tone poet, $39.99. J.R. Montrose, I think, $69.99. A 2011 2LP 45 RPM mono, limited to 2,500, $69.99. Wayne Shorter, Schizophrenia. Wayne Shorter is $34.99. JR, David Hoy said $40. Is this one right here? I will sell this for $60. It's $60 on that one. Jackie McLean, this is a tone poet, $34.99. Monk's Dream, Thelonious Monk, a 2017 audiophile remaster, $59.99 on that. Tommy Flanagan Over, a 2022 Analog Productions 200 gram, $89.99. Bill Evans Trio, Sunday at the Village Vanguard, $49.99. And Whistle Stop, Kenny Dorham, Hank Mobley, that is $89.99. A 2008 2LP 45 RPM Analog Productions remastered, numbered, $89.99. Well, there's a lot going on all of a sudden. So the first thing we had an offer on was this, 40, and then I said 60. He said 55. Sell this to David Hoy, JR, for $55. And then Schizo had offers for 25 and 30, which is Wayne Shorter, Schizophrenia. This is marked for $34.99. We got offers for 25 and 30. So Chris Knapp, you're first. Jim Davis out offered you though. So Chris, if you want Schizophrenia, it's sold to you for $30. And then Chris Knapp said Monk, $40. If you want Monk, I'll do it for $59.99. I'll do Monk for Chris Knapp. Monk is $50. You've offered $40. I'm at $50. It's marked $60. And then we have Jared Inc. says EW25. EW25. And that was EW, which is Easterly Winds. Jared Inc. If so, I'll go ahead and sell that to you for $25. Then David Hoy said 70 on KD, which was Kenny Dorham. Go ahead and sell that to David for $70. And then both Bill Evans and Monk to $125. Both records cut me a price. Well, that probably is the price because there's two other people interested in the Monk, and there's already somebody else who's offered more on this. So you just have to let me know individually. Wayne Shorter is $30 if you want it, and then Monk, because somebody else has asked about it, and then Brent's made an offer in a bundle for it. So that's yours for $50. You got dibs. The good part is you have dibs on them, but they're $30 and $50 if you want them. So, and you'll do both. I think that's a great decision. That's sold to you for $30, and this is sold to you for $50. And then I hadn't finished the bin. Mobley has an offer for $25, which is still in here. And John Gollin, I will sell this to you for $28, John, instead of $25. $28 on that. And we have Sonny Clark, Sonny's Crib, $169.99. A 2011 2LP 45 RPM numbered remastered, $169.99. Jazz records are actually the most expensive albums. So originals of some of these are huge money. So if you ever get on Discogs or maybe even Pop Psych and you look at the last 30 days, the last 6 months, the most expensive albums sold on Discogs and eBay are all jazz albums. And then rare psych and rare garage stuff. So it's usually rare jazz and in high grade jazz and then all the rare psych albums. But yes. And then these audiophile reissues are pricey because some of the originals aren't really all that great sounding. They just demand a lot of money because they are very rare and desirable. So David Hoy. So this is John Gollins for $28 if he says yeah. David Hoy, I have this for $170. And let's also not forget Brent Robley made an offer, both Bill Evans. Brent, the Monk sold. Brent, if you want to remake an offer on both Bill Evans, we can talk, or I can just tell you. And then this is Sonny Cribb, Sonny Clark, $169.99. I thought metal was high too. No, not like jazz albums. There's not a lot of metal stuff that brings, unless it's like 90s, like Tool Anima or the Black Album, stuff like that. Metal's just in demand. Yes, it does sell for a lot of money or relatively high to other stuff, but not like jazz albums. Northern Soul. Yeah, for 45s, yeah, for sure. Soul 45s for soul and funk are pricey too, but you don't see a lot of, there are really no Northern Soul albums. They were just rare singles. But that's the most expensive stuff, rare soul 45s. I have not set a price on this to David Hoy yet. David, I'll do $135 on it. $135 on Sonny Clark. I'm still seeing if John Gollin wants that for $28. And then Brent Briley said both Bill Evans for $75. So those to Brent Robley for $75. And then we have Thad Jones, which was $149.99. Thad Jones, the magnificent Thad Jones, and that's a 2010 2LP RPM mono remastered, numbered from Analog Productions, $149.99 on that. And Mobley's Message, a 200-gram Analog Productions, $69.99. Sell Sonny Clark to David Hoy for $125. John Gollin said tank, and I think that means he does want this for $28. So that's sold to John Gollin for $28. All right, so that was, I had a feeling, the first night we went through those, I went through that like whole crate, and I think we sold a handful of records, and I was like, whenever we go back through this crate, buy it now, best offer, these are definitely going to sell, because I'm sure there were some people on standby. So, yeah, let's go back through these one more time and see what we have in here. Thad and Mobley, $165. This would be $130. So $130 and $50 on that is $180. $180 on that. That's already some pretty big discounting at $180. $180 on those, Brent. Okay, so let's see what's going on. There's still some great stuff left in here. Keep in mind, this is a buy it now best offer crate. And then I may have one more crate over here with maybe, yeah. We might go through one more bin. Probably buy it now best offer. Probably these need to be buy it now best offer as well. All right, Brent says 175. Man, I'm getting punched right on the chin tonight. That's sold to Brent, both of those for 175. Him and David just got some unreal deals, along with John Gollin. And Brian, I never did see your comment. Did the new Megadeth live boot? Yeah, we've already showed that, Brian. Sorry, I don't know if you're still watching. I completely missed your comment. And David Hoy, and Jared Inc., and Jim Davis. Okay. So, we have, Yo, Where Is My Beach Boys album for $29. I have no idea what you're talking about. However, if you can clarify, I will let you know. We have John Lennon, Sometime in New York City. This is EX edition, $27. John Lennon, it's EX edition, $27.99. These are buy it now best offer. One more run through with this bin. We have Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace, VG condition, $9.99 for Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace. Bob Dylan, almost said Beach Dylan. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, EX edition, $29.99 for Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Julian Lennon, Now You're in Heaven. Julian Lennon is $9.99, 12-inch single. Jesse Dixon and the Dixon Singers, These Heavy Burdens Won't Last Always, $29.99. And Aretha Franklin, With Everything I Feel in Me. Aretha Franklin is $24.99. This is Disa Prio 2, a film written by J.I.D. That is $29.99, some sort of soundtrack to that. Sgt. Pepper's is sealed. No, it's open, $39.99. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, $39.99 on Sgt. Pepper's. We have Cactus, Hot and Sweaty. Cactus is in VG condition, $12.99. Sell Jared McLaughlin the Julie Lennon for $5. MFSB, Love is the Message, VG condition, $9.99. Grand Funk Railroad, Caught in the Act, VG condition, $11.99. And Zephyr, going back to Colorado, VG minus $9.99 in the name of financial freedom. George Washington crossed the Delaware because he knew 200 odd years later we would be here buying records on Facebook. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. That's my second bottle of water of the night. It's a Beautiful Day, Marion Maiden, VG plus $9.99. Manhattan Transfer was EX $12.99. Tribute to Jimi Hendrix, EX edition $17.99. Dr. Buzzard's Original Savannah Band, EX edition $12.99. The Isaac Hayes Movement, VG plus $14.99. James Rutledge, Hooray for Good Times, VG plus $9.99. King Crimson was EX $36.99. Savoy Brown is VG $9.99. Lee Morgan Infinity, A Tone Poet, $39.99. Lee Morgan Infinity. This record, what a mouthful. That's $29.99. Look at all those letters. Same thing with this one, $34.99. We have Out of the Afternoon, Roy Haynes Quartet, A Tone Poet, $34.99. Ronnie Jones is $9.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, $29.99. Jackie McLean, Demon's Dance, A Tone Poet, $34.99. Really surprised that one's still there. Lee Morgan, The Rajah, $39.99. Jackie McLean, that one's called It's Time, another Tone Poet, $34.99. Jim Davis says Lee Morgan, $32, and that was this one right here. Sell that to Jim Davis for $32. What a Mouthful, $30. Sell What a Mouthful. I'm going to have to go to Whataburger tonight. Here's What a Mouthful to Chris Knapp for $30. And then Patrick C. Smith said It's a Beautiful Day for $6. That's sold to Patrick C. Smith for $6. There's Lee Morgan again. I left off the last record, which was Tommy Flanagan Over, which is a prestige reissue. $89.99. $89.99 on that. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what we're doing next. With that being said, last call on that bin. That wasn't the half-off bin. That was a Buy It Now Best Offer. And that was really our first Buy It Now Best Offer of the night. Here's what I plan on doing. We're going to at least try to go through one bin of box of posters a little bit later tonight. But before we retire records, I do have some more crates I want to go through. I really don't have any more auctions. And really, we can go through a lot more bins if we're not tagging or putting up auctions. So I've got another bin to go through, Buy It Now Best Offer. And then we'll see what time it is. Waiting on news for a July 4th grandson. Congratulations. It already is Independence Day. If you're watching on the East Coast, happy Independence Day over on the East Coast. It is now America's great day. We cast out the British. My UK, I don't see Jason Boxall watching. We do have a couple UK buyers. Sorry, but we said we can't have enough of y'all. We're done. Taxation without representation. We're finished. We're starting our own country. Curtain Call, Hank Mobley, A Tone Poet. There's some more in here. There's Curtain Call, $34.99. The Invisible Teardrops, a 2016 Garage album, sealed, $14.99. Don't hesitate to make offers. These are all Buy It Now Best Offer. Joe Henderson, The Elements, featuring Alice Coltrane, sealed, $39.99. Paul says fantastic album. $39.99. Joe Henderson with Alice Coltrane. Chris Christopherson, Easter Island, $14.99. Fred Neal, 38 McDougall, a record store day on clear vinyl, $29.99. John Garland said Mobley, $28. Same thing, John. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for $28. Same thing as last time. Towns Van Zandt Flying Shoes, $22.99. $22.99. We've got Joe Henderson 30 and Joe Henderson 32. Jared Inc., you've got dibs, but Brent's out offered you. So, Jared, if you want it, it's 32. If not, it's sold to Brent. Sounding Off Dizzy Reese, and this is $69.99. A 2010 Analog Productions numbered 2LP 45 RPM, $69.99. Dizzy Reese. Preston Rose on Towns Van Zandt. Jared Inc. is going to take the Joe Henderson for $32. And Brent, you're second. And then David Hoy said he'd give $40 for Dizzy Reese. I'm thinking $60, David Hoy. John Garland wants the Mobley for $28. Selling a lot of LPs out of this bin. We have Watkins at large. This is Doug Watkins, also of Hank Mobley, Donald Byrd, Kenny Burrell, Duke Jordan, Arthur Taylor. A Japanese press. It's in mono, $39.99. Hackensack West, Anthony Wilson. A 2024 press, $49.99. $49.99. Arnett Cobb, Party Time. Arnett Cobb is an Analog Productions press, $34.99. And Cliff Jordan, Blue Note 1582. A 2011 2LP 45 RPM numbered remaster of Cliff Craft, $74.99. Chris Knapp says Watt, $30. Watkins, sell that to Chris Knapp for $30. Moving on, we have Tear Down the Walls, Martin and Neal, a 1964 mono folk. And Paul has a note on here. This is Vince Martin and Fred Neal, EX, $32.99 on that. Dion, Born to Be With You. Dion is in VG Plus condition, $36.99. Creedence Clearwater Revival, that's in VG Plus condition, $26.99. Brethren, Moment of Truth. Brethren is EX, $22.99. Linda Tilley, a 77 funk soul album, VG condition, $19.99. The Kinks, Sleepwalker, VG condition, $9.99. Porgy and Bess, a 1959 Deep Groove Mono, VG condition, $19.99. Flashman. Flashman is a 1977 US Glam album, EX, $12.99. Fever Tree is in VG condition, $9.99. And Rick Danko, VG Plus, $19.99. CCR clean, no cutout. CCR is in VG Plus condition, not bad looking whatsoever. No cutout marks on the cover. A Richard Hunter sleeve, $26.99. Brent Robley on Porgy for $15. Sell that to Brent for $15. And we have the band, The Last Waltz, with the book, EX condition, $54.99. The band, The Last Waltz, EX, $54.99. Brent Robley on Rick Danko, sold to Brent for $15. Chris Knapp gets CCR for $25. And we have Winona, Tell Me Why. That's the new reissue that just came out on red vinyl. VG Plus, $24.99. Winona, VG Plus, $24.99. Dexter Gordon, Landslide. Dexter Gordon is a 1980 US VG Plus, $29.99. Press on Last Waltz. Well, I don't have any information from my help in the back. However, it's a Burbank Warner Brothers, and it looks like it is a Pittman press. I don't have the exact or confirmed details, but that's what I'm looking like. That's what I'm seeing from my eyes and my knowledge there. Melissa Bailey, Winona Judd, $18. That's sold to you. And the Pretenders, Learning to Crawl, has a QuiX2 limited edition pressing sticker, gold stamp promo, VG $14.99. And Kingfish, Bob Weir, Grateful Dead, EX edition, $17.99. I got caught up watching Grateful Dead videos early this morning trying to go to bed. I just find their cult following fascinating. I was watching just all kinds of stuff about the Grateful Dead this morning. It's just I really hadn't deeply got into their catalog enough to really understand it. But I'm just amazed at the concerts and the following. They were at shows playing people clips of just little segments of live shows, and there were people like, that was at such and such July, whatever, 1977, which I was like, man, that's incredible. I mean, it's easy to identify songs if you're a fan, but live cuts and to be able to tell what show it's from, that's wild. John Dorsey gets Kingfish for $12. Their fans are, I know someone's watching right now. Some of y'all deadheads are insane with the knowledge. Steve Kuhn and Ecstasy. This is EX Edition Motility. EX Edition, $9.99. And the Doobie Brothers, what were once vices are now habits. VG Condition, $14.99. The Doobie Brothers, what were once vices are now habits. VG, $14.99. And Creedence, this is Creedence Clearwater Gold. EX Condition, $29.99. Really cool cover. It opens up and it shows each member. There's Tom, there's Stu, there's Doug, and I bet this will be John. There's John Fogerty. Creedence Gold, and that's EX $29.99. EX $29.99. Ricky Owens says Doobie Brothers $10. Ricky, I'll go ahead and sell that to you for $10. Brent gets CCR for $22. That's sold to Brent for $22. And we have Tav Falco's Panther Burns, a 1992 French pressing on blue vinyl, $29.99. Let's get a new crate started. This one is completely full. I'd like to sell another one. We're on a pretty good pace for tonight for our sold crates, sold records. And let me see what else I have here. If I'm starting a new one, that means we got to fill it up. That means I'm going to have to probably do another half-off bin or something crazy tonight. We have John, speaking of John Fogerty, Put Me In Coach, center field, $24.99. The Kinks Preservation Act, VG Plus, $14.99. Tav Falco, how many tracks? 11, 6 and 5, $29.99. And Magnog is $34.99. That looks interesting. Magnog, $34.99. My bad. Get things set up over here. Chris Knapp said Kinks. That's sold to Chris Knapp. Kinks is sold. Preservation Act. And what else is in here? That's Jelly Roll. Wits at Chapel. A sealed copy. Jelly Roll. $29.99 for Wits at Chapel. 19 Hot Country Request. $14.99. That has Merle Haggard, Mickey Gilley, Willie Nelson, David Allen Coe's on there. $14.99. 19 Hot Country Request. The Kinks, One for the Road, $24.99. WLP Live Kinks. The Pretenders is $24.99. Brass and Pocket, $24.99. And the Judds, Rockin' with the Rhythm. The Judds is $19.99. Rockin' with the Rhythm. Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen. That is a great 2LP Live. Joe Cocker, $34.99. $34.99. Jared McLaughlin says Last Waltz, $40. Jared, if you give me a $5 bump on that, that will be $10 off, and I'll sell it to you. $4.5. Jesse Coulter, That's the Way a Cowboy Rocks and Rolls. Jesse Coulter, I don't see as often. $19.99. Hot #1 country hits. This is a really popular comp because Keith Whitley's on here, Clint Black, Brooks and Dunn, Alabama, Joe Diffie, Alan Jackson. This is from the 90s, a 1990 comp. $34.99. Matt Lawson says JC25. Was that, I'm assuming that's Joe Cocker, right? I'll go ahead and do the 25 on that, Matt. That's sold to you. And this is who? Exodus. Exodus is sealed. $24.99. Exodus is sealed. $24.99. And Dro Kenji. Dro Kenji's an Urban Outfitters exclusive. That's sealed for $24.99. Brent, the country comp will be $28 if you want it. $28 on that. And actually, that's exactly what Lisa just offered. Okay, well, I'll sell it to you then. That's sold to Brent for $28. Then Lisa. Matt Lawson got Joe Cocker. Joshua says, what's the Magnog album? And then Bob says, take 25 for Magnog. Joshua, I actually don't know anything about it. There's no genre. There's no information. It's just Magnog. And I'm going to sell it to Bob. You just let me know if you want it. It's Bob's for $25. If not, you can have it because you're first. And let's go ahead and sell Jared the last waltz. $10 off on that. The last waltz for $45. That is gone. The Babies, a sealed copy. There, it does have a cut mark on it. The Babies is sealed. $24.99. $24.99 on that. And Jay Giles band freeze frame. Jay Giles is $24.99. Play it. Can't play records. Facebook will kick us off. Jay Giles band is $24.99. I wish we could play records. I'd have one playing all the time in the background. People would be like, what do you listen to, Chad? And I'd take it right off the turntable. But unfortunately, for copyright reasons, we can't do that. Heath Norman wants the Babies. That's sold to Heath Norman. And we have Hotel California. I don't even know what genre it is. Hotel California. Boy, this is a nice looking copy. It's got the poster. It's got the original on the sleeve. And this is $39.99. $39.99. Hotel California. Can't play music. Yep. Can't play music. Eagles is $39.99. We have Billy Strings, Me and Dad. Billy Strings is sealed, $29.99. Bob Riger, you get Magnog for $25. We sold the Babies, and we have Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic. That is not the best copy. The vinyl's VG, and the cover's pretty beat. $14.99. Give me 1 second. All right. We have Psychedelic Lollipop, Blues Magoos, VG Plus, $17.99. Cheap Trick at Budokan, I Want You to Want Me. VG Plus, $17.99. John Dorsey said BS 22. I'll go ahead and sell that to John Dorsey for $22. And Golden Hits, Volume 1. There's Webb Pierce showing off his really cool guitar-shaped pull again. EX Condition, $9.99 on that. The best of David Bromberg is EX $14.99. Susie wants Cheap Trick. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. Genuine Electric Latin Love Machine. That's EX Condition, $14.99. Also, the Stones, Tattoo You. The Stones is EX Condition, $29.99. London Town, Paul McCartney, $24.99. And Shaka Khan is $14.99. So here's what I plan on doing. I plan on going through another bin. Let's do some half-off stuff and try to fill up this next. I've got a bin over here that's like half empty, or probably 4/5 empty. Let's try to fill it up by going through another pretty crazy, pretty recent half-off bin. And then maybe even after that, very quickly, we can go through some old half-off stuff, which I will probably say won't be the best titles, but I'm sure there'll be something in there y'all will want, as always. And I'm just going to read what's left in here, but there are a few offers. First, Chris Knapp wants the Webb Pierce, and then Jim Davis wants Blues Magoos for $12. And then there was an offer for $10. I'll go ahead and sell it for $12. The Bromberg album was EX Edition, $14.99. And then Lisa Davidson wants Shaka Khan. And then Charles says HC. HC. And HC was what? I don't know what HC is. Hotel California. Hotel California is 30. It's a USOG inner sleeve and poster. Very clean. Charles, $39.99. John Dorsey offered $9 for Bromberg. So I'm going to read what's left in here. Let's do a half-off bin. Probably a pretty recent one. And then another half-off bin. And then we'll probably transition over to tonight's movie posters. Everything in here is buy it now best offer. So if you need a price, let me know. Excuse me. We have the Invisible Teardrops, Chris Christopherson, Fred Neal, Dizzy Reese, Wackensack, Arnett Cobb, Cliff Craft, Cliff Jordan. Now earlier, I think David Hoy made an offer on Dizzy Reese, but we never did get together on a price. So if you're still watching, David, I still have it. Martin and Neil, Dion, Brethren, Linda Tilley, The Kinks, Flashman, Fever Tree, Dexter Gordon, The Pretenders, John Fogerty, Steve Kuhn and Ecstasy, Tab Falco, Jelly Roll, Sealed, 19 Hot Country Request, The Kinks Live, The Pretenders self-titled, The Judds, Jesse Coulter, Exodus, Dro Kenji, Jay Giles, Aerosmith, Electric Latin Love, Rolling Stones, McCartney, Eagles. And everything in here is BINBO, as we call it, which means you can go ahead and buy it now, or you can make an offer. So, went my knuckle adjustment. I'm going to go ahead and be putting up the next crate. So those are all available if anybody wants them. Now, was this buy it now? What was this? This was buy it now best offer, right? Yeah, those are buy it now best. Let me condense these two. Buy it now best offer crates. So far, the half off crates we went through, there's pretty much almost nothing left in those. You might see them tomorrow in a flip crate, even cheaper. But right now, they're half off. Let me see what is in this bin. There's some interesting titles. There's some good titles, and then there's some odd titles. I like that, a little bit of everything. So, yeah, let's go ahead and go through this bin. So we're going to go through a bin half off here, which, so we're going to transition back into half off. All right, and then Hotel California 25 and the Magnog. Charles, I'm not quite ready to do half off on a record like that, but if you do want it, it was $39. I'll do $30 on it, and I think you'll be very happy. Not only is it OG, but it has the poster, it has the inner sleeve, it's the gatefold, of course, and the Aerosmith, Jason, it is pretty rough. I'll do $8 on it if you want it. $8, dream on. And then the next comment is, how much is the Babies? That's long gone. And then Pretenders bundle, 25. I didn't think there was more than one. Was there more than one Pretenders? There's one Pretenders. Tafoco, the year? The year is a 1992 French on blue vinyl. 1992 French pressing on blue vinyl. There's one Pretenders, there's another. And somebody said, what? I'll do 20 and 10. 5 and 5 off would be 30. So WView Mounties, 5 and 5 off would be 30 on those. All right, and then Jason Jones said sold on Aerosmith for $8. And now we just need Charles Siebert on board for $30 on Hotel California. Nice vintage copy of that. All right. WV Mountie said sold. So that means Pretenders 20 and Pretenders 10. Charles passed. Dang. Charles, I had a streak going there. I'm going to show it to you one more time. You're talking about one of the greatest albums of all time, Hotel California. We're talking glossy cover, gatefold, pretty much no signs of wear, strong spine, no corner damage, no spine damage, original inner sleeve, and the poster. Look at this, crisp inner sleeve, beautiful vinyl, OG PRC pressing. That's why originally, it's a premium copy. That's why originally we had it marked for $39.99. Now, if you say pass again, I completely understand. If so, Felix wants it now, and then Lisa Davidson. We're going to go through a half-off bin. This first record is Jethro Tull. It's $9. It's in VG Plus condition. The cover is a little bit messed up. It's a hardback cover, and this is $9. There is some writing, VG Plus, $9. Living in the Past, Jethro Tull. That's now $9. He's passing. That's okay. Felix wants it for $30. That's sold to Felix for $30. Then Lisa Davidson. We have the Beach Boys Party. The Beach Boys is in VG condition, $6.50. Jethro Tull, the Beach Boys. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young live, 4-way street, no condition notes on the vinyl, $17.50. CSNY, $17.50. The Stones, Out of Our Heads, a red label mono, VG Plus condition, that is now $18.50, a red label mono. Peppermint Lounge, Twistin' with Joey D, VG Plus condition, $7.50. Clay Tyson, Laugh Your ASS off, VG Plus $7.50 on that. And Junior Walker and the All-Stars, Home cooking. Junior Walker is VG plus 750. Brent's going to take the Mono Stones. That's sold, and that's the first half off record in this bin. The Friends of Distinction, Greatest Hits. That has Grazing in the Grass on it. That was featured in the Anchorman soundtrack. VG condition, $5. We have the best of Chico Hamilton. The best of Chico Hamilton. What a cover. That's a 1971 press, $12.50. Jesse Rome on Junior Walker. That is sold to Jesse Rome. And John Lennon, Plastic Ono Band, live in Toronto, live piece, 1969, $17.50. $17.50. You don't know a lot about this album. I'll tell you what's going on. There's one side with John Lennon songs that are really good. He's doing a cover of Blue Suede Shoes. He's doing Dizzy Miss Lizzie, his classic Your Blues, and then, of course, the Give Peace a Chance. And then, side two, you might just want to skip it. It's Yoko Ono. We have Tommy Flowers on Grazing in the Grass. That's sold to Tommy Flowers. Daryl Hall. This is now $7.50. Is this the full album? Or is this a 12-inch single? Daryl Hall. It was marked $14.99. This is the full album. $17.50, or excuse me, $7.50 on that. Was $14.99. All original expressions. The soft sounds of today's rock. $5. That's a K-Tel soft rock compilation. Harry Belafonte returns to Carnegie Hall. That's now $17.50. And that appears to be an original RCA press, beautiful vinyl, Belafonte, $17.50. Bill Reese on DH for Daryl Hall. That's sold to Bill Reese. And the Dave Clark 5, Satisfied with You. Dave Clark 5, we'll say $5. There's not even a sticker on it. If anybody wants it, I'll do $5 on it. Jeff Davidson, you were second to Daryl Hall. Shades of Deep Purple. Deep Purple is now $17.50. Shades of Deep Purple, $17.50 on Deep Purple. And Matt Curtis, Rock Me. Matt Curtis is a 1978 pressing. 78 pressing, that's $10. Paul Oakley wants the Dave Clark 5 for $5. So let's put that in for $5. It didn't even have a sticker on it. Jared McLaughlin second, Patrick C. Smith third. And Mrs. Miller does her thing. Mrs. Miller is now $10. $10 on Miss Miller. And the Fabulous Rhinestones, $10 on that. Patrick, you were third on Dave Clark 5. Ruby Baby Dion, $7.50 on Ruby Baby Dion. And Dire Straits, the extended dance EP. Dire Straits is $12.50. Archetypes, Tim Harden, $10 on Archetypes. And Ricky Skaggs, Waiting for the Sun to Shine, $13.50. Ricky Skaggs, My Heart is Bleeding, the Eddie Taylor Blues Band. Eddie Taylor is a 1980 German pressing, $12.50. Eddie Taylor, $12.50 on that. Also, Boulders, Roy Wood, in shrink wrap of hop sticker, $7.50. Chuck Wills, Footprints in My Bed. Chuck Wills is $7.50. The Doors, a 69 Terre Haute, Big Mark down, $25 off, makes it $25. Red Electra label, that was $49.99. Now it's $25. I immediately regret that. $25 on that. Add Emmylou Harris, Luxury Liner. No conditionals on Emmylou, $7.50. Brent Robley D for Doors. That's sold to Brent. Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick. Now just $14. And this is the original newspaper cover. You open it up, you flip this down, and it literally looks like a newspaper. Jethro Tull. Tull had some cool covers. There's a little bit of writing on the front. There is a name on the front. That now is $14. Carole King, Rhymes and Reason, $7.50 on Carole King. We have Elton John, 21 at $33. Elton John is $10. And Ricky Skaggs, Highways and Heartaches. Ricky Skaggs is $10. Also, we have Runt, The Ballad of Todd Rundgren, VG condition, $6.50. Jason Isbell, Georgia Blue, a sealed copy, $15. It is on black vinyl, $15 on Jason Isbell. Maybe getting to some new sealed stuff here. Isbell's just $15. We have James Alexis Fussell, Out of Sight, a 2009 folk album, sealed, $13.50. The Lumineers, a 10th anniversary edition. Wow, was $69.99, now $35. A 2022 Apple and Tan vinyl remaster, $35 on that. So J.D. Conklin put EJ EJ was for Elton John. That's sold to J.D. Conklin. Brent Robley on J.I. for Jason Isbell. Then Preston Rose. And then Brent Robley on L for Lumineers. Then Sherry Darnell. Then Lisa Davidson. Then Leslie Holt. Reds. Reds is EX condition, $9. Warren Zevon, Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School. VG Plus, $12.50. Jethro Tull, Heavy Horses, VG condition, $5. Nick Lowe and his cowboy outfit, $6.50. The Rose of England. Charles Lloyd in Europe, a 68 press, VG condition, $10. The Marshall Tucker Band, Carolina Dreams. There is some cover damage down here at the bottom. $10 on MTB. Sergio Mendes is $5 and Brazil 66. Sleepy Kid, Monday Morning Smile, an indie rock album sealed, $10. Joe Turner, Rockin' the Blues, a 1958 Deep Groove Mono, was $79.99. Now $40. That was $79.99. Big Joe Turner, 58 Deep Groove Mono. Bill Wyman, Monkey Grip. Bill Wyman is $5, VG condition. Gun soundtrack, music by Henry Mancini, VG plus $7.50. Brent Robley on Joe Turner. I had a feeling somebody surely was going to buy that. And then Frank Sinatra, Tommy Dorsey and his orchestra, EX condition, $11.50. All right, let me see what's going on over here. Brent Robley on Frank Sinatra. Heath Norman was second. Lisa Davidson was third. All righty. So, what year was the K-Tail record? I'll take a look right quick. I'm just going to read some titles. Jethro Tull, Beach Boys, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Clay Tyson, Twisting with Joey D, Chico Hamilton, John Lennon. There's K-Tail. K-Tail is from 1980. Mostly songs from 79. Please Don't Go, Casey and the Sunshine Band's on here. The Commodores, Steel, Atlanta Rhythm Section. That's $5. Belafonte, Deep Purple, Matt Curtis, Miss Miller, Fabulous Rhinestones, Ruby Babin. Dire Straits is still available, which is unusual. It's $12.50. Tim Hardin, Ricky Skaggs, Eddie Taylor, Roy Wood, Chick Willis, Chick Willis or Willis? Chick Willis, Emmylou Harris, Jethro Tull, Leslie Holt does want the K-Tail comp. That's so price and condition on Beach Boys. Beach Boys is called Beach Boys Party. Riding on the back, VG condition, $6.50. Also, Ricky Skaggs, Todd Rundgren, the Jake Extras Fussell, Reds, Warren Zevon, Jethro Tull, Nick Lowe, Charles Lloyd. We still got the Sergio Mendes, the Marshall Tucker, the Bill Wyman, the Sleepy Kid, and the Gun soundtrack. The Gun, Gun. And as promised, I think I'm going to step over here and grab a half crate. One more quick half off bin right over here. But first, Beach Boys is sold to Jesse Rome. And these are still available, leftovers. If anybody wants them, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and condense those down. And I'm going to fill up a half off bin. I've been working on a section over here in the store bins, trying to get all these cleaned out so I could condense and uncrate some crates, if that makes sense. And I got a few last minute records here to clean out before we say these are done. So here's another quick half crate right here. And then I'm going to show some other stuff from tonight. So don't go anywhere. Don't sign off yet, okay? Don't sign off yet. I've got another half crate I'm trying to fill up right here. That's my goal. I'm trying to fill up our, I think, 7th crate for tonight, which would be fantastic. Let's go ahead and pull that Dire Straits for Brent Ropley. That's one record more filling up the bin. That's so to Brent. Thank you. All right, more half off. Junie, When We Do. Junie is a 1975, now $20 on 20th Century Westbound. That was $39.99. Eddie Harris is $10 in shrink wrap. Eddie Harris, I'm Tired of Driving. Jeffrey Osborne, Don't Stop. Jeffrey Osborne's $5. Jeffrey Osborne is $5. Another Jeffrey Osborne. And Bobby Hutcherson, Highway 1. Bobby Hutcherson is a 78 white label promo, EX $9. GRCNC wants the Bill Wyman monkey grip from the previous bin. There's one record closer. Let's go ahead and pull that. That's Bill Wyman monkey grip. This is sold to one of our new buyers for this week. GRCNC. Thank you. That's sold to you. And we have Firetown, The Good Life. That's an 89 sealed power pop album, $6.50. Pete Townsend, Empty Glass. Pete Townsend, $7.50 on Pete Townsend, Empty Glass. Save Your Kisses for Me, Brotherhood of Man, $6.50 on Brotherhood of Man. The Doobie Brothers, Taking It to the Streets, $5 on the Doobie Brothers. There is some cover damage there on the front. The Best of Cougat, Xavier Cougat, $10 on that. 60s dance looking record there. More of Roy Orbison's greatest hits, VG Condition, $5 on that. Jackson Browne, Lives in the Balance, $7.50. We have, this record is backwards. Hold on a second, what's going on here? I think somebody put it back in the sleeve the wrong way. It's Mina. Mina is a 71 Italian press, VG Condition, $7.50. Mr. Johnson, Great Songs, 24. 66 mono, VG Condition, $5. The Excello Story, that is a compilation, VG Condition, $12.50. Lightning Slim, Lonesome Sundown, Little Al, Blue Charlie, Lazy Lester, VG, $12.50. Time for the Tams, this is VG Condition, $6.50. Also, Grand Funk Caught in the Act, VG Plus, $10. This is Tim Harden, Sweet for Susan Moore. Tim Harden is $10. Little Sonny, Hard Going Up. Little Sonny is $10. Here's Larry Williams, VG Plus, $7.50 on Larry Williams. Also, George Benson, Living Inside Your Love, $7.50. A 2015 red vinyl press of The Hands That Thieve, and that's EX, $16.50. Lisa Davidson wants Grand. Grand is sold, and Felix Solis wants Junie from earlier. That was the first record. That sold to Felix. Those are sold and sold. Half off sticker. Another side of Bob Dylan. A 1964 mono, VG Condition, $17.50. 64 mono, $17.50 on Dylan. More of Roy Orbison's greatest hits. There's a better looking cover and just slightly better vinyl. That's VG Plus, $7.50. Jared McLaughlin wants the Tams. And the Tams was right here. That's sold to Jared McLaughlin. What label is Larry Williams? This is a 79 Japanese press on Specialty. And that's a 79 Japanese import on Specialty. VG Plus Condition, $7.50. Disco Hustle compilation, 23 tracks, 2 LPs, $10 on Disco Hustle. Also, Ira and Charlie Louvin, the Louvin Brothers, $10 on the Louvin Brothers. And the Folklords. Paul says this is recorded in 1968. It's a very solid folk psych pop album. The originals are huge money, $12.50. Burt Jordan said sold on Larry Williams. Susie Breedlove first on Disco. Ricky Owen, you were second. Wars and the Rumors of Wars, The Chariot. That's clear with blue and black splatter. $17.50 on that. Paul Oakley on Folklords. Lisa Davidson, you were third on Disco. Quincy Jones, Around the World. That's $10. It's a white label promo. Quincy Jones is $10. White label promo. Manzera is a white label promo for $10. And Ambrosia, Life Beyond LA. Ambrosia is $5. Okay. Now, I think this crate right here, I'm going to slide it over. This is most of the stuff from right here. Dwayne Caldwell wants Chariot. That's sold to Dwayne Caldwell. Chariot is sold to Dwayne. And yeah, if anybody wants anything in there, now's definitely the time to claim those. Right now. I'm going to slide this over, and here is some of the most newest stuff that came in tonight, in case you missed the very first part of the bin. First thing I'm going to show right now is the Megadeth Dystopia. We had a Megadeth bootleg come in. There's a big waiting list for it. It's got kind of a messed up cover. It's a Megadeth bootleg, and on the back they put pictures of Metallica. So that was a big mess up. We have a wait list for that. Darren Wortman wants the Doobie Brothers. Let me go ahead and pull that for Darren Wortman. The Doobie Brothers is sold to Darren, and that is $5. That's sold to Darren Wortman. So that's Dystopia, Megadeth. We have 2 for $29.99 each. And then the New Genesis, and we sold a bunch of these. And then there were 3 on sea blue colored vinyl, Genesis, $29.99. New and sealed colored vinyl, Genesis. Daniel Cody on Ambrosia. That's sold to Daniel Cody, and that was $5. Thank you, Daniel. So there's the new Genesis. Also, Adventure wants a Genesis. Joshua wants Wars, and I think that was the Chariot record. That was Wars. Yes, that's already sold to Dwayne Caldwell. He's already bought that. Megadeth, Genesis, and we have 2 copies. If you pre-ordered Living Color Stain, the order has been fulfilled. $39.99 for Living Color Stain. Music on vinyl. And then there's 1 copy of Creator left. Violent Revolution. Creators, $36.99. And then 1 Kraftwerk, which I had really never seen a reissue of this in stock. $34.99 on Kraftwerk. But we had 5 crates of new vinyl come in tonight. And right there is all that's left. This little handful right here. That's it. Unless there's another crate I'm forgetting about, I think that's it. We sold out of rarities. The Van Morrison Now Playings. My gosh, there was a lot. The Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2. The Fallout soundtrack. All that stuff, if we get it back in, it will be in on Monday. But yeah, Kraftwerk, Creator, Living Color, Genesis, we're down to 4 copies now, and then Megadeth. There's only 2 auctions that did not sell. This is Training Day. It was a $10 buy it now. It's a single from that movie soundtrack. And then the Psychic Meditation Music. And that was a $74 US. The cheapest for sale right now is $65. Ours is a $35 buy it now. And then I was going to go through this crate. And if you have any last requests for vinyl, now's the time. I'm going to go through this one, and then we're going to go through a box of movie posters. And if we're going to have a big sale tomorrow with on-sale vintage and on-sale new vinyl perhaps, if I have any, I don't have much left to discount, I better stop the sale after this crate and after a box of movie posters. You know why? Because I gave everybody the day off tomorrow, so I got to get the show ready. Usually there's 2, 3, 4 people here helping me get this show ready. So if we're going to have one tomorrow, I got to get some stuff ready. These are all new and sealed. Price is marked. Linkin Park Meteora, $33.99. Metallica Live Woodstock, $39.99. David Bowie is $33.99. That's the new rock and roll star, $33.99. John Miller, Modest Mouse. Modest Mouse is good news for people who love bad news. $39.99. 2 LP new and sealed. If you want it, just say sold. Maroon 5 Songs About Jane, $36.99. A Perfect Circle Emotive, $33.99. The Ronettes, a music on vinyl pressing, $39.99. There's David Bowie. Another copy of that. Nirvana Nevermind, $36.99. Now playing by Casey and the Sunshine Band. Glitter Disco Ball Colored Vinyl, $28.99. John Miller wants Modest Mouse. That's so to John Miller. Alonzo Brenzo wants on the Megadeth bootleg. You got it. Waiting list for Alonzo. Grateful Dead American Beauty Remaster, $33.99. The Beatles Past Masters is $48.99. This last copy we have has a little bit of a seam split right there. Just a little bit of a seam split, $48.99. Those are essential Beatles songs, not on any of their albums. Stereo Lab Mars Aquatic Quintet is $44.99. We have Twilight Saga New Moon, $39.99. Twilight Saga, $39.99. Also, we have Psychic is sold for $35. And Training Day, the soundtrack. If anybody wants to make an offer on that, that is the only auction that did not sell tonight, and we've sold the whole bin. Give my regards to Broad Street. Edward, we usually have that album everywhere. I just don't know where one is right now. James Bragg takes to KC just to see the Wax, and then Bill Samus on David Bowie. You sure you're not going to get down to some Boogie Shoes tonight, James Bragg? I mean, that's some crazy, great music on there. Boogie Shoes, that's the way, I like it. We also have Jelly Roll, Ballads of the Broken. That's on Cherry Red Vinyl, $29.99. The New Moon is on colored vinyl. It's on Metallic Marble, 2 LP. And then, what else was I going to say? There's something else in here. The Ronettes. So, yes, the Ronettes, that's a tough album to find an OG of. That's why I ordered that. Training Day is sold to Felix for $7. We also have Jelly Roll Wits at Chapel for $29. The best of the Doobie Brothers, and what they've done, kind of like the Eagles, they've packaged volumes 1 and volumes 2 together. So that is the essential, $46.99. Oingo Boingo, Dead Man's Party, red vinyl, $34.99. Jason Isbell Southeastern, 10th anniversary That's on indie exclusive blue vinyl, $33.99. Anthrax Stomp 442, $38.99 for Anthrax. Arctic Monkeys AM, $33.99. Monaco, now we're getting to a few new things here. Monaco Music for Pleasure, orange vinyl, $49.99. POD Veratus, POD is $29.99. Dockin, One Night Live, our last copy. Dockin is $49.99. There's another POD. I need to put stickers on those. And then this was the new Stevie Ray Vaughan, Vaughan Brothers Family Style, limited edition 2000 on blue vinyl, $39.99. Richie Sambora. Richie Sambora, I almost said Itchy Sambora. Do you have the new Billie Eilish? I don't. How does payment work? If you make a purchase, we will send you an invoice. Give Michelle Miller, make sure those go in for $29.99. She wants a POD. If you're a first-time buyer and you make a purchase, we will send you an invoice. We will send you an invoice on Monday through Square. It will come through your email through Square. $7 in limited shipping, and that is as much as you want to buy. That's for an all-week process. All week. Now, it is Wednesday night. We'll be here again tomorrow, and we'll be here on Friday and Saturday. And that's as much as you want to buy, $7 in limited shipping. I'm looking for, Susie, I bet it's in this bottom crate. There should be 2 or 3 copies. I bet it's in this crate here. This crate we've been using as a warm-up bin the last couple nights. Let me see what I can find for you. This is Botnell Best Offer. This was leftovers of half off. I need to go ahead and condense these. But yes, I should have it. Let me see if I can get to the bottom of this pile after I condense these. And nope, they weren't in that bin. And that's all the new vinyl there. That's Botnell Best Offer stuff. There's the mud veins. Nope, nope, nope. I don't know where that crate is. If it's around here somewhere, I don't know where it is with those. So, sell me the last. The new vinyl with sticker price, Jason. I would love to do that, but I can't. There they are, Richie Sambora. Richie Sambora. New vinyl is all. Now, if you saw last week, we sold, I basically went through everything on sale. Now, if that Anthrax is not here in about 2 months, I'll sell it to you for a reduced price, but it will probably not be here. All the new vinyl, everything on this table has come in the last about 2 weeks, maybe 30 days at most. And we've already went through everything. We've discounted literally everything in the store. So all this is new stuff. It's sticker price. If these hadn't sold out in about August or September, I'll sell what's left probably for like $30, and we will immediately sell them. But right now they're sticker. This sold to Susie on that. And then Joshua said, how much was Anthrax? It is $38.99. Anthrax is $38.99. See, Jason, you got dibs. You might want to go ahead and buy it. And by the way, this Creator was on back order, so it's been out of stock for a long time. $36.99. But if I sold you those two for $60, I would pretty much make zero. And I'm not joking. So new vinyl is extremely marginal markups. I'm telling you. I would make about zero if I sold those to you. After all said and done, after processing, and at the end of the day, I would make zero. So this is, Jason asked about this. If he doesn't want it for sticker, then it's sold to Joshua. KC is sold, but Leslie, if you want on a waiting list, I need to order more of those because that's a great compilation. So let me know if you want on a waiting list. I'm going to order more anyway. I'm going to tell whoever's watching the sale right now, make a note to order more KC and the Sunshine Band. All right, and while some last-minute comments are coming up, I'm going to go ahead and step to the back and get this movie poster box. I'm just going to pick one randomly, and we're going to go through it. So while these last-minute excuse me. Sorry, I got choked walking to the back. But I've always had that rule on new vinyl, just keep it stickered and then. Joshua, he just took the Anthrax record. Joshua, if you want on a waiting list, let me know. They might not be in until Monday, but Jason says he will take the Anthrax. And then Lisa Davidson wants on the KC waiting list. Put Leslie Holt on the KC waiting list. Lisa Davidson wants a Vaughn Brothers. And Joshua, I have nothing now to sell you. So if you do see something else, let me know. All right. Now, what we're going to do is I'm about to go through some movie posters. We're going to go ahead and get those rolling. They are buy now best offer, or not buy now best offer. They're, yeah, I guess they're kind of buy now best offer. No, they're first come, first serve. We're going to go through them. Joshua, let me know if you want on the Anthrax waiting list because I'm going to order more anyway. They'll be here first of the week. Let me find a crate to put here to balance these on. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through some posters. We're going to try to go through these two boxes. One's about half full. The other is completely full. They're cheap. First come, first serve. If you're first, that kind of reserves your spot. Most of them are going to be $10 or $15. 10 or 15 unless we find something, you know, that was left over from previous that is a really good title. And if that happens, then I'll price it accordingly. We had a couple last night, but I'm pretty sure the average price of a poster last night was about $12 because I've lost my train of thought. Because most of them were $10 and $15. So you can take the average of that. Now, we have the first bin. I need a roll call before I do anything of poster buyers. I've already seen a couple comment, so I have a feeling they're lurking. And if we can go through these fast, we will. We might can even knock out both boxes. I've got two boxes up here. One of them's not that full. I have a feeling we'll be able to go through both of them, but we'll see what happens. All right. And then, like I said, I wasn't, when I was planning this week out, I was like, well, you know, I was like, we'll be able to go late on the 3rd, but I forgot I was going to give everybody the day off, so. Any 90s or 2000s posters? No, most of these folded ones are all 60s and 70s. The 90s and 2000s are going to be rolled, and we've already sold most of those. I still have some rolled posters, but folded posters are vintage, 60s and 70s. So the first box we're going to go through has the letter Y and Z on it. So get ready to be typing that a bunch. And let's go ahead and see what we have in here. Year of the Dragon. Year of the Dragon. So, let me get my phone organized here in case I need to look something up. Henry, $10 on Year of the Dragon. $10 on Year of the Dragon. If I can get this folded back the way it was. I think it was like that. Year of the Dragon. $10 on that. Henry and then Felix, he said sold. That's gone. We have a press kit for Yanks. A press kit for Yanks. I didn't think there was any press kits in here, but there's a press kit for Yanks. Zapped. Zapped. Y's and Z's should be in here. Interesting letters. Zapped. We did 2 bundle deals last night. One was a big bundle deal and one was a smaller bundle deal. Kenny Bagley, $10 on Zapped. $10 on Zapped. We have ZPG, pretty cool looking poster, but there's a big rip at the bottom. ZPG, but there's a big rip at the bottom. Has some tape. ZPG. And we have, Kenny said sold on Zapped, and then we have a Z from Michelle, a Z from Paul. Zapped is sold to Kenny for $10. I have a feeling Paul's Z was for Zapped, but I have no idea what Michelle's Z was for, because I'm not for sure when that came in. Next poster is Z. It's literally Z. The last word in the thrillers, Z. Now you can actually just use one letter here and it will be acceptable. $10 on this. Michelle Miller, $10 on that. I think you were first. And also, if you want ZPG, it's also $10. So, Michelle, you've got dibs on ZPG for $10. Now you have dibs on Z for $10. However, there's another Z. So, Michelle, Paul, you're next on Z. Here's another one. This one has some pinholes. So, this one has some pinholes at the top and bottom. The ones at the top are a little bit smaller than the ones at the bottom. But Paul, there's one for Paul Oakley. There's one with pinholes. And then Paul Brothers, you're next. Michelle gets ZPG and Z for $10 and $10. So those are sold. And then we have Zandy's Bride. Zandy's Bride. And coming for us. No Scarface yet. And Paul or Chris, I forgot to go back through that Chicago crate. I forgot to go back through that. And then somebody made an offer on Boys to Men earlier. Who was that? I forgot all about that. I was going to address that. Somebody made an offer on Boys to Men, and I was supposed to go back through that Chicago bin. All right. Michelle has commented another Z. I'm assuming that's for Zandy's Bride. If so, that's $10, Michelle. Chris said Boys to Men, $50. I think we had that marked. We had that marked for $69.99, Chris. I'll do $60 on it. $10 off a record like that as a new arrival. Paul Brothers got Z. So that's sold to Paul Brothers for Z, the one with pinholes. She passed on Zandy's Bride. I'm going to have to really keep up with my comments tonight. Zabriskie Point. Zabriskie Point, a 3-sheet. A 3-sheet. And then we have Young Lovers. Young Lovers. A 3-sheet is Zabriskie Point, though. Young Lovers. That's an older movie poster. The Young Lovers. There's the in there, my favorite word. The Eagles, the Rolling Stones, the Led Zeppelin, the Queen, the Pink Floyd. Now, nobody on Zabriskie Point. Michelle, Young Lovers is $10 if you want that. Zabriskie Point's $10 if anybody wants it. Landro, you're first. And then there is the band The, like Cole just said. That's true. Chris Frazier said sold on Boys to Men for $60. So let me find that. Man, I went right to it. That was amazing. Y'all should have seen that. So this sold to Chris Frazier for $60. It's an out of print Boys to Men Greatest Hits. That's sold for $60. I'm going to put it back over here with the records. And then we probably need to go back through that band because Chris Kirkley was interested in some Chicago possibly. And Chris, if you're on at the end of posters, I'll breeze through it. Just let me know at the very end of these posters. Now, Landro said ZP for Zabriskie Point, and then he said later sold. So sell the Zabriskie Point for $10. And then Chris Frazier said sold on Boys to Men. Then Michelle Miller said sold on Young Lovers. So Young Lovers is sold for $10. And I had 2 of those. There was one. There's another Young Lovers if anybody wants it. There's another Young Lovers if anybody wants it. And then the Zandy's Bride is the only thing left. Zandy's Bride is the only thing they didn't claim. She bought a Young Lovers. There's another Young Lovers. And then here's another Young Lovers. And then here's another Young Lovers. And 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 here's another Zabriskie Point 3-sheet. There's another Zabriskie Point 3-sheet for $10. Paul Brothers had sold on Young Lovers. Let me make sure this one looks nice and clean and fresh and crisp, Paul. This looks nice, and I think I can get you a better one than that. That one had a little bit of a mark right there. That one, this one. This might have been the first one I actually... That was the second one I showed, yeah. All right. And we have... That one's good. All right, sell that to Paul. So there's another... The second Young Lovers there is Paul's for $10. And then Josh put Zabransky Point. And then Michael Ruttman wanted to look at it, but Josh was first. And sorry I didn't show it initially, Michael, but it's such a big poster. I usually just wait on the 3 sheets until I actually have to show them. So that's sold to Josh for $10. Maybe another one will pop up. It's possible. And we have the Young Runaways. The Young Runaways. So pretty much we're doing $10 poster 4th of July blowouts right now. This is the Young Runaways. And Michelle, that's also $10 if you want it. The Young Runaways. All right, I'm going to fold that. That's pending to Michelle. Landro also interested in one. But Landro, it's your lucky day because it looks like there's another Young Runaways. Michelle passed. And there's one right there. Landro, if you want one for $10, there it is. All right, let me put that right there. So there's 2 Young Runaways. There's 1, there's 2. And then Paul also interested in one. And there's another Young Lovers. There's another, in that Young Lovers with Peter Fonda. I know we got a bunch of them over here, but that is a 1964 poster, just FYI. $10 if anybody decides they want one. And we got 2 people in line for Young Runaways, Landro and then Paul Brothers. Here is the Young Warriors. Young Warriors. And this is pretty cool looking with some GIs, but there is some damage. He's got a cut right through his gut. There's a corner missing. Pretty cool poster, though. $10 on that. Even with the damage, pretty cool poster. $10 on that. Michelle and Paul was first. And then Landro and Paul Brothers still pending on Young Runaways. With Landro being first. So we're kind of just waiting for his word on that. And then we have Young Warriors for 10. And this next poster, Michelle said sold on Young Warriors. Paul, you were second. Paul Oakley. We have a horse called Farlap. A horse called Farlap. Let me get my camera tilted a little bit over. That should help y'all a lot. $10 on that. If my camera ever gets off-centered, let me know, because I don't even look. I'm literally never looking at what y'all can see. The camera monitor is almost behind my back. I just kind of know where is center when I'm showing records. So I never sometimes even know what y'all see. I don't know if I'm in frame or if you can see my hands or what I'm showing, whatever. So first though, Paul is Landro's going to pass on the Young Runaways. So that means Paul Brothers gets one. There's another Young Runaways, not Young Lovers, Young Runaways. And then Michelle first on the horse, and that's sold for 10. Regina was second on that one. Next poster is Prudence and the Peel. Prudence and the Peel. A 1 sheet. Does have some tape on the top and bottom on where it was taped, and maybe a couple on the side. $10 on that. Paul Oakley wants a Young Warriors if another one comes up. There was another one. There was this one right here. No, that was Warriors. Okay, Young Warriors. Well, if that happens, you got to be ready to claim it. So the way I do that is if there's one, and then there's possibly one later, you got to be first, because I don't know if there is one later, and it'd be hard to keep up with who's first, second, third. So you may be first the next time, but just be ready to claim it, just FYI. Prudence is $10 to Michelle. Now, if there's a bunch in a row consecutively, then I'll go ahead and start dishing them out, but it kind of resets after we move on. Prudence is sold to Michelle for 10, just FYI. That's the easiest way to do it. Prime of Miss Jean Brody, because sometimes we'll show one, it may be like, let's say an hour later, and then it may not be, there may be something wrong with it, and I just want to make sure somebody wants it, and then you're already off, and I don't know if you still want it or not. Hope you get what I'm saying. This is the Prince of Jane Brody. The Prince of Miss Jean Brody, I think is what that says. $10 on that. Michelle, I think your CRI was for PRI. We also have Passage to India. Passage to India. Oh, hold on, I'm doing some stretching. Give me a second. There's a couple people I hadn't seen on in a few nights. Jennifer Schrader. I don't know if they're watching quietly. George Jones, Jennifer Schrader. There's a couple other people missing. Who's usually watching? Sean. Where's Craig at? Craig's not on, is he? Where are you, Craig? And then Sean Jones. Dale. Dale hadn't said anything, I think. Maybe he did earlier. Dale. Brent's possibly lurking. Possibly. Now, pass Prime. Prime pass, not Prince. Pass India. So, Paul, do you want that Prince Brody? The one that Michelle passed on? Sorry, Michelle. I'm trying to talk and I'm over here. Travis Wade. There's some people that's already commented tonight. I was trying to think about some people that hadn't watched at all. I wasn't claiming. All right, so nobody wants Prince. And then that's Michelle's if she wants it for 10. If you need to see it again, let me know. I don't know if I did a good job on that. It was the Prime, not Prince. The Prime. Yes, the Prime. I was been saying Prince. Thank you. The Prime. Some of these I don't pay enough attention to. All right, moving on. We have Places in the Heart. Sally Field. Places in the Heart. Kenny, $10. All right, and then we have PJ. George Papard in PJ. Michelle, you're next on Places if you want it. And then Susie, you're after Michelle if Michelle passes for $10. And then Paul Brothers is first to PJ. Paul Brothers, $10 if you want that. Paul Brothers, 10 doll hairs. So Michelle gets Places for 10. This is pinning to Paul for 10. And then there looks like there's another PJ. It doesn't look like it's in the goodest condition. Paul gets this one for 10. There's another one. We'll open it. Yeah, this one has a big rip right in the middle. Yeah, that one's in really bad condition. So no one's going to want that one. However, if you want this one, comment 3 as in the numerical 3 because we also have a 3 sheet of PJ. Just to keep things separate here, there is a 3 sheet of it. And it's obviously a big poster, but it possibly could have some damage because there's a tear right there we can see. And it looks like a big poster. Yeah. It looks like it's got some pinholes where they tacked it up and then maybe some rip holes where they tore it down. But the 3 sheets, $10. Michelle's already passed. Michael, $10 on that. And then we have what? We have Plenty, I think is what that says. Plenty. Meryl Streep, Plenty. All right, so PJ is a pass and a pass. Plenty is there if anybody wants it. Pennies from Heaven. Pennies from Heaven. Very popular soundtrack. I have had a lot of those before on vinyl. All right, so nobody on that. And Kenny Begley, $10 on pennies if you want it. Okay, let's see here. Let me set this over here for right now. I'll show you why. Kenny gets pennies for 10. What I just set over there was a 3 sheet that's kind of shuffled. Here's the 1 sheet to the movie. The Quiller Memorandum. The Quiller Memorandum. George Segal. Obi-Wan Kenobi. $10, Michelle. The Quiller Memorandum. And Michelle, there may even be one that's slightly... This one here may be a little bit better. That one is slightly better, yeah. So that's Penny and Michelle for 10. That's the best. And then there's 2 more, which that one just had pinholes, and this one has, it looks like a rip there in it. So Michelle gets that one for $10. All right. And then The Paper. Robert Duvall, Michael Keaton, Randy Quaid. Then here was the 3 sheet to the Quiller Memorandum, but man, it looks like it's kind of shuffled. I don't know. There could be 2 different ones here. Yeah, it looks like one's gotten tucked out of place. If anybody wants this, I don't know if it's all... I'm assuming there's 2 different ones here, but I'd have to open it all up and assemble it. So if anybody wants that for $10, I'll just... Whatever's all right here, I'll just tuck it all back in, and you might be getting 2 3 sheets, and it very possibly well could be. Paul Brothers wants The Paper for $10, and if anybody wants the Quiller Memorandum, and it looks like they're kind of damaged, so there's at least 1 there for sure, and there's probably 2, but it kind of got out of sorts there. Places of the Heart. Places of the Heart. Hey, there's another one. Or, yeah, Places in the Heart. Whoever, I think there was somebody, at least somebody else earlier. $10 on that. Michael Ruttman, so just give him this entire package here, the Quiller Memorandum. That's also to Michael for $10. It was Susie. She was next is on Places. So sell that to Susie for $10. And then we have Prudence and the Peel. Michelle already bought one earlier. Here's another one, Prudence and the Peel. There's another one for $10 if anybody wants one. All right, and we'll wait on that one. We'll wait on that one, and I'll show y'all this one first. The President's Analyst. I remember this. It's a pretty cool looking poster, best of my memory. Yeah. The President's Analyst. $10 on that. Michelle, you're first. Nobody on Prudence and the Peel. There's another Prudence and the Peel. And Pussycat, Pussycat, I Love You. Pussycat, Pussycat, I Love You. Okay. $10. Michelle's first. Michelle also sold on the President's Analyst. That's $10. She passes. Paul Brothers, you're next. There's another Prudence. And I'm trying to get to, there's another Pussycat. I'm trying to find backups immediately so we don't have to start it all over again. I was thinking there was other presidents of analysis, but I guess not. All right. So Paul got Pussycat, Pussycat, I love you. And there is another one. There's nobody currently next in line, but here was the second one. And it also looks very nice. It is very nice. So there's another one of those if anybody wants it for $10. And we have the People Next Door. The People Next Door. Interesting looking design on that one. Michelle first and Susie. Michelle, $10. So there is another Pussycat, Pussycat, I love you. That's Michelle's for $10 if she wants it. And we have the Paper Chase. The Paper Chase. Michelle sold on the People Next Door. Here is the Paper Chase. Let's do this 3-sheet I skipped earlier. It's the President's Analyst 3-sheet. President's Analyst. Looks like a very crisp, nicely folded 3-sheet of the President's Analyst. $10. Michael Ruttman, you're first. We had one of these earlier. PJ. This one's got a rip in it as well. Right here. Right in her. We'll just say it's right there. It's ripped. Michael sold on the President's 3-sheet. Here's another 3-sheet I passed up earlier. Prudence and the Peel 3-sheet. Prudence and the Peel. There's another one. Big 3-sheet. Pardon my blooper. Pardon my blooper. Released by K-Tail, it says at the bottom. Michelle, you're first for $10. Nobody on Prudence 3-sheet. Next is no. Yeah, Michelle said sold. Yeah, Michelle got it for $10. The Power. The Power is next. She put SP semicolon D and then spoiled, but she means sold. Boy, look at that one. That might be our first $15 one. Look at that one. That's pretty wild looking. I feel like that one's worthy of another $5 bill. The Power. Michelle Miller is still first. Then Travis. She's typing in the dark, I think. Typing DAC. Is that supposed to mean dark? That's $15 though, if Michelle wants it. See, she said sold. All right, next is Prophecy. Typing in the dark. Isn't your keyboard lit though, or are you like on a desktop or something? Oh, I remember this one. This was pretty popular. Yeah, that was one of those. I remember. This is there was 2 different patterns of this. They were both pretty similar, but I remember looking these up. I think we sold them a lot more than what I'm about to price it. This one's $15 if anybody wants it. 15 if anybody wants it. Yeah, a lot of people was interested in this. Michelle, Travis, Debbie, and Jason, just $15. Michelle, Travis, Debbie, Jason, and then Felix. Several people on that one. She said sold for 15. Here is a Quiller memorandum. We've already had one of those, but there's another. Quiller memorandum. Quiller memorandum. Another Quiller memorandum. There's a President's Analyst. This one already, though, has a hole in it. Let's take a look at it. President's Analyst. Yeah, it has some writing, has a hole. There's another one, though. It has 2 holes in it. There's another Quiller memorandum. And next is the Passage. The Passage. Keyboard's not lit. Okay, you must be on a desktop laptop or something then. I was thinking, typing in the dark, but if you're on a phone or iPad, that don't matter. But I guess I forget there's some people on a desktop. Cole's on a desktop. Who's all on a desktop right now? Or laptop? Who's watching on a desktop version? That's what I'm interested in knowing. Who's watching on a desktop versus a mobile or iPad, something like that? Michelle Miller, $10. You're first of that. You're first of that. Since we're on the topic of movies, did you ever do VHS? We have not done VHS yet. However, I do know where a stack is, and we can show those tonight right quick if anybody wants them. That's sold to Michelle, Passage for $10. I'm very curious. Boy, a lot of people's watching on a desktop. Yeah, see, that's what I've never understood, because a lot of people, I've never watched, of course, I'm always here selling, but everybody that finds out how much better it is on a desktop, that's the only way they'll ever watch after that. There were some people that was like, they found somebody's like, well, I'm on a desktop, and they're like, a desktop? And then everybody's logged into Facebook on their laptop or desktop, and they're like, it's so much easier, you know, it looks better, it's works a little bit better. So I don't know, just something to look into, just FYI. Yeah, especially if you're on YouTube. Okay. Paper Lion. Paper Lion. Then you can multitask too. Paper Lion. I didn't expect to see a football movie. Can't get logged in my Facebook on a desktop. Oh no. Then you might want to make sure, you might want to go ahead and set your, if you can't log in on a desktop, you might want to go ahead and reset your password on your mobile device and get two-factor or is it two-factor authentication? You got to really make sure you have your Facebook, because if you mess up your Facebook passwords, you're out of luck. It's really hard to get all that reset. We have like 5 walls of security behind ours, obviously for what we do here. So you got to get all that set up. Let's see here. So that's passed to Michelle. Do VHS still sell? Some of them are worth thousands of dollars. However, the ones you see at Goodwills and garage sales, they're typically not worth any. The right ones, though, it's just like the records you see at Goodwills. The records you see, it's like, if someone's like, I see records all the time at thrift stores and Goodwills, those are probably going to be the ones that need to go to the dumpster. However, there are some that are worth hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, yes. Just like records. It'd be like saying, are records worth anything? I'm like, yeah, but the ones you find at thrift stores and Goodwills, 99% of the time are probably need to go to the dumpster. Same way with VHS tapes, typically. But yes, they are making a strong comeback. The Prisoner of 2nd Avenue. The Prisoner of 2nd Avenue. Felix, $10. You're first. He said sold $10. And the last poster is another Prudence and the Peel. Okay, before I start counting these, does anybody want the Yanks press kit for $5? Yanks press kit for $5. Now, the most valuable VHS tapes are horror and slasher films. So all the gory, bloody movies of the 80s, that is typically the most valuable. Horror, just like anything, just like with comics, just like with, you can even say record soundtracks. Blood, gore, violence, blood, creeper, that is good stuff. Odd, unusual. There's this, Disney's are odd. There are actually some Disney that are worth your time, but there's really a misconception that those things are actually like worth thousands of dollars. A lot of people think that's like they're not worth that kind of money, but there are some that's pretty valuable. All right, here's what's left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 28 posters, $40. 28 posters, $40. And you get Yanks. What's left there? $40. Bundle deal. Before y'all see the next box, somebody's got to take one for the team and buy those. The next box is about 20% full though, so there's not much in the next box. Let me go grab, while somebody's taking one for the team there, let me go grab a handful of VHS since we're doing movie stuff. I'll show you what I got. John priced them and put them out. I really didn't want him to, but he did. Michael Ruckman took one for the team. Michael, thank you. That's a bundle deal here, so to Michael Ruckman. I'm going to put this back in the boot box. Thank you, Michael. 28 or so posters sold to you for $40. They're back in the box. They're over here on top of the sold stuff. Let's see what we have here. Blade of the Ripper, $14.99. Blade of the Ripper, $14.99. I don't know what we have here, but we're about to look at them. Blade of the Ripper, $14.99. A Bucket of Blood, $12.99. Bucket of Blood. This sounds pretty interesting. This is the kind of stuff we're talking about. Castle of Evil, $12.99. Teenage Exorcist, $26.99. $26.99. Dracula's Widow, $9.99. We have Crazy. Crazy is $14.99. We have Castle of the Walking Dead, $14.99. Starring Christopher Lee. $14.99. Michael Ruckman on CE. That was Castle of Evil, Michael Ruckman. Is that right? $12.99. If so, that's sold to Michael Ruckman. We still got Blade of the Ripper, Bucket of Blood, Castle of the Walking Dead, Crazy, Dracula's Widow, Teenage Exorcist, and then we have Cat in the Cage, $14.99. A Torrid Tale of Passion and Murder, Cat in the Cage, $14.99. Horror Rises from the Tomb, $19.99. That looks really odd. And then Night of the Zombies, $19.99. Night of the Zombies, $19.99. And we have Ambush. Boy, look at that. Ambush, Lust, Greed, Violence, Torture, and Murder, $19.99. Night of the Zombies, Night of the Nazi Zombies, it looks like. That's sold to Michael Ruttman as well. I hope these stickers come off pretty easily, Michael. Let me go ahead and try to get them off so they're not on there. I wish he would have priced actually the bottom of the cassette. I think these should peel off pretty nice though. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to put it, let's see here. I'll just tell them, make sure that goes in for $19.99. And I'm going to go ahead and peel this one off because I don't want these on here too long. I wanted him to price them like down here. There we go. These are pretty good peel-offs. You can't leave them on there long, though. They've been on there since, he priced these May 30th, so they're on there too much longer. And that one was $12. So make sure that goes in for $12.99, and you get that one for $19.99. How much was Bucket of Blood? Bucket of Blood was $12.99. He killed so his art could survive. And there's another handful back there. And I got some VHS players, so some people's like, I don't even have a VHS player, maybe. I can hook you up. I'm sure we can have some. So there we have it. Cat in the Cage. They look really cool from the side. That's the thing about these VHS. They look really they're really cool when you look at the sides of the boxes. I mean, it's just like video games when they're all lined up with the labels or whatever. Just really cool. Just like records. They're just cool. A blast from the past. All right, so we sold those. Thank you, Michael. He took the bundle deal. Let's go through the short box of ends. There's a little short box here of ends. Let's go through these. This will be the last box of posters. I don't think I have Trick or Treat. Before we sign off tonight, I'll go get the last handful, though. Don't let me forget. But let's go through this last box of ends. There's only a couple handfuls. First, I know you're going to want it. The Naked Runner. The Naked Runner, which I'm pretty sure is Frank Sinatra. Yep. That's pretty cool. Whoever's watching the sale, I'm going to keep these cassettes separate, just FYI, or cassettes. I'm going to keep these VHS separate. I'm going to put them over here on top of this boot box so we can stack the poster. Naked Runner is $10. Michelle, Michael, and Felix. Just $10 on that. Michelle first, then Michael, then Felix. Naked Runner, $10. Michelle got that for $10. Newman's Law. Newman's Law. That looks pretty interesting. I don't remember showing that one. You know, we have hit some boxes lately that I never did finish. So, let me take a quick peek here. Because you might be like, oh man, here's Scarface. Just joking. Newman's Law. That's a pretty cool looking poster though. $10. George Papard. $10 on that. And the good thing is I've got more than one. So that's $10. And I have a strong feeling Michelle's going to want it. And I've got some very clean, crisp ones just like that one if anybody else wants one. There's another one. There's another one. There's another one. So there's at least 3 more. Kyle's interested in one. Michael's interested in one. Paul's interested in one. And let me unfold them and make sure they look good. And if they look good, I'll just give y'all one for $10. Michael Ruttman is first. This will be Michael Ruttman's. Let me take a quick peek at it. Looks good. Looks good. Everything there. That's Michael's for $10. And then Kyle. Let me see. Kyle, this will be the next best looking one. Good. That's sold to Kyle for $10. And then Paul, I think this one right here is also going to be to your liking. Yep, that's also $10. So those are all sold. And then that's Kyle 123012. And then Paul Brothers got one, Michael got one. And there's one left. So there's one Newman's Law left if anybody wants that. This thing looks extremely interesting. The outside of it. I'm not going to show you the outside until I show you the inside though. It's called No Blade of Grass. No blade of grass. There is a hole down here at the bottom. But here's what I was going to show you. Look, they shipped it. They shipped it just like this through the mail. Look at all the 60s era stamps. That's got to be early 70s. What year is this? I used to buy and sell stamps, so I have a little bit of knowledge of them. This has got to be like early 70s, late 60s. What year is this? It has to be with these kind of stamps on it. It actually don't have a copyright year, but yeah, it's covered at the back. Its part is covered in stamps. But $10 on that. Josh Phillips, you're first. And it was folded like this. No, it was folded like, yeah, like, nope, definitely not like that. Like this. Nope, not like that. 1970. I was about to say, yeah, those were late 60s, early 70s stamps. I think y'all know the provenance of these posters. They mostly came from a warehouse in Texas. So, and then he bought a bunch from the theater in Gallatin and the theater in Murfreesboro where Fred lived. So Fred, this is the Fred Goodwin collection. A lot of them came from a warehouse he bought out in Texas. And that was the Palace. A lot of them are the Palace Theater in Texas. Josh, I'm still over here trying to get this folded for you. There's one. This thing wasn't folded, I guess, where they shipped it. It's not folded like they normally are. Man, I don't know if that was right either. I don't want to recrease it or... I'm struggling with this one, Josh. Hold on, I may have got it. That's it. I got it. I think. I don't know. It's close. It's not as flat as it was, though. Josh, that's about as good as I could do. $10, and then no Scarface. No, I was joking. I was joking. Would you take 16 for Teenage Exorcist? $26.99. Right now, I would like to just do 20 on that one, Cole. I really have never shown those. I was going to show them one night during the record sale. Josh, this is really bothering me. I'm going to try it one more time. I'm going to try folding this thing one more time. I can't remember. I know the stamps were on the outside. It had to have been. I'm just, I like it when they're back perfectly flat like they were, but I also don't want to mess up these seams any more than they're already messed up. It should fold like this. Oh man, that might have been it. I got it. I got it. Whew, what a relief. I was like, you know, it's like trouble. Trying to open a bag of chips or something. Next stop, Greenwich Village. Next stop, Greenwich Village. Yeah, when you unfold that thing, make sure you pay attention because it's got a tuck that's untraditional. You know, you see how these fold. Like, Felix, this is $10. And watch how this thing folds. It's usually you grab it right in the middle, and they fold in half. And then you take the top part and fold it down, and then you fold that in half. And that's how they were supposed to be folded. That way, this is out on the outside where you can see it with most of these. That's usually how they made them. Then every once in a while, somewhere or another at the factory, you might have had somebody, it was their first day, and they folded one flap down, and then another flap, then they fold it in half. And if you open up another of these, you'll see what I'm talking about. Like this one's folded correctly. You can see the bottom part here, and you open it up. It's Tom Hanks, it's Jackie Gleason, and it is Nothing in Common. $10, Nothing in Common. And Kenny's U might have meant in, And if not, then Kyle Gregory's first. But I think Kenny's first. See? Fold in half, top part down. Boom. That's pinning to Kenny for $10. He said, sorry, wrong button. It is yours if you want it. Next is Nelson Affair. Nelson Affair. There's actually more posters in here than I realized. I said about a third of a box. It was more like a, it's not half, but there's a lot. Michelle, $10 on that. My arm got wrapped around in that one. Kenny got Nothing in Common for 10. That's pinning to Michelle for 10. She said sold, and there's another one, and there's another one, and there's another one. If anybody wants a Nelson Affair, Michelle got one, and there's at least 3 or 4 more there. So if anybody wants one, just say Nelson sold. And this next movie, this looks familiar. Night Moves. Night Moves. Maybe the graphic. Something looks familiar on that one. $10 though. It looks like I've got another one coming up, so there's at least 2 here. So that's pending to Landro. Paul Oakley wants a Nelson Affair. And Paul, this one looks very crisp and clean and new. That's sold to Paul Oakley for $10. Landro sold on Night Moves. And then Michael Ruttman, I've got another one right here if you want it. And it also looks very nice. So more Nelson Affairs, and then that's Michael's if he wants it. And then we have Night Patrol. Pass on Teenage Exodus for now. Okay. If it's still around here in a couple more months, I'll discount it even more. But usually what I do with stuff is typically after we mark something, just as on anything, records, posters, toys, after we mark it, sometimes I'm negotiable right off the bat, but really I pay it to everything's dated. So like this Creator record, this came in today, $36.99. We got it in the mail today, July 3rd, 2024. If this thing's still here in August, or maybe even September, especially September, it will definitely be cheaper. There's no set formula with that, but that's typically what I do. All right, so Night Patrol is, this one was folded weird too. They folded this one, I think. $10 on that. This one's folded with the inside out. That happens a lot too, which is good because it's kind of protected inside. So, Night Moves. Okay, we had Night Patrol, Night Moves. Michael Ruttman, you did want Night Moves. Yes, okay. Then the next night comment for Night Patrol was Michelle Kenny Paul. Michelle Kenny Paul. And Michelle has already said sold. Now, there's more. I have another Night Patrol and possibly another. Nope, there's this one more, and it's very crisp and new. So the next person was Kenny Begley. So Kenny, there's one for you for $10 if you want it. I thought there was another one, but it doesn't look like it. At least not next. So that was next in line, though. And Kenny said sold for $10. So he also gets a Night Patrol. And we have something. The New Centurions. The New Centurions. Pete's Plastic Problem, Greenwood Village. Welcome. You're definitely a first-time viewer. Thanks for joining us. However, I only had one of those posters. Now, there may be another one pop up here in a second. If so, just be ready to claim it. If not, then I'm sorry. But some of these we only have ones of. Of course, Kyle, $10 on this. $10 on this, Kyle. If there's anybody out there new, let's see what our viewers look like. We got 98 people. 55 over on YouTube. I knew that would eventually happen. YouTube has overtaken us on viewers. 55 on YouTube, 30 on Facebook, and 10 on X. So 95 people watching right now. If you're new and you found us over on YouTube, we're going through vintage original movie posters. Most of them are $10, a lot of them $15. What don't sell, we're going to make a bundle deal. Kyle gets this New Centurions for $10. Here's another New Centurions. If anybody else wants one, there's another one for $10. And we have Not With My Wife You Don't. That's the next movie. Not With My Wife You Don't. And we do this every night. Late at night, we do movie posters, as long as I have some to show, but we will be for a while. And then from 7 to about 11 or midnight Central Time, we do records. So we do vinyl. We've sold, I don't know, a lot tonight. I don't know how, I don't have a quantity, but it's a lot. So thanks everybody who's tuned in for that every night. Not With My Wife is $10 if anybody wants that. Okay, and there's another one of that same movie. And there's another one of that same movie. And the next poster here is called Norma Ray. Norma Ray. But we, $10 on that. Norma Ray. Michelle Miller wants a Not With My Wife. I'll give you that first one, Michelle, so that we know what it already looks like. So Norma Ray, Chad, Ray. Michelle got Not With My Wife. Kenny's first on Norma, I believe. And Kenny, that's $10 if you want it. Now, the good thing is we have another Norma Ray. But I don't think anybody's next because Travis already passed. So that one sold to Kenny. There's another one if anybody wants it. This one sounds interesting. Anytime it has this word in it, it's usually a pretty good poster. Nightmare Honeymoon. Pretty interesting. Got some kind of tunnel, woman screaming, guy with a gun being pointed at his head. Nightmare Honeymoon, $10 on that. Paul Stevens gets the other Norma Ray for $10. Nightmare Honeymoon is $10 to Michelle, then Paul, then Travis. That's the order. And, aha, I knew some of these would pop up again. And there were several people back up on this one, which is The Naked Runner with Frank Sinatra. There's another one for $10. The Naked Runner, Frank Sinatra. And Mitch, you're first on that one. So $10, Mitch. Nice, just has pinholes on the corners and sides. Michelle sold on Nightmare Honeymoon. And then Mitch, I have a strong feeling he'll want that one. There's not much left. Let me see if I can get it some more. Okay, yeah, I knew the night we went through this box there was more. So yeah, here's another one. Felix, here's another one. That one sold to Mitch. Felix, this one can be yours. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, there's Sinatra, Naked Runner. There's another nice one. Felix, if you want it. I like that with the attaché sniper rifle. Reminds me of something of a Bond movie. He used a rifle like that in From Russia with Love. Felix takes that. And here's another one. Here's another one. This one looks like it's got some staples. Has an old rusty staple. Boy, that looks like something from the Titanic. But there's another one if anybody wants it. Naked Runner. I'll lay that one right. That's actually supposed to be there. I'll lay that one right there. And we have Night Train to Paris. That sounds interesting. Oh, cool poster. Look at that. Night Train to Paris. I met the limit of comments on Facebook had to go to YouTube. Oh, wow. Yeah, if you comment so much within, I think, 30 minutes. Yeah, last December, on my birthday, I waited till the end of the day to thank everybody who wrote on my wall. And I was commenting, I was liking. Some of them I was writing back personal type messages. So a lot of people I was just copying and pasting, thank you. Well, I did that, and then they blocked me, and then I couldn't do anything later that day on Facebook or later that night. I was trying to post pre-orders before I went to bed and schedule them, and I couldn't. So, $10 on that. Okay, now that's Michelle's for $10 if she wants it. Paul Brothers gets the other Naked Runner, so that's sold to Paul for $10, the one with the Titanic staple in it. And then that's Michelle's for $10 if she wants it. Probably should have been a $15 one, but that's sold to Michelle for $10. And we're getting near the bottom of this box. I'm going to go ahead and pull out what's left so I can grasp them a little bit better. And next in here is very colorful Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon. There is some wear or staining right up here next to the hot air balloon. Young Runaways, those all sold. Well, there was some left, but we sold them in the bundle deal. So everything that don't sell, we sell in a bundle at the end. So yeah, that was in the last box. Michelle, $10 on Nickelodeon. Burt Reynolds. There is a tear in the corner as well. Without the boundary, within the boundary of the frame, or you get what I mean. All right, Night of the Grizzly. That sounds interesting. Night of the Grizzly. Oh boy, look at this one. Michelle's first. I feel like that one's a $15 poster. I mean, look at that. We got to sell at least one out of this box for $15. Michelle said she'll take it. All right. Not much going to be left in this one. The Naked Prey. The Naked Prey. Boy, this one looks pretty interesting too. Here's some good ones here. I'll do that for $10, and it looks like there's two of them. So, $10. Oh, there's a fire truck. Fireworks equals fire trucks. About every 5 minutes, I'll hear some go off in the background here in Lebanon. So, all right, Michelle got that for $10. And then Michael, let me show you yours as long as you're okay with it. I have a feeling you'll want this. There is a rip in this corner. Looks like it where they pinned it. But overall, looks pretty clean and pretty nice. So there's some tears at the seams. Very common with these folded posters, as y'all know. But Michael, that's yours for $10. A lot of these, the first go around, as y'all know, if we had any extras, but man, some of these really nice ones, we was selling most of them for $35, $45, $25, just selling off what's left. We've already went through these boxes, but that's why they're really cheap. I think a lot of these, the first go around, I sold some for $25, $35. Here's a 3-sheet of No Way to Treat a Lady. $10 if anybody wants it. No Way to Treat a Lady. Here's another Naked Prey, just like what Michael and Michelle just bought. There's another one. There's another one. Naked Prey. That was a pretty cool looking poster. Also, Night Train to Paris. Kyle Gregory gets Naked Prey for $10. Night Train to Paris. We sold one of those earlier. There's another one. Night Train to Paris. Leslie Nielsen. No Way to Treat a Lady, Not Train to Paris. And the last poster, and I waited because this was the Kyle Gets Not Trained for 10. This was the worst looking one. It's the last Frank Sinatra Naked Runner. But it's kind of wrinkled. It's got some folds. It's got a stain. It's got a hole in it. But if anybody wants that one for $5, last Sinatra Naked Runner, $5. I got to watch that. I just probably have to rent it or Pluto. It's one of those weird streaming apps. Wow, not much left in here. So the only thing left in this box, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Paul Stevens wants the Sinatra for 5. So the last 7 posters for $10 if anybody wants them. The last 7 posters for $10 if anybody wants them. Can't go wrong there. I mean, how could you go wrong? Michael Ruttman gets the last 7 posters there for $10. I'm going to leave those there. But man, look at the sold pile. Here's all the ones we sold individually tonight. Look at all that. They're going to have a lot of fun tagging all that. Sorry, whoever's watching this. Melanie, Jake, Tanner. That's a lot of stuff to go through and rewatch and tag. We keep it all in order. I think what they do is they flip it over. So that's why I try to keep it all. They flip it over. And then tomorrow, probably tomorrow night, Tanner, Jake, or possibly Friday, Melanie will come in and she flips that stack over and then she opens them and double checks them and puts sticky notes and the price on every one of them. And then somebody takes all those and they key them in. And then after they keyed them in and invoices go out, then they take them and sort them by the buyer or alphabetically. Some people buy a lot, they get their own box. Whew, it's a lot they do back there. And then whenever y'all pay and they're pulling your orders to ship, they get the invoice. They got to go through it and make sure it's all there. It's pretty amazing what they do back there that y'all don't see. You see me selling them, y'all buy them, but pretty amazing what everything else to do. So that bundle there is sold to Michael. Let me go grab the last handful of VHS. Yeah, that was the first stack. I'll go do the last stack that's over here. I know we have tons more, but they're just not out for sale. They're in the back somewhere, I'm sure. I also grabbed this off the wall. I thought this was pretty cool since we're doing movie-related stuff. This is Superman 2. It's how many of y'all had one of these as a kid? It's an old TV tray, a vintage TV tray, 1980 from Superman 2, $34.99. Pretty good condition for 1980, and especially these things because kids ate off of them. They banged silverware on them. They scratched them. This one displays, and what I like about these is, they have legs. I mean, this one's very clean looking. Look at that. But, they have legs, and you can prop them up and display them. So it's a Superman 2 metal TV tray, $34.99. Legs fold in like that. My mom had a Dukes of Hazzard, and we still have it. She had a Dukes of Hazzard as a kid. Something I've always kept. I've been tempted to sell it a few times. I'm like, I'll hold on to that. That was Mom's. Okay, and then here's the VHS. Lady Frankenstein. Lady Frankenstein don't have a price. Okay, well, let me set that off to the side. Paul Brothers wants the Superman tray. I do have some others. I've got Cabbage Patch Kids, and I forgot what else is back there. I'll look up Lady Frankenstein right quick. Tag either somebody peeled the price off or I'm not for sure. How I Won the War. That's a John Lennon film. That's that movie John Lennon did. How I Won the War. $9.99. Sorceress. Sorceress. She gets what she wants. She keeps what she gets. She never lets go. $14.99. Paul Oakley wants How I Won the War. That's sold. Groove Tube. The Groove Tube, $19.99. The most hilarious, wildest movie ever. Groove Tube. We have Blood on Satan's Claw, 1999. Blood on Satan's Claw. It's in like a plastic case. Very interesting. And then we have Daughters of Darkness, $14.99. That is this horror? Okay, I was about to say $14.99. Daughters of Darkness. And Sorceress. Let me look up Lady Frankenstein on eBay. Lady Frankenstein VHS. First result. 14, 10, 5. That's a different cartridge. It's $9.99. $9.99 on Lady Frankenstein. With that being said, that is the conclusion of tonight's sale. So thanks everybody for watching. We've sold a lot of vinyl. Definitely sold a lot of posters. We've cleaned out 2 more boxes. We're chipping away at them. Thanks everybody who's tuned in. I am extremely hungry. Plus, I got to get ready for the sale tomorrow. I don't think John is coming in. I did get everybody the day off. I was like, paid vacation day. Nobody show up for work. Go home. Enjoy time with your family. However, that also means I've got to figure out what I'm doing tomorrow. So I got to make flip crates. I've also got to sleep and I got to eat. So when I get back here at 7 o'clock, y'all will be ready to buy records and posters. With that being said, I'm signing off. Thanks as always for participating, tuning in, and staying with me for countless hours every night. I greatly appreciate it. As always, thanks to everybody who works here. Thanks to everybody who watches. I'm just handing out thank yous. So thank you to you, thank you to you, thank you to you, and thank you to Whataburger for staying open 24/7. I think that's where I might have to go get some supper. I need some water, first of all. I'm very dehydrated. Thanks, everybody, for watching. I've said my last thanks right now.